faster. Go. When we are apart, I will remember the summer. Remember when everything was bright and new.
I just want you to be more patient because these guys just play contact. So
Okay, TC Cream. We need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
let's go.
Let's go.
Tara, tara. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ちグループ100周年。私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ。私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に。立川と世界をつなぐ立ちグループ。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Do live. Do live.
Massive headache right now. I don't know why.
So stressed?
No, I'm not really stressed. I just have a headache.
I mean, it's okay, Alex, to say you're stressed.
I'm stressed as man. This crosshair I used it when I was younger, bro. Now I'm a bit old, so I don't know if you're I'm 28 years old this year, by the way. Oh, 70.
Bro, his face. I look like he's like, oh,
Wow. Thanks. How old do I look? 21. Thanks, bro.
30. Yo. Toxic, he's like.
How old does Zest look?
20.
45? Look like 45, bro. 야, 텐션 좀 올려줘봐.
어떻게 해줄까? 어? 응애야, 지금 응애야?
야, 텐션 좀 올려줘봐, 나.
우태기 형.
어?
야?
어.
가빈아,
Yes.
너 오늘 잘하잖아.
예.
이겨줘.
아, of course. 스플릿. 근데 스플릿은 내가 버스 반 맵인데.
웃기는 엔딩이었어. 나 존경해.
マンチとデカシは一生喋ってんだけど。
仲いいんだよ、あいつら。
You gonna kill guy?
Of course. Why not? Of course.
I'm gonna kill 40, bro.
I got 50, bro.
Wait, so everyone else has 0 or what?
Starting.
Let's go, boys.
Let's go, guys. Let's go.
Goes.
Flashing. Flashing again.
I back up, I leave.
I rotate.
Come, take back outlaw, Jake. Come, take back outlaw.
Yeah, okay.
来てる帰ってない。あ、いる。一緒狙う
一緒狙おう。
I come middle, I come middle.
Okay.
One cypher mid, guys.
I have to go one A shot for them.
誰だった。で、またアンダーかも。アラバルかも。来てるよ、できた。でも行く
A shot to attack.
One is sure.
A shot dead. Recon.
Not in yet.
Coming.
I'm watching main.
パラエスタ。アンダーパラ。
待って、行かないけど、飛んで。出るよ、せーの。
One enemy.
Nice.
Nice.
Oh my god.
Let's go, bro.
Good job, man.
Good job.
So, Asen is your house?
Yeah, sure.
Oh my
I
god.
told you.
Wait, I'm playing Odin, Ben.
Yep, can do it.
He Odin me.
Where are you?
Guys, he Odin spam.
The Prowler B. One Prowler. Mid B.
I'm leaving, yeah, Polvi.
I think you'll stay there. I'm staying B for a bit. Just hide, okay?
Viper 1 on B.
Left.
Nice, Jerry.
It's farming.
What? Only one.
I'm picking.
Okay, leave me now, Golo. Leave me.
Golu, just rotate towards B.
I'm holding B still. Nothing yet.
Okay, he's farming.
Someone open the door. 3 go left side.
Okay, I ready flash, guys.
Okay, wait. Hey, you go left. Open the door and then go left. Yeah, open the door now. Go break. Guys, go.
Opening door. I'm Molly.
Molly.
One close. Two on A. Dead. One more side. One side already, Ben.
Guys, backside.
Enemy remaining.
1 HP, guys.
He's still tree, inside tree. Stuck in trap too. I'm going to Ben. I'm jiggling Ben. You can pick up me.
Nice.
That's a great round.
Oh, you see that reveal, yeah?
Talking below. I'm only this. Hookah.
One leg delay.
They're in B long, Peter.
I have a kill.
Ball. Nice. 3 B long. He don't know you.
Viper is on alert A.
2 more. 1 more Izu. Nice Izu. 5 more Rose.
Nice, 2
1
1.
HP, Viper. 1 HP.
Yep, gone.
He can't come along. I have him contained. He's gonna leave.
I'm running. 1 sec.
We should go back to A together. Trust me.
Wait, he's like coming, no? Volume.
Oh, charge.
I should have your showers.
Okay. You can go U4 technically.
I know. I have it both. It's okay.
I think he's there.
30 seconds left.
I think they're here.
I have to watch VCT spawn in a second. I'm turning around.
Viper very low.
Careful, Silex.
Going to be.
I'm 1 HP. You wanna follow me?
Yep. Can we switch gun then?
Ready? 3, 2, 1, go. I'm gonna molly elbow. We go. Okay.
Yeah. Go.
One enemy remaining.
Oh! That's my goat, sir! You're the goat!
Calm down! Sit down, bro! Sit down!
They're taking B. They can't be from middle. Right here. Nothing. Only Rex.
Hey, 1 B close. Go kill him.
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3.
May stun ka ba yun, B?
Meron.
Yeah, pag meron.
Kayo dito. Wag, balik ka. Flash A. Flash A. Bridge with open na.
Sa'yo nga top mid.
Pwedeng mid ah. Sarado ko to. Speaking 3, 2, 1.
Yeah. Let's go me too. Leave me alone in.
Smoke left side 1, may paleta pa. Yeah. Let's go now.
Cypher mark.
Let's go.
Coming.
Right here.
Mag-i-split tata. Mag-i-split.
Top mid.
May stun ako, Bash.
Spike down A.
Pusin mo!
One enemy remaining.
Pusin mo, Bash! Baben!
Ay, tabi!
Amen! Asan? Amen!
Nice!
Baben!
今いないいない。キルジョイ A かな。キルジョイタレって A にある。お前ける。俺 B に目たけないよ。ちょい。一緒見てる。あ、エミ降りた。エミ一人降りた。エミさんと今見てる。パラカンマ行ってる。ゴー。いた。もう一人。もう一人。 何なんかなんか全員俺のことを見てたって。
でかいでかいでかいでかいでかい。
After 4 weeks, we've come to this. It's playoffs week here at VCT Pacific, live from the COEX Shinhan Card Artium. It's been a hard fight for all of our teams, but we are down to our final 6 teams. Hope you guys are ready. We are in for a hell of a ride. What's up, guys? My name is Mika Fabs, and I am on desk right now with Quack and Achilles. It's been some time. I feel like I haven't seen you since I landed in Seoul.
I haven't been on the desk, so I think it's the first time that we've been on the desk together for a decent little bit here. And it's going to be a very exciting weekend to be back on the desk because we have the playoffs getting ready to kick off. But before we get into all of the minutia and the detail, because there's a lot to discuss when it comes into the playoffs, we have to shout out somebody who's not here today. It's, of course, our colleague, Paper Thin. It is his birthday today. So we have to wish him a very happy birthday. I took this one. We were hanging out last night. I got him, I said, let me snap a quick picture of you.
This is up to date.
So
It was like as the clock struck like 12 midnight.
Yep.
That was Paper Thin.
Exactly.
Grew a beard and it's all white and like you start getting wrinkles.
That is an amazing photo. Well, happy birthday, Paper Thin. I hope you are enjoying your day wherever you might be. Have some good food and enjoy the games because, as we mentioned, it's going to be very, very exciting. If you guys have seen the format, for example, today is going to be I can't believe that we actually have 2 elimination matches.
Yeah, it's going to be brutal. You have to be able to make it through this. Yeah, if you can't make it through this first round, it sucks. There's no other really good way to put it. This first round is going to be just that single elimination. Once you get through this point, that's where you can breathe a little bit more easily. Say, okay, if we drop a series, that's fine. We now have double elimination. But the first hurdle, this is going to be the hardest one to jump.
Oh yeah, it is going to be a very, very, it's an intense pressure match today for all of our teams actually. And right now, we're looking at our standings and how we're proceeding into our playoffs. I'm wondering, Achilles, since we haven't had you on the desk for some time, if there's anything that surprised you at all with our final 6 teams. Did you expect these teams?
I mean, somewhat, yes. I mean, T1 kind of barely scraping by, clinching a position. That was something that was a little bit surprising. I think the rest, for the most part, isn't too overly shocking. But obviously, between the start and how we got here, there has been plenty of damn surprises across the board. Some of those upsets that were coming through, the predictions from Asarai and whatnot, RRQ finally being able to beat Genji, all of that was absolutely shocking. But I don't think that overall, given what we had seen from the squads, that this is too surprising.
Yeah, I think Quack, since we were there, right, and as it happened, all of this week of upsets and everything, I think it's like this sure, we might have expected these teams, but like the road that they took to actually get here was something that was unprecedented.
Yeah, it definitely took a little bit. I mean, a lot of these teams just coming, I mean, maybe the bigger names, sure, but you know, Team Secret, for example, has shown a lot of improvements, but also just the final few matches, right? The results, like what Kilish just mentioned, Gen G versus RQ, that's something that we didn't, you know, really expect, and it shows that everyone is just growing and improving. I mean, even Global Esports has taken some wins away. T1 coming into this one is, I think, one of the biggest ones because they have looked pretty darn rocky throughout the entire Stage 1.
And we'll have a lot of time to talk about T1, of course, as they are our first match for today. We also have PRX and TLN. These are big, big teams here. And I'm actually already getting a little nervous because, as we mentioned, both of these matches that we have today are elimination matches. I mean, I can't believe we'll have to say goodbye to any one of these teams, but we are at that point in the tournament so far.
And I don't think that no matter which side of the matchups you're on in both of the games we have today, you're not going to be feeling overly confident. Because, like you said, T1, they've had their rockiness, but Team Secret also do have the propensity to sometimes just, you know, play down against their opponents. T1, a team that have had their struggles. Team Secret, they might have that same repeat. Maybe they don't come in, they don't look dominant. Maybe they end up being a little bit shaky, and then that could cost them. PRX as well. They're going up against a very fired-up Talon. They have a ton of firepower behind them. Ban has been putting up incredible performances for that squad, and PRX have had a little bit of shakiness as of late. So I think that no matter which team you are, you have to be sweating bullets right now.
I definitely am. And the fact that you just said that, you know, like Mika as well, right? The fact that we actually might have to say goodbye to either Team Secret or PRX today. And that's going to be it. You know, they're not going to make it to Master Shanghai. There's that chance. I can't imagine that could happen. Oh my, what?
Well, this is our flowchart, Pacific's flowchart that's been happening so far. And if you believe this, just put DRX on the side there, as our graphic clearly shows. But this is basically the rock, paper, scissors sort of game of Pacific.
I think what the kids call this is a circle of suck, and it's just which team sucks versus the other one, which one just can't quite get the wins there, and it just keeps going around just perpetually, and it cannot be stopped. But DRX, they have managed to break out of it. They've broken the loop. They've managed to escape. The rest of the teams, though, not yet been able to do that.
Yeah, I was going to call this the Wheel of Pacific or something. And even then, you know, it's a little bit weird to think about. Yeah, the fact that DRX has managed to escape every single one of this. But even some of the teams in this little circle, you might want to change them around because Team Secret beat PRX, DFM beat T1, and you never quite know what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's kind of like you take one team, put it on the other end, and then start a new cycle. Yeah. It's like a new game. I think there's probably been a children's game like that somewhere along the line, I feel. But it goes to show just how interesting Pacific has been so far. And the thing is, again, as we head into playoffs, when you look at where PRX, Team Secret, Talon, and T1 are, you can just see how unpredictable today is gonna be. Do you feel like we're getting all three maps rather, for this series?
It feels like for both of the matches today that it's pretty much destined that each of them go to 3. I think that just because you're here at playoffs, you're going to be trying harder than ever before, especially because you're in that single elimination. I think each team very clearly has their advantages when it comes down to certain maps, as we're highlighting here. The Sunset for the side of Secret, the Lotus for T1. Those ones I think are highly likely to be played in this set because there's also just other maps that you kind of need to ban away from these squads that the others haven't been showing. Like T1, not really an icebox team. Team Secret, they absolutely are. Team Secret, not much of a buying team, and T1 is. So it feels like these maps are going to be coming up no matter what, and because of those strengths, unless you really have engineered some good counter strategies, that this could just end up going to 3.
And if I read that right, congratulations everybody. We have seen about 64 hours of Valorant, if that was correct.
64 hours,
yes.
Yeah.
Yes, can you do the math? How many days?
No, I can't.
Yeah.
It's about as many hours.
Less than 3 days.
About as many hours as we had on the first day of kickoff.
Cool.
a big jump of that. It's like,
but fortunately,
now
everything's been smooth. Everything's been buttery, silky smooth.
Yeah, so far with regards to that aspect. But I would say, like, for these teams, absolutely not, right? We're seeing right now some interesting facts, some fascinating statistics right now for our regular season. A bit of, walk down memory lane, if you will. I think it's interesting that, of course, you have PRX over there leading for time timeout win, pistol round win, defending round win, and you have DRX on attack.
I mean, the way that this all shapes up, actually, PRX, defend round win and DRX attack round win. I kind of thought that might have been swapped,
exactly,
right?
Yeah. I was like,
but
wait, what?
It actually is very interesting because it just kind of shows how the teams have been performing. Timeout percentages and pistol round percentages kind of makes sense. But the fact that, maybe PRX has been pushing out a lot more on the defense side, and DRX has been coming in a lot more successful set plays, even especially with this new roster, just shows that, there's a lot to watch out for right now in playoffs.
And I think that, as we're seeing, all of these statistics, it also goes to show you have some teams there that maybe you might not expect, right? You have Timeout win, for example, from Team Secret, and you have GE over there sharing third with T1 and Genji for a pistol round win.
Yeah, I mean, it's just weird. It's very funny to see PRX basically at the top of all these standings, but not being the number one seed, being the team that is at risk in the second matchup today, compared to DRX, who are just sitting back saying, we just need one win and then we get to go to Shanghai, so that's gonna be cool, or pretty much. So, PRX still very consistent team, but they have had their wavering moments, but this is a little less shocking given how things have transpired for DRX, not having dropped a single series so far.
And as we're seeing right now, this is the lineup of DRX, pretty much, with a hidden Jeremy on
Buzz
the
up there
side.
twice.
Three
times, actually.
You have two buzzes. You have two buzz.
I was reading right to left.
But it just goes to show again how much DRX have improved, and I almost think they've kind of been sneakily, putting up the numbers there, because it wasn't anything so explosive. It wasn't like, whoa, oh my god, it's DRX. They're kind of like, hey, DRX is winning everything. By the way, they've had an undefeated streak so far here, Quack.
Yeah, they still have. I mean, it's this DRX that, ever since missing Masters Madrid, they came back, a couple of new players, or well, actually just Bane. But the fact that, Termi's not wearing the blazer anymore,
that was it, huh?
They've definitely improved a lot, and, the stats definitely reflect that. But
I mean, look, Termi's not wearing the blazer anymore, and I'm pretty sure, Paper Thin, he had his qualms about it, but when RRQ took down Genji, Ewok was not rocking the turtleneck. So you start dressing down as a coach, the team is going to start finding success. Pretty sure we're just going to have people showing up in a tank top and some shorts, wearing Crocs, and they're just going to be the most dominant coach, the most dominant team that you've ever seen in your life.
Yeah, that's the secret. I mean, it is getting into, the summer season again. It's been getting, a little bit hotter, especially in other regions in Pacific, right? Maybe that's the key.
One of the things that we always, people would always praise Potter about at internationals was her drip.
Oh, yeah.
And she's always dripped out. Look at her success. She's making EG. She's running them back. It's all about the coach outfit.
There's something there. There is something there. We got to do that. I mean, our coaches have been getting a lot of love this season and this entire year, right? We're definitely going to have to look into that a little bit more, but I think that's to be continued as we check out Team Secret right now. And Miss Yam Yam has new hair. That was the first thing I noticed. I was looking for something blonde here. But as we're seeing Team Secret, again, this is a team that I feel like you can never really count out. No matter how far the odds are stacked against them, sometimes they're just able to find these strange, weird, unconventional, sometimes very explosive ways to make a comeback here, Quack.
Yeah, they definitely have shown a lot of these. I mean, we're just thinking about, some crazy performances that have come through. Jesse Vash with a really cursed mouse at some point. But then he just comes back and tops the charts. That's the thing about Team Secret. Because ever since, maybe they suffer a couple of losses at the start, they will go back to that drawing board alongside Coach Warbirds. And they will just kind of take a look at what they've done wrong. And they'll take a look at how other teams are playing. And once they have that preparation coming through, they maybe set up some anti-strats. They will be able to come back into the game really, really strong.
Yeah, and I think that the prep has always been something that's been very good for Team Secret. Even last year was incredibly good for them when they are given time and they have a bit of a break to sit back and really analyze their opponents. They can really start to work them down. And we've seen that on display from the team already here in Stage 1. The biggest thing that I'm looking to see is how is the turnaround time? Has that gotten better for them? Because oftentimes when it's like, okay, we now need to play basically back-to-back series or twice in a weekend, that's when things have struggled a little bit for them in the past. So now that we're in playoffs, I'm curious to see how it looks.
100% agree with that. So the big question is how much have they prepared for T1? And T1 here, let's be honest, they haven't been looking too great recently, and a lot of people were very disappointed in their performance overall. But have they now been able to fix everything that they've been working on here on stage 1, especially since they've had that IGL swap?
I mean, that's the big question, right? You know, you got the IGL swap. They've started to look a lot better coming through the last few weeks of the regular season. But now as they kind of come into playoffs, right? This is like one of those final chances. It's knockout round. You're playing against Team Secret. They haven't really had a lot of opportunities against each other. But do they have what it takes? Can they really fix, you know, whatever maybe communication issues they have or team synergy issues? Because we've seen a lot from them. Excurrent on that chamber, for example, they are really good on a map like, you know, Lotus, but so are Team Secret. So it's always going to be a big question of how well you can adapt during the game, like mid-round adaptations and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think that from the outset we saw T1 be able to, you know, really catch RQ off guard with the IGL change. They were looking for a much more slower pace, kind of methodical T1 on the side of RQ, and then Excurrent just came out the gate and said, okay, we're basically gonna run at you, and we're gonna just W key gaming, you know, much like my brother does on his teams, and it ended up working a treat. But then we immediately saw some stumbles from them and some roughness, even, you know, in the series versus Zeta. Zeta was fighting tooth and nail to be able to try to take them down. T1 able to scrape by in that 3-map set. So I think the cleanliness is still not there yet, but we have to see if that's going to be put on display. They've had more time to continue to workshop their strategies, come up with new set plays, new ideas to really study Team Secret's game plan. So I think this is really going to be a battle of the prep.
That's also the interesting thing, right? You have Team Secret and you have T1. Team Secret, very minimal roster changes. You do have NDG there, but, you know, he fit in quite well. And you have T1 that is still, you know, trying to find that chemistry. So it's that, right? Very strong foundation of Team Secret versus T1, which is still quite shaky here. And you can see that both teams, as we saw in that earlier graphic, they are still trying to break out of what might be like, you know, the middle of the pack, so to say here, Achilles.
No, I mean, they absolutely are. Take a look back at, you know, some of the moments here from both of the teams. They have had their incredible performances, their huge pop-off moments. I mean, Saya player, somebody that is still just absolutely at the top of his game, can be incredible, can be that dominant force that just goes in and takes over squads. But similarly, we have been seeing moments like that more and more from Jeremy. The comfort as far as going over to the operator has been growing for him. There's still a couple moments where it's like, okay, you know, this still needs a little bit more time, a little bit more work. But he's been catching up in a big way. I think the growth from Jeremy in particular for the team has been immense. He was one of the biggest question marks that we had surrounding Team Secret once, you know, NDG's joining the team got announced and whatnot. I was like, okay, well, now you don't have dubstep. Jeremy needs to then pick up the operator more and more. How is he going to look? So far this season, he's looked very good.
He definitely has, alongside Envy. I mean, the two of them, whenever they go together, there's a lot of support that happens, and it sets Jeremy up for success. I mean, we've seen a lot of, you know, the comparisons to last year, and maybe he hesitates a little bit at times, but this year, it's completely different. He's, you know, a lot more courageous, and in some of these rounds, especially on the defensive side of, like, Sunset, for example, like what Achilles mentioned, he picks up that operator, and he's able to lock down the entirety of, like, mid, for example, and he's able to pick players off. That makes it so much more difficult if you're on the attacking side to get a bit of control, and I think that that's something that gives Team Secret a lot of strength in their matchups.
Absolutely why I love seeing that head-to-head and seeing how much Jeremy has improved, as you mentioned, Achilles, because, you know, Team Secret maybe of last year tend to balk with a good opera on the opposite team, right? You know, they tend to hesitate once that first kill is given, and if you're going up against T1, I mean, you have Saya player, you have Excurrent as well, right? But this Team Secret, they seem primed to go up against a team that's exactly like this.
No, I think that they overall do. And again, I think a big part of that comes down to just the preparation that this squad does, the amount of research and just deep dive into anti-stratting that Warbirds does alongside Jesse Vash. And then Jesse, a lot of it also comes down to his calling and really just putting his players in the right position to come up with success. That's something that T1 still need to prove that they're able to do under Excurrent's banner. They've, you know, again, they've gotten 2 wins with him as the IGL, but it has been a little bit shaky aside from the first one versus RQ. So I'm looking for more growth there, whereas it's just kind of reinvigorated growth from the side of Team Secret with Jesse Vash, you know, kind of being put under the microscope a little bit. A lot of people saying, guy's too old, guy needs to move on, blah, 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 let's get somebody else. And then he just comes back and says, you know what? I have a game. I didn't pick up a single kill. Whatever. I'm going to put on a goddamn masterclass in the next set and just rock this team on Sunset and just frag out of control. Like, he's just capable of doing that. And this is going to be a big test for both teams. This is going to be probably the highest pressure matchup that they've been in so far this year. This is determining whether or not you stay in the playoffs, whether or not you have that chance at Masters Shanghai. So pressure's going to be ramped up. We'll see who's going to be able to cope with it more.
I mean, they really need to like stick with some of these changes, right? I think that's the thing. You have that accurate IGL now, and that kind of frees up some of the other players to do other things, and they need to really show and prove that that is a good change. The fact that we have that allows us to do a lot better, and you can kind of see it here and there, but does that really stay throughout playoffs? That's the big question right now, because Team Secret, kind of like what Achilles is saying, yeah, he's had a little bit of some weird moments at times, but that's the thing, Tom Biz tweeted as well, like not just, he's not just able to only play Sova. Now he's coming in with a Fate, and Team Secret's just always improving. They're always doing more. Even NDG is being a much better anchor for the team right now, not just on Sunset, not on Lotus, Icebox, Breeze even. And there's that a pretty deep map pool for Team Secret. I'm actually kind of worried for T1 in this matchup. So Team Secret, they've shown a lot more, and especially with some of these maps. And talking about the preparation, that's something that we can always count on them for. How will those map bans look? Because if T1 doesn't have the best chances, it's always going to be tough.
Well, wait no longer, Quack, as we jump into our map picks and bans. I am expecting right off the bat a ban on Bind here for Team Secret. Meanwhile, T1, I think they should get rid of Icebox as soon as they can.
I think that's exactly what's going to happen. It's more a matter of what gets left as the final map that is a little bit more curious, because I'm right there with you. I think that even though your record on Lotus so far hasn't been the best for the side of Team Secret, you still feel comfortable there. Bind is not something that so this makes sense. They haven't played Bind at all since last year. Last time they played against it, it was, 4-13 versus DRX in the upper semifinals. So not something you want to go for. Lotus is open. They're going to lock Lotus. Sunset's open. Team Secret lock it. Now it's a matter of what does the decider end up being? Split? Breeze? Both teams are probably pretty comfortable to go to Breeze.
Quack, you look very uneasy there.
Yeah, no. Lotus and Sunset, I have a lot to say about those, but now I'm trying to think about the last few. Okay, it's going to be that Breeze.
Wow.
I mean, just thinking about it, I would have maybe wanted to see some kind of a surprise pick from, like T1, for example, something that maybe Team Secret's not too comfortable on. But like I mentioned, they do have a pretty deep map pool. Even if you go on something like, Ascent or Split against Team Secret, I feel like they'll be pretty much fine. Sunset is worrying. Lotus is kind of worrying as well, because Team Secret has looked a lot better. I don't know if this accurate chamber, freeing Carpe up to play more in the initiator role, freeing Saya player to kind of go in alongside Carpe. I don't know if that's going to be enough to break this Team Secret that looks like a complete new level. I mean, Jesse Vash dropped 26 kills before coming into this.
Yeah, it's something that T1 might have picked Lotus out of it's their most comfortable map, but again, it's not a terrible map for Team Secret. Meanwhile, Sunset though is pretty great for Team Secret, and T1, I
don't know. You pull out the neon again, maybe maybe it'll be a different story. I'm not too sure.
I feel like you probably are. I'm
See,
trying to collect my thoughts here.
I'm
wondering, did T1 actually pull out something different coming into Lotus? I think the answer is overall no. I don't think there's really any big parts here that they'd be willing to adjust. I think the same could be said for Secret. I think that these comps that come in on this map are going to be pretty much the same. Sunset, that's where I could see T1 maybe changing things up a little bit. So we'll have to see if they end up running the same composition when we do get over to that map. But I think that this is probably just going to end up being exactly what we have seen. Both teams have put out, plenty of performances. You can see 3 maps played on Lotus with that last composition that they have been favoring on the side of Secret, with Jesse Vash moving over to Fade. The first outing, that's when things went really bad. That's where he wasn't able to find any kills. But it's been looking better and better since then, because we were begging for them to finally move away from the sky. They've done it, and now we've been seeing that continued growth. Again, I think this is really just going to come down to just the IGL calling and the prep work as far as what the set strategies are going to be, and whether or not you have invented anything new that can really catch your opponent off guard.
That's really the thing. I mean, you love this map because this
Battle
is where they'll play. Yeah, Battle of the mid-round. They'll play that Odin for sure, Achilles, and you're going to enjoy that.
Yeah.
But apart from that, Jesse Vash has been putting up better performances, especially on Lotus, and I think that's the thing, because he's able to read the map, he's able to kind of control where he wants his opponents to go, and it's going to be a little bit difficult for T1. You have those set plans, you have done your prep, but if your plans don't work out in the middle of the round, then what are you going to do? So that's what we're going to have to look out for.
Yeah, and I'm also looking out for your predictions, gentlemen. Let's pull those up right now. We actually do have the Who is the Prophet? I love that caption because we all know who the Prophet is. This is our success rates in terms of predicting everything, and we do have. Oh, I'm not doing too bad. Hey, I'm going
Okay,
proud
look.
of myself there.
Something to point out. This is for stage 1 only. If you look at the overall year, including kickoff,
Which you did.
those numbers go up. I'm closer to 60%, and you're
Good
actually
job.
in the lead.
See, that's why we need
as
to
far
follow.
as-
That's why we need to follow Achilles. We need to follow Achilles.
Look, so
Yeah.
it's, you know, sometimes you don't look at the short-term gains. Look at the long-term.
Exactly.
Look for
The
the
long
steady.
game. Exactly.
You know, do you
Overall.
want to back a squad that is on a hot streak
1
that's going to
week
fizzle
of
out,
upsets.
or do you want to go for a team that's going to consistently stay near the top? Like, you know, do you want like a crew, or do you want a Fnatic? Well, no, Fnatic's not going to
Whoa,
go.
whoa,
Do you
whoa,
want
whoa, whoa.
do you want
Hey,
a Paper
Durka.
Rex? You know, like
Yeah.
something that's always there near the top. So
Yeah.
you know.
What is 1 week of upsets anyway, Asarai,
12
right?
streak though, 12 in a
No,
row.
no, come on. That was pretty impressive. But you know what? Here are our predictions for this match. I think this is pretty impressive because this is quite well split here.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a mixed bag. I think that this is a little bit of a toss-up. Again, I think a lot of this comes down to preparation. For my sake, I'm going with Team Secret because they have had time to prepare, and they have shown time and time again that when they are given that time, they can absolutely pop off.
They look really, really good, but I am just kind of hoping for T1 because Rossi has been performing better, and I just want to see more from them. But if I'm thinking logically, yeah, this does feel like a Team Secret game now that I've seen the map picks.
Well, good for you because we have a special guest joining us here on the desk. Let's bring out Warbirds here from Team Secret. Hello, Warbirds. Thank you for joining us for a really quick interview. You Warbirds get your avian
get the
friend.
penguin?
Yes, your fellow
They
avian
can't fly
friend.
though.
That doesn't mean they're not
It's
avian.
not
What
a
are you talking
warbird.
about?
It's a penguin.
Well, of course, tell us, this is a very important match. So how is the team feeling right off the bat?
Yeah, we're feeling confident, and even like looking back at the past weeks, like I feel like we played pretty solid. It's just like that final step was like our little slip up. So I think as long as we focus on like closing out rounds, the rounds that like we should be winning, I think we're fairly confident.
I do have a question. Of course, we saw somebody joining you guys for the map picks and bans. We have Dummy there. What is his role coming into this match, and how big of an impact is he going to have?
Yeah, so for him, he's mostly like an individual coach. So he will help point out like little individual mistakes or any issues or tendencies that players have, try to fix that.
Awesome. Big good
I
gameplay.
guess right off the rip, since we just had it on screen, how are you feeling now that you know that I've predicted for you guys to win?
Oh no.
There's shifty eyes
I know,
suddenly.
it might have gone down a little bit.
No, I don't think you have to worry too much as far as the confidence levels are concerned. How did you find preparing for T1 now that Xcurate is the IGL for the squad compared to in the past when you faced against them when Carpe was IGLing? Did you see many differences there as far as your prep was concerned?
Yeah, so they play a little more like set play heavy. So like for example, they do certain things on certain timings. So it's about like getting the read at that certain timing, and then just making sure that like we can chaos control them. They use a lot of util on their executes. They have a very like in your face kind of game plan. So just making sure that we're ready for the hit to come and making sure that like we're not caught off guard.
Right. I got a pretty interesting question coming from last week. I think we have to kind of talk about it, right? Talon, that was a pretty a big loss, I would say. And why would you say that happened? You mentioned something about like you should have won certain rounds. Why did you think you guys lost against Talon?
Yeah, I mean, I think in all honesty, like we probably could have we should have closed it out versus them. There were like a couple
Super
rounds.
close.
I mean, yeah, there were a couple rounds. I mean, you can think of like the ace on Lotus where we're up by what, like 2 rounds or something like that. It's just like every map like versus Town, we had like 1 or 2 of those rounds, and even like going before that, like versus Araki, we had the same thing. So we just need to make sure that we are more clean at closing out rounds, making sure that we're all on the same page and not rushing things, because that was our issue, was we were kind of rushing things.
I wanted to ask because Team Secret is always like the almost team, so to say. It's always like you guys in the middle of the pack. It's like 4th place or 5th place. What do you think is different now that the team is like, potentially able to break into top 3?
Yeah. So I think last year it was a lot of nerves. So like, you know, we're always one map away or one series away. So it was just like not getting as nervous during the matches, just play it like scrims. This year, you know, we no longer have 2 rookies, we only have 1 rookie. It's just kind of like, you know, play our game, trust yourself, trust each other, play it like a scrim, you know, have fun. You know, that's what we're here for.
Relax a little bit, right?
I like that. But I mean, we'll only have a little bit more time with you. Obviously, the players can't hear you. This is a huge match. You're in single elimination at the moment, need this win. If they could hear you, what is the last thing you would say to them right now to get them riled up for this game?
Yeah, trust each other, trust yourself, have energy, because, you know, the crowd's going to be rooting for T1, so we're not going to have any help from them. But yeah, just trust each other, trust ourselves, and make sure we're on the same page.
Oh, those are your words of affirmation for the team?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Okay, I like it. Well, good luck to you guys. Good luck to you guys, and yeah, good luck, and
thank
we'll
you.
see you out there prepared for a really, really good match. Leave our avian friend here. This is our symbol of warbirds on this. But, you know, I think that was really interesting because they did mention it, right? That this was their theme for the entire year, that Team Secret, they really just have to relax a bit. Sometimes they get too much into their heads, and that is ultimately their downfall.
Yeah, I mean, he said that was the case for them last season. You know, the case for them a little bit at the beginning of this season. But we've been seeing the nerves getting pushed to the side more and more as time has gone on. Jeremy coming out of his shell a little bit more. NDG, you know, those first couple matches was taking some time to really kind of get warmed up. But then now, from the outset, he's been looking very good off the rip in a lot of these series. So I think that if he's going to have that big performance, be able to just really anchor a site, because we expect he's going to be playing Killjoy, most likely, over on that C side as we get ready to go into Lotus. If he's going to be able to hold things down there, then they're going to be in a very good position.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, this is gonna be a really tight one. It could be coin flippy, but that's what makes these matches great, right? But for now, we can say that this is gonna be such an amazing weekend, and what an amazing start indeed. VCT Pacific Playoffs begins right now.
Finishing the group stage, I felt like a bit sad because we didn't get the first seed. After losing to DRX and RRQ, we just focus on our communications and being proactive.
플레이오프에 올라오는 중에 힘들었던 점은 저희가 스크림에서는 되게 좋은 결과를 냈는데 DFM전이 끝나고 나서 저희가 자신감을 잃었던 게 좀 힘들었던 것 같습니다.
This is hard to read.
Again, T1 getting their way once more.
스크림이랑 똑같은 플레이를 할 수 있게 만드는 게 제일 시급한 것 같습니다.
Doing a lot of things. He's doing everything. Izu! T1 could not be here without you.
클러치를 한 뒤에 승리를 확신했다기보다는 저희의 모멘텀이랑 자신감을 훨씬 더 극대화시켜주는 데 큰 도움이 됩니다.
We were able to overcome this by be calm in the situations and focus on our communication as well.
Oh, and another! Oh, and a third one!
Even though we're ups and downs on the previous matches, in this playoffs we're gonna show some perfect matches.
팀 시크릿의 그 조화가 참 좋다고 생각합니다. 나이가 많은 베테랑 선수들도 있고 나이가 어린 선수들도 있는데 아무래도 저희가 팀 시크릿보다 피지컬적인 면에서 더 우위라고 생각하기 때문에 저희가 쉽게 이길 수 있지 않을까라는 생각을 하고 있습니다.
Playing against T1, we wanted to show some good match and perfect match against them. Also, T1 having a hard time to get up to this place, but we're gonna make sure we gonna make an easy win.
플레이오프에서는 빈틈없는 T1을 보여드리겠습니다.
Team Secret. They're a team that you can never truly count out. Team Secret is responsible for some of the most exciting matches here on the Pacific stage. They're looking to finally break out of the middle of the pack after so long, and these Philippine representatives want to prove that it is indeed their time. But on the other side, they will have to match up against T1, a team with a legacy to uphold. T1 are looking for redemption here on the playoff stage. There have been many challenges for this team, and the big question is, have they shaken off the dust from early this season? Is this the T1 that everybody has been waiting for?
That's what we're waiting to see. T1, this is a squad that coming into the year, not just here in stage 1, but at kickoff as well, was a squad that was expected to be world beaters, to be able to go over to international competition, to be at the top of Pacific, and they have stumbled at every hurdle along the way. They're finding their footing now. They get themselves here into playoffs, but they're going up against a Team Secret that, while themselves have not been able to make an appearance at international competition for quite some time, they have been omnipresent. They have always been hovering at the top of the standings, and they are looking to do that again by winning this series and sending T1 home.
And they're looking a lot cleaner this time, Team Secret. I mean, looking at the performances from the past weeks, they've been improving so much and having a lot more faith in themselves. Do they have the faith in their leader? Do they have the faith in each other to really pull that win over T1 today? And for T1, do they have that confidence to bring it through all the way to the end of playoffs?
And you look at the individual players on T1, right? You have Excret, you have Saya player, you have Carpe as well. These are players that you wouldn't really, want to face up against in any situation. But as T1 put themselves so nicely, the harmony of Team Secret is actually what makes them such a frightening opponent to anybody, no matter how big of a name you are.
Yeah, I mean, that harmony has been there for Team Secret. The vibes have been getting better. The energy from these players, the comfort on stage has been found for them. For T1, they've shown it in the past, but it has been a bit more disjointed. We'll see if everybody's going to be in tune with one another today, because, I mean, you mentioned the names on that T1 squad. There are legends of Korean FPS on that team, but they have been stumbling as of late. Carpe, somebody who's going to be needing to find a very firm performance here today. Izu as well. Players that have shown what their peaks can be, have shown what they are capable of doing, but it's been few and far in between what we've seen, those crucial moments, those things that really just widen your eyes and say, damn, that is a hell of a player.
Well, this is going to be a hell of a match, so let's toss it to William and to Valdez.
Hello and welcome to the caster desk. Thank you so much, guys, on the analyst desk for breaking that whole thing down here. We're beginning playoffs, and it is going to be a blast. How are you doing today, William?
I'm doing great. I mean, I'm a little nervous as well, right? The Desk talked about it. The fact that we're starting with a knockout round. The fact that one of these, or two of these teams today, I guess, out of the 4 teams, are going to be done, all the way until stage 2. That's a heartbreaker.
It's rough. I mean, it's a lot to stomach. You barely make it into playoffs, and you might just, take one step in and then just kind of fall off the cliff. So hopefully these teams put on a good showing today, as only one of them can make it onto the next round. And that's really what this knockout round is about. It's not going to be easy, because even if you do win today,
yes,
you have a very strong team waiting for you afterwards. So should be a lot of fun, regardless, to see who is going to pick up this first win.
Yeah, especially starting on Lotus. I mean, I think the way the draft went through, I was also hoping that at least one of the teams would bring out a bit of a surprise. I was actually hoping a bit more from Secret in terms of that surprise. But I think the draft overall, both teams very predictable. I think you saw this coming. You knew exactly what comps each other are playing. So now they just got to duel it out once we get in the server.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting map to start off with. I think the Lotus, it's been played by both of these teams a lot, but Team Secret taking a lot of losses, but close losses in recent times. They did also have that one win over DFM, so T1 do select it here first. Obviously a map they're very comfortable on, but let's see if the preparation comes in here for the side of Team Secret. They did select attack side, and something that the desk was talking about a lot, the preparation coming into this one to see if Team Secret, with that little bit of extra time, can get the upper hand here against T1.
Yeah, Secret's very famous for that, and quite frankly, T1 has not been in a spot where a lot of people are expecting them to reinvent themselves. They just have to really work on their foundations right now to clean things up.
Absolutely. Well, map number 1, Lotus, starts right now between Team Secret and T1. Only one of these teams can move on to the next round of playoffs. We're going to figure that out today as we do hop into this beautiful map of Lotus.
Yeah, so we're going to see Jeremy go in with the kind of the boss buy here, right? He's going to have the Frenzy given over, got the half armor as well. So Team Secret really just looking to send it, and Jeremy is meant to go in, just wreak havoc and pick up kills and survive afterwards. You've got the double blast pack, no boom bot there, not looking for information.
Yeah, just going to send it as soon as they possibly can. Let's see how this works out for them.
That's a good spot.
As they're going to be potentially rushing into the B site here. Xcurate is peeking out towards Mountain. He's going to see them behind, does not hit. And under shots, it will actually go down to NDG already.
Yeah, you still got the hold, though, with the toxic screen. And the spike being dropped and the snakebite being there, it's a little risky. Jeremy will salvage it for the time being. So while Xcurate goes down, it looked a little rough. He's whiffing all 3 first shots, but he buys enough time for the backup to arrive. Borkum, though, great deep lurk in.
Well, we'll see if they expect this. Rossi going to be the first one to go down. And now Borkum just continuing to lurk on the backside there, being very annoying for the team. Takes a little trade here with Saya player. But this should be the plan to on C eventually, as the paint shells a little bit of damage there.
A little bit more, okay. Yeah. A little bit more than you would have wanted for sure, but I do like that Borkum came back for backup. Allows there to be a crossfire, and Team Secret's looking to push into the smoke.
There's a lot of players going into this one, and Saya picks up 2 actually, and now Izu's already on the site, but he is going to go down as well as NDG holds it and gets another kill through the wall, picks up 3 for himself, and Team Secret are on the board.
Yeah, NDG is someone that has, I think, slowly and very quietly been catching a lot of people's eyes, right? He's not the one who's always the catalyst for the team, but he's really figured out how to be in the right place at the right time to get those trades, make sure that he can capitalize on his just calm aim. You know, gets the first kill against Xcurate as well. Borkum coming back into the site to make sure the plan can happen. That's a great call. The push into the smoke, too. I mean, Saya gets, you know, the double kill, sure, on 2 low members, but a little smile from NDG as well. Usually not as expressive.
Yeah, he looked very pleased with himself, is I think the way I would describe that is here's Xcurate once again, and these shots are just not landing. So kind of unfortunate. Borkum obviously going to win that one eventually with the Bulldog.
Yeah, so Xcurate pushing out, taking these shots. I do like that. Something that some people noticed ever since Xcurate picked up the IGLing role is that he hasn't been able to be as aggressive. And him playing the chamber, they rely on him being aggressive, taking space over. So he's going to have to continue to just challenge his own confidence to try to take these shots. But again, obviously, if you don't land it, you're not gaining anything.
Yeah, I mean, it's very early on in the best of 3, and I think, you know, just getting that out of your system very early on, you know, it's a kind of a ego round for yourself anyway, so see what you can do. Maybe you hit a nice shot, maybe you don't, and at the end of the day, it is still a lot of time in this series, so let's see what he can get going as Team Secret looking to slowly push into A, but Saya player with this Marshall going to pick up an early kill here on a Jesse Vosh. Here comes the push onto the site. But Carpe actually going to win that one with the Classic, but the rest of Team Secret is swarming in. A decent hold so far from the side of T1, all things considering, but Team Secret's still going to get this plant.
And Saya's picked up the Outlaw. I mean, you've got 2 members that are absolutely one-shot here for Saya. He could do some damage. It's great news that Borkum has full armor, because that might be what saves them to make sure that they clinch out this round. Obviously, the positioning, very beneficial for Secret. But it is Saya with a scope. We know what he's capable of with this, and he's definitely going to go for it. I mean, this is a free upgrade anyway.
Grenade! Absolutely. Going to take out the turret, and they know exactly which direction he's coming in from. There's not a lot of time, but he obviously is looking to see what he can see. He's not going to hit that one, and now he's just kind of on the run here.
Hey, he's going to try to just go for the save and see if he can pick up 1 extra exit. No, he's just going to go for the death. He wants the extra exit kills as well. And he'll just go, you know, it's not the end of the world for Saya. Given the position he was in, you're not giving over a free ult orb. It's not too bad considering Jeremy's only 2 points away from his showstopper already. That's crazy. They have been feeding him orbs. He only has 1 kill.
Yeah, I think he got both plants, right?
Yes.
So absolutely trying to build that up as fast as he possibly can. Borkum just pretty clean there. Ports over to the right side, picks up a 2nd kill. It wasn't the cleanest entry onto the site, but they got the job done.
Yeah, you know, it's an anti-eco as long as you can carry things over. Now, that does mean this is a true bonus, which we haven't been seeing too often, but it's a fast push in, and Saya holds the ground. He's very low, though, so Secret, they're going to want to continue to push this.
And speaking of which, Saya himself positioning pretty aggressively as well. Executor going to pick up a kill. Borkum did get one before he went down. And now Team Secret thinking about rotating with this spike over towards B. As we already see, NDG is pretty deep into this one. Team Secret, they just have to retake. But let's see if they even plant here. They might just try to look to wrap all the way around onto C.
Yeah, I think that might be the good call here as well.
Sleep.
Carpe, a good shutdown. And the other thing is Rossi pushing out of C is also a great idea, right? Rather than being there, knowing that B has been giving over, and now you have to wait for a potential crossfire, he's positioning himself where he can only watch one angle. You can still regroup for the retake. You know you have the numbers advantage. You have the buy round. You don't want to give over weapon upgrades. It's fluid movement. Bit of a turret miss there. It's those moments that you wish we didn't catch, but the observers are great at that.
Yes. Let's just blame the turret for that one. Feeling a little lazy. Didn't want to go up on the box. But T1 looking to wrap around here from the mound side. As there's only 2 people left here on the side of Team Secret. One of them with a ghost. It's Jesse Vash. Let's see if he can pull off a miracle. No, he's just going to die instead. And NDG just on the back of the site.
So he's just trying to draw them out, see if he can pick up some extra kills here. Get towards that lockdown. He gets 1, forces him to peek him. He gets 2! Oh man, I thought we might have been on for a chain. So obviously, at the end of the day, not a great ending for T1, right? Everyone lost armor. You lost 3 members, 3 rifles. It's pretty big economic damage considering that Secret stuck with a pure bonus.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like that was a very nice little cheeky maneuver right there at the end from NDG, just getting so much value in a position where generally you're not going to get much at all. As T1 were looking for the 4v2 retake there. So pretty good job done, all things considered, by the side of Team Secret. But T1 now on the board, maybe getting some of those jitters out. We'll see if they can turn things around here.
Yeah, and especially Excurit. He's not going to be able to greed for the operator like he normally does, so he really needs to get these kills, build up the creds, and all right, he's not taking the risk anymore, but partly because he has backup. Does Secret read into this, right? The fact that Excurit doesn't greed for it.
Oh, that's, yeah, first kill from NDG. This guy is on fire. So kind of the opposite of some of the jitters we have seen from the T1 members. And now Jeremy, he has a showstopper online.
Yeah.
So this is round 4, and they already got a kill. So let's see what he can get done.
He needs to get
as he is in. He's going to miss it. Down he will go. Very unfortunate for him. Rossi is on 2 health. So there's that. But not quite the show-stopping power we're used to.
Oh man, that's rough. And now, I mean, they're just trying to force the Secret's just piling through the poison cloud. I mean, they're sending it. Sure, you might get a kill, but all things considered, the round should be done and dusted here. The spike's already stranded within the site. Saya still has the revolving door control, so worst case, he can always delay them. They see them going through. It's a high-low setup as well. I mean, Envy expects it, but this is rough. Yeah, I mean, how do you win that?
Yeah, T1 absolutely cleaning him up there as the entry from the side of Team Secret was lackluster, to say the least.
Yeah.
Very much forced, it felt like.
Yes. I mean, listen, sending the showstopper in, that's fine. And then, you know, the first person, like, if it was a much more smooth entry, like, even if you got sent into the meat grinder, if it was just quicker, I wouldn't have blamed them, right? I would have said, okay, you're trying to make sure that the raise doesn't get stranded, you know, the ult doesn't hit.
There we go. There we go. Let's go.
But yeah, I mean, that's a good hold. It's good repositioning as well from the 2 members over on T1 on C, right? They didn't stay on the box. They immediately start to reposition as the blast packs come in. And now Team Secret, I mean, they would have wished to do more conditioning, but they have to start over right now with an aggressive smoke onto mound.
Yeah, we'll see what they can get done with 5 upgraded pistols, and that's about it. Some half armors from 3 of the members. But just going to be looking for picks here, you would imagine. So Rossi, it's like, that's what I'm talking about, right? He's already getting pretty excited. And, I mean, it felt pretty good for Team Secret at first, but the last couple of rounds definitely pretty heavily in T1's favor.
You also have to consider the fact that for the first 3 rounds, you know, it was NDG and Borkum with the bulk of the kills. You know, almost no one else had any kills on the board, so it's not like Secret overall, all 5 members have been firing on all cylinders. It's just that they had some better reads, had some better lurks. And obviously, like you mentioned, Valdez, just on the upgraded pistols, now going in as a death ball, but it's not looking great. Yeah, they'll get 1. That one actually could be an upgrade for them.
My ult is ready.
It's going to be Carpe picking up another kill, but he took a lot of damage to the wall now as he's just going to throw out the Nightfall just in case, but now he's going to go down as Borkum going to get another upgrade as Rossi just lurking on the side here will pick up one, but immediately goes down. And now it's up to side player, but he goes down. And now we got a 1v1.
Oh, and he's tagged as well. I mean, Jesse Vash absolutely has a huge advantage because Izu has no idea about the sound right now. He's deaf.
10 seconds left.
They're just playing for the time. Jesse, he expects the wraparound. He sees him.
That is great info, but Jesse on 5 health, and down he will go. Izu barely able to hold on to that round. But again, that was full buys versus 3 half armors and sheriffs.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, this is still a morale boost for Team Secret, but obviously them also sending their Nightfall, it starts to feel a bit iffy. You thought you had a chance to win it, so you're sending that ultimate. I don't blame that at all. I mean, good picks as well, good trades. Sure, the Nightfall comes out from Carpe, but Borkum knows that his paranoia should have hit as well, so he just walks right in, charges into the site, opens things up, trades back and forth. So if you're a Secret fan, obviously Secret, okay, the trading, etc., that seems a lot better. But the decision-making still, we haven't seen anything too different yet from their past styles. I really like to consider that Secret, no matter what type of composition they're playing, they're much more of a control-type team where they will always wait for the opponents, and just like this.
Boy. Saya's getting in there, but a very nice disengage, but it doesn't matter because Rossi and User, they're pushing out a bid, and they're going to pick up 3 kills themselves as out come T1 and absolutely clobber them. Aggressive from the defense.
Yeah, and if you hear the showstopper coming out of Mount, I mean, every team does this. It's never alone. It's always with a B push. It's always a pinch. And it just felt like Secret, they didn't expect it at all. I mean, they were not positioned to react to it whatsoever. Like you said, they just get swarmed from mid. And the members over on the A default were not in place to provide it. Meanwhile, T1, great timing, right? They're coming off back into a bye. Now you're breaking the economy again, once again. An absolute variety pack with a couple Stingers, Bulldog. They're even going to buy 2 Spectres, so really trying to make sure they can pick up the momentum again here.
Even a pick going to be utilized. And oh man, the paint shells onto Envy as well. I mean, Team Secret are kind of falling apart at the seams as T1 are taking the reins in this first map so far. NDG is going to get 1 Bulldog kill. Saya is going to take a bunch of damage themselves. The aggressive push coming out from the side of Team Secret, not half bad. Going to tie things up 2-2.
T1 still wanting to... spots the elbow. Yeah, you can't ever give him that second chance. That's clean. And the other thing is Excurate, usually known for like the early round 3 op buys, things like that. But here, just because of the economy, it took a while, and I think Secret started to forget a little bit about how you want to play against a potential operator. They weren't really expecting it on that round 7 there.
Yeah. As we did see a pretty aggressive push from the side of Team Secret out of Rubble, but then Excurate makes things pretty simple at the end. This time he's not missing, and he's even singing. And that is going to get a timeout out of Team Secret.
Yeah, it almost feels like Warbirds probably just heard things in the comms where they were like, okay, they still have a good flow chart in mind round to round. They had certain defaults that they wanted to start with, but T1 is now just 1 step ahead of him every single time. And this is the thing about T1. I mean, they are a team that has always wished to play very aggro, right? They always look like they want to play like PRX, and sometimes they do. So when a fight happens, you can't imagine that it's just 1 or 2 people. Like, T1's just going to funnel in, maybe to their own demise sometimes. And I think Secret, if they wait a bit more patiently, if their default's a bit sturdier, sure, it could be to their benefit. But right now, strategically, T1 having the read 1 step ahead. So curious to see what comes out of this timeout, because so far it's always been Mound first and Rubble. So yeah, the obvious change would be hit Rubble first, right? Try to take that control a bit more. You saw the set utility come out in that previous round. Avoid it. Either wait for it or go for a double blast back immediately to get past it onto Rubble.
Yeah, absolutely. I think after 5 rounds in a row, Warbirds has to step in and say, okay, this is not what we practiced, guys. We got to be a bit better with this one.
It's a read here from T1. They send the paint shells right in. They know the adjustment's going to be to try to get past the utility, and it's just a switch up. Oh, that hurts. It's one of those things where it's just a straight rock, paper, scissors when it comes to Lotus.
Yeah. I mean, early rounds, T1 looked a little bit nervous, but now they just look in total control. I mean, they are reading every single angle. They are so far ahead of Team Secret in these last bunch of rounds. This is from the defense side of Lotus. It is T1's map pick.
Sure.
But, I mean, Team Secret, they've played this map a lot. They should be ready for stuff like this. They should have had the preparation, but we're just not seeing it just yet. And T1 absolutely looking pretty strong as Rossi's going to get the info from C as well. That little push is coming in.
Just a snake bite and an Odin. He doesn't. Yeah, he has a poison cloud up on the side as well, just for a bit of a one-way. Borkum's gonna continue to be a menace over on A, so the backup's not here yet. But now T1 has a read, right? It was just the Omen on the other side from the shadows here for backup as well. Rossi knows that they've gone through, and the Odin only good for one.
30 seconds.
Yeah, only good for one now. Izu on the back of the site. Doesn't know exactly where they are, and Envy with the quick one. Carpe only on 7 health, and now the pit's gonna come down as well. On top of this plant, so a chance here for Team Secret.
T1, they've already snuck Excurid in. Does Team Secret read this at all? But this is, I mean, this is so difficult, right? I mean, you're already on low health. The decay doesn't help either. Sure, the spike's right outside. Maybe you could try to go for a tap from one side, but the barrel will be shown.
Oh, the miss there, but Excurid. And he's not quite going to get it done. So Team Secret, they get onto the C site. They put down a pit, and they barely hold on. So it's a win after a timeout. Team Secret, I suppose they can be happy with that. But a pretty close round.
Yeah, and I'm seeing, that round, not just because Secret won, but we're seeing some similar things that used to play T1 before, in that it doesn't seem like all players are exactly on board with the tempo they want to play, right? Some players are still like, hey, Secret might play slow, they might come B, we should keep an eye on that. And then other players are like, well, he's got the Odin on the side, I'm going to go to back him up. But now you're going in 1-by-1, giving them this opportunity to fight 1v1, and it leads to that Viper's Pit. We'll see if that gets cleaned up. But now Team Secret, they'll return with their own operator pickup as well, obviously picking that up in that previous round from their opponents.
Yeah, Jeremy slowly but surely had to pick this operator up, as Achilles was talking about on the desk earlier with Dubstep leaving the team, and Jeremy having to fill that spot, as here's Carpe saying hello, and he is going to win that trade, and gets out as Excurid as well.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's just FPS 101, the bait and switch. Oh, man.
Yeah, they made that look extremely clean. And the rest of Team Secret, the remains, kind of fragmented up here. We still have Jesse back at spawn. We have a couple of guys pushing through the revolving door. Just trying to look for picks here.
Yeah, and Excurid's movement is so good, right? He pushes all the way out on Rebel while they get contact on C. And after a few seconds, when the rotation could have happened, he now backs out, and they start to hold close on C again, just in case it's an audio cut and a lurk. Jesse has crept in by crouching through. Might be able to get a jump surprise, but this default is so well spread out from T1 so far. Oh, the timing is perfect from Carpe.
Yeah. He definitely got a pretty good read. Heard some stuff, but Jeremy's going to hit that op shot.
And this is a setup for Jesse. Like, he snuck in through A. I mean, sure, you might get kills, but Jesse's through.
Yeah, Jesse is on the A side, and now T1 a little bit out of position, as that's going to be a nice little kill picked up here by Jeremy.
Oh, that's massive. I mean, no audio. Then the showstopper, but okay. A little bit crazy. So I think the idea was that you're going to deafen them, you get the tag on 2, and then the showstopper just to really scare them, since Jesse Vash is alone, because you'll still get that cue that the ult was activated, you just have no idea where. So overall, I mean, Team Secret trying to make sure that they're going into the next round with all the safety possible. Either way, not needed, though.
Yeah, you can see they were totally caught with their pants down, and it was a bit confusing for the side of T1. They scramble, and Team Secret don't even need that showstopper. Easy lineup there. As Jeremy has a nice round. And Team Secret are right back in this. I mean, 5-4, a couple of rounds in a row for them. And here's the one-way as trying to control mounds now. Excurid trying to push out of B. Maybe trying to get aggressive once again.
Yeah, so I can't imagine that they're going to go too heavy. If they are, they got to all flood in at the right time. Counter Paranoia is perfect timing, though, and he's even going to land the shot. Rossi with the judge backup as well. I mean, listen, I don't blame them. This time they tried to flood, right? Instead of just sending the Rays in. But T1's ready for it.
Yeah, they were super ready for it. Now Excurid even going to get a nice kill. And look at the spike positioning as well. It's right on the other side of the door. As it is going to be revolved once again, but Envy trying to take these trades instead. NDG now the last person left alive.
And they know. I mean, Mound's empty. Spike's here. I mean, NDG's been good with his shots. I'll give that to him.
Ooh. Nice try, but at the end of the day, it is T1's round. So back on the board for T1. They stopped the flood onto the C site with flying colors. I think it was a sheriff kill and then a judge kill. Yep. So not the cleanest entry, you could say, on the C.
Yeah, that's just patient right there as well. After the paranoia, knowing that you haven't been spotted because of that vision block.
I'm not scared, bro. Yo. Guys,
Rossi?
we are the better team. Let's
Trying to hype him up, but trying to keep the energy a little bit calmer, though, I've noticed, over on the T1 side. I think they've realized that they're not in a spot to celebrate too early coming into playoffs. Obviously, a rough stage so far.
Yeah. It is the vibe merchant,
yes.
not necessarily the hype merchant, unless, you know, depending on the situation, right? And Rossi has been fantastic at that.
Yeah, you got to know which vibe to sell at the right time.
Yeah.
I like that.
He's got a lot of different vibes in his wares, in his store. But so far, it's kind of been the calm, cool, collected. Okay, you know, they came out fast, but we're better than them, you know, that kind of energy. And so far, T1 have proved it just slightly with the lead here. I think 6 rounds from the defense so far. Going to be feeling pretty good. Here's Saya looking to push. He's going to miss everything, as that is going to be the Sheriff headshot from the side of Jeremy. But with this wall up and a kill from Excurate, still looking good for the side of T1. And on the opposite side of the door, it's going all T1, as they will be able to clean them up here. Just trying to run away.
Oh, man.
It's Jesse Vash, and they get absolutely destroyed there. Only Saya going down after the aggressive peek.
Yeah, the Nightfall is massive there. The Nightfall plus the Toxic Screen means that even though you only tag Carpe, Secret, you can tell the comms break down a little bit, right? Are we going in to punish him? Are we not? We're all damaged, right? The decay's there. Look at their health bars. If they go through that Toxic Screen, it's bad. Envy's then trying to regroup, like maybe we are charging through B. He gets caught, then the extra paranoia. And on T1 side, the backup's very timely. It's not too early, right? They're still waiting to see because they don't want to end up going in 1 by 1 after Carpe dies. So now Team Secret, a bit of an adjustment. Jeremy going in front of Rubble, and that's always the next step, right? If you're getting picked off and you can't get a read on the skill util timings, you go ahead of it, avoid it all, and just make sure you're winning the duel. A great first kill for him.
Yeah, very nice aggressive pickoff there from Jeremy. They really need him to do more stuff like that, as NDG, he's going to drop down right at the worst time. Easy going to get the benefit of that one. But this push is coming in from the side of Team Secret, and nobody is over here from the side of T1. So will be a free plant onto A.
Jeremy going to try to hide himself up in heaven. The post plant, very much just in the site, right? Sure, you have tree. And the spike is somewhat positioned for that crossfire, but T1 is going to have to clear out everything. And then from the shadows, that's just to make sure that they're wasting more time clearing every single corner, worried about the lurk.
There's just so many angles to clear here, and Impy at tree's going to pick up 2 as they try to come through the door. Impy not expecting the third person, but still pretty late here. Izu's going to have to pull off a miracle at this point. Down he will go. And Excurate, just the last one left. He picks off 1, gets a second, but he will be taken out. Wasn't enough time to go for the defuse anyway. So now Team Secret going to pick up 5 rounds from the attack.
I mean, considering how it started, I think the 5 rounds doesn't feel so bad for Secret, right? You were down 2-5. Obviously, yeah, on the attack you would have wanted more rounds, but how does it go? I believe it was the famous Razzie Binks over from the Philippines saying, oh, we are defense side specialists. It did not work out for them against TLN, but they always have been. And I agree. Team Secret, they're very good on the defense because that's where they can really just wait with a default, right? You get the read on the ante, you say this is their style, this is the default crafted to make sure they always fall into a trap. You know, the unforced errors just happen from them, and then we can punish it.
I love that sign. This sign may be better. Excurate, can I have your number, please? A couple of hearts there.
Yeah, we got to make sure Excurate sees that. You at least need a definitive answer. You can't leave them hanging, you know? If you're going to say no, you got to just say no.
Well, you can always come down and try to meet the pros after the games. Always a lot of fans waiting.
Yeah.
So that might be a good opportunity.
Fan meets as well. You know, some of the teams are organizing it right outside. You have the fan sign wall and everything. But, you know, for one of these teams, they're not going to have an opportunity after today. So we'll see if they can survive.
Yeah. The first sign I saw was do or die together. Like a couple of hearts. I'm like, interesting.
That seems to have been the slogan for T1. But it's a very extreme one, I would say.
Yeah. Well, gotta get the job done in one way or another, I guess, in Valorant.
Yeah, you've got the 3 half armors, still the double blast back as well. So T1 looking for a side execute, same as, but they're just not going to feed him the frenzy. Rossi just going to selfishly buy up to the Sheriff here for a little bit extra firepower.
Yeah. Remember I was talking about, wait, as Xgrid looking to get out aggressive. I was talking about how, some early misses not going to mean too much. Xgrid's on top, but here comes Saya on top of B, and Carper's going to get that first one. A couple of trades back as here is Xgrid, picks up another one. Oh, man,
that's
Rossi
rough.
as well from the middle of B is just picking people off one by one. And now Jeremy is alone.
Yeah, Jeremy looking for the wraparound. Does take a bulk of that damage, though, from the paint shells, I believe. So, they're going to expect it, right? With the timing, the fact that he doesn't die to the paint shells, you're expecting the wraparound. It looks like they're reading, okay, it has to be from the defender spawn. But if not, they're both going to be on that side, so they only have to look towards B main. It's good positioning once again from T1 overall based on their reads. They don't even have to necessarily check the site. They just have to make sure that they're not getting wrapped around on too easily.
Yeah. Should be ready to pull back in if Jeremy does tap the spike, which he is going to have to do soon enough. Xgrid looking for the peak early on. There's the tap on the spike, and Jeremy's just not looking the right way. So T1 going to pick up the pistol here from the attacker side.
All right, so 1 pistol each. See if T1 can convert it into the anti-eco as well. Obviously, those early 2 rounds really saving TS from a bit more humiliation, so to speak, in the first half. Oh, clean shots from Rossi. And the trade here to bail out Xgrid as well. That's fast. Oh, boy. All right, selfish or not, the Sheriff was right by, that's for sure.
Yo, my deagle is too... I'm sorry, bro. My deagle is too nice.
I mean, he's right.
He's right.
It was too nice.
It really just feels like we're watching a Rossi stream today.
Well, he's got the vibes for himself. And he's feeling pretty good about his position here. T1 taking the lead in a pretty big way. And it's their map pick. It's attack on Lotus. You gotta like the momentum they have at this point in time.
Yeah, for Secret, I mean, it's just about making sure that your prep is good. Jeremy, that's a good timing there. He gets 2 and the reload. It doesn't matter. Borkum's right there. I mean, it takes T1 so long to realize where Jeremy's coming from.
Well, that's a Thrifty with all 5 people alive.
I was thinking to myself, I was thinking to myself, like, oh, the statement I just made about hopefully they convert the anti-eco, that's a stupid statement, because usually you always do. But, okay, there was a reason why I said it, apparently.
Yeah, maybe too many vibes. I mean, they kind of just sent it into tree, and they said, okay, well, we have the better guns. We should be able to win this.
Yeah.
Well, they weren't.
I mean, let's look at this, because... Sure, the first guy, fine. The one-way bloom's just in time, but the reaction, I mean, Jeremy's very clean with it as well. It does look like Saya tries to turn as fast as possible as soon as you realize what happened, but Jeremy's just quick with it. Xgrid past the one-way, though. Yeah, you need things like this. It's a rough one because you only have the headhunter, but the chamber needs to challenge and at least make sure that the defenders don't have space for free.
And now T1 grouped up here outside of C. Trying to get in, but there's a nice setup already from the side of Team Secret, and it's an easy spray down from Envy, who already has an AK at this position. So now T1, that's kind of the head cut off of the beast, and Izu's going to go down as well. As Carpe just going to try to find a way to go down pretty lightly.
Yeah, that's like the most you can hope for, and it's not looking great with the Poison Cloud and a Han behind him.
Well, he's just going to get shot in the back. Team Secret, a very obvious victory after that one. It's a couple of flawless rounds in a row. It was a Thrifty, but also nobody died in the last round, and then in this one as well.
This is pretty rough because we always say that, obviously, if you lose a pistol, it's rough, but then if you're able to Thrifty the anti-eco, it's actually more economic damage because now you're taking away extra credits that were invested. You can even get free upgrades. But we did see, now being on the attacking side just right before, Xgrid does go into that operator buy. So just making sure that they've saved up for it. Sure, it's a half armor. But now it's about positioning Xgrid up for success, right? He doesn't have to be the one who opens the site, but he has to be the one who ties up Secret's push-outs. And look at this utility investment to make sure they get the orb. That brings the showstopper. I mean, retakes are all online now for Secret.
Yeah, he's going to have a really nice opportunity and a good team play to just get him in position to pick up that orb. And the rest of T1, as we know, are going to be pushing into A. As the toxic screen does come up.
Now this is a very risky position for NDG, but it's just off of the alarm, but he can't land it because of the blast pack setup.
Well, Rossi going to go down, but the rest of T1 is going to swarm the site and take down everybody who was defending it. And now, with 4 players available, are they going to invest a showstopper to try to 2v4 clutch this one?
I don't know about the showstopper. If they get 1 kill, maybe, but the op's just going to shut that down. Now Jeremy, his only mission is to take away this op! Okay.
Well, he's going to kill the op holder.
I mean, going for it is fine here. That's one.
He's going to try for it. Izu, and it's just, yeah, he's trying to reload, and there's just too many angles to cover. So that's going to be T1 on the attack, picking up a round, and they will be able to get that operator for Excurate.
Yeah, you couldn't quite take it away fully, so that's a bit of a shame. But I think Jeremy going for it rather than just like running away with the op, I think that's fine, right? You were overall in rounds ahead in economy thanks to that thrifty earlier. So you're just seeing maybe I can do even more damage, things like that. But the reload in a tough spot.
Yeah, Carpe didn't really seem like too excited, just trying to keep calm.
He almost seemed disappointed that Jeremy was reloading there, right?
Not sure about that one, friend. But, and there is another pick from Excurate. He gets that operator back. And that's going to be a big lead now for the side of T1. But Jeremy on the Rudy is going to pick him off. So now 4v4, a chance for the side of Team Secret.
This is very good from Secret. They make sure that they regain control of Rumble, and then they push out of Mound, so they have the priority, and they hide Envy in as well. I mean, you hear the shot from Mound. You see where the Boombot was going. This is excellently set up by NDG, and he's not leaving. That's the important part. Envy's not on his own. They're still going to check for it, I believe, with the Prowler. Whoa, well, now they know for sure.
Now they know for sure, and Rossi's going to get that shot, and 3 people peek at the same time onto Envy, and they clean that up excellently. Nobody else is here on C, and should be a free plant for T1.
Bit unfortunate. Jesse Vash is early, but his teammate isn't.
Planted.
That does make things a little rough. I mean, Jesse Vash had a timing, so going in alone, it's rough, but I like the idea of it. If you can dwindle it down, get a surprise 2 kill, you know, it's the 1v2.
Now, just had to hit the shots as Jeremy is going to get his paint shells back, and now 1v3, he is going to actually go for it as he is trying to wrap around from the left side, and down he goes, easy on top of the box. Will take him down. So now T1 on 10 rounds to 7.
So I really like that Secret. You know, they don't shy away from the operator. They say, okay, it's a double stack over by A. Let's make sure we punish this because otherwise we're just going to have to play scared. So they go and they actually get the kill. They regain control of Rumble. And then off of that, they back off because now T1 has to re-clear Rumble. They push out a Mound. Like, overall, the macro is very good from Team Secret. But that one darned Prowler, it just ruins everything here. And it's a good check from T1.
Yeah, just a good read. Maybe a bit obvious. I mean, the idea, certainly, as you mentioned, was very good. But it did not work out for them as here comes Excurate. He's not going to hit it. Just taking a bit of damage to make that play possible. But just not going to kill for his troubles.
Yeah, barely saw the hand. Doesn't land it. But you still got the Nightfall here for T1. So if you can just continue to make sure that at least one guy, if not 2, are tied up by Rubble, then the Nightfall into C, it's a pretty easy idea. Trying to see if there's a reaction. I love that they're constantly fishing. They just want to know for sure, is there an investment in the site?
Saya just spraying every angle he knows. And might just, he's going to try to take down the turret. There's a Prowler as well. Definitely getting a lot of utility out of this. And making a lot of noise. You see that T1 themselves, the rest of the team is not looking to push towards C.
Yeah, but what they did was they confirmed that the Fade was inside the site, right? The Prowler comes out from the plant location. So now they've still made sure that they're not pushing out a B main. The Showstopper gets drawn out. This might be huge!
He's only going to get 1, though, as that could have been way worse. I mean, there were 3 people in there. And Rossi's going to make quick work of him afterwards. There's the Nightfall on a B. As T1 are looking to get in, Izu also on the back of the site, but Envy on the other side of the toxic screen, and Izu's positioning is perfect as now NDG getting super low on the back of this one. Izu picks up another one as they cannot clear out this Omen.
Spike planted.
Izu doing everything, opening it up, setting up his teammates, defending the site.
Okay. Borkum gets one, he does not get a second, and Izu picks up a massive round for the team, a 3K, and they just could not figure out what to do with Izu on that site.
Yeah, and this was one of my concerns, right? If you allow T1 to play on their favorite comfort pick of Lotus, and let's say it goes to a map 3, it's still another map that T1 doesn't mind, and especially these are maps where Izu pops off. As much as I'm one of those guys who had high hopes for Izu, he's still been a little shaky, depending on the agent he plays, and you're allowing him to go into these comfort roles where he knows that he can clutch up. I mean, it's starting to look risky because you can't ante against that. You can't ante against clutch moments like that where one guy just holds the entire control over a site.
Yeah. I mean, you saw Envy, he's in position. He's like, okay, I'm going to stop them if they try to cross the toxic screen, and maybe just the communication not there after the fact, after Izu gets the first kill, and the fact that he got so much value out of that position was kind of insane. And now T1, they forced the second timeout out of Team Secret, only a couple of rounds away from taking down this first map, and looking comfortable as ever, as you mentioned, here on Lotus.
Now, the thing is overall, again, the map setup, not bad, right? Team Secret, they know that they might have been pushed away from Mount, so the Showstopper comes out. You know that they're going to be forced for time. They have to start making a decision. Envy was still holding Baby Door, things like that. So it's not like the default positioning was bad, but they're not accounting for the curveballs that are possible. You're not accounting to potentially even losing some of these duels. And off of that timeout, T1 says, let's just meet him, right? If it's a rubble push, we're here to fight it. There's nobody home.
T1 trying to get aggressive. We'll see if they feel this pressure from behind them right now as gonna push in through tree, and this time Saya brought a rocket with him. Not gonna be taken down in tree this time. It's not gonna get any value though. I mean, he's just gonna fire it off here. I think it killed a Prowler or something on the back of the site, but T1 should be able to get this plant, and there is the pit.
Yeah, the pit is what they're relying on, right? That's why the death ball comes through, and you expect after a timeout, it's either a rubble push or a mound push, so it's a good read so far. What can Secret do to break through this?
NDG trying to push on in, trade of 2 for 2 now. Execute is going to go down, but T1 holding onto the pit for now, as Rossi has not gone down, but here's a Boombot to try to clear things out in the back of tree.
Right, you know one guy's there. Snakebite lands, but not quite close enough. They know they have to push.
They're going to try to push here. It is a 1v1 now, as he is decayed down, and the one tap from the side of Rossi will take him down, as T1 barely going to hold on to that push, and that gets them to map point.
Yeah, big round and a hard read off of that timeout, right? It's one of two things. It's rubble or mound push out. It always is. And they say, listen, if it's mound, it's going to come from 2 directions. Rather than worry about that, let's just go fast into rubble. If they happen to be there, we still have 5 members. We can trade through it. But if not, it's an easy site. You even use the Showstopper. That way, the site has to be empty. And the whole purpose, in hindsight, is that the Showstopper opens up the Viper's Pit, right? It might not get a kill, but it makes the Viper's Pit absolutely safe.
And now, T1 getting aggressive once again. The pit this time coming out from the side of Team Secret, rather, on the C site. As is pretty standard. Gonna force T1 to potentially push into a big setup here from Team Secret on A.
So T1, once again, they're just relying on the trademark, right? They're playing because it's map point. If we push with a numbers advantage, that's what attackers have on every map.
Here comes Jesse Vash. He's going to push on through and right into Xcaret, who's just going to no-scope him in the face. And T1 looks like they're going to put the cap on this map, potentially. Only 2 guys left here on the side of Team Secret, and Xcaret really going to pick up a second one, gets the kill, finishes him off with the classic after hitting him through the wall, in the leg, rather. And Envy is alone. He does pick up 2.
Yeah, it's Envy. You do have to respect him a little bit. Some of the highest numbers we've seen all throughout Pacific.
He's going to go up against 2, and down he goes. T1 a dominant win here on the first map of Lotus, 13-7.
Yeah, it just absolutely goes to show that a comfort pick is a comfort pick. And overall, I think the defaults were a bit more stable. And more than anything, the team seems to be a lot more on the same page on how aggro they want to play, right? It doesn't seem all over the place. It doesn't seem chaotic. T1 looked a lot more organized. Meanwhile, Team Secret, I think they wanted to play a little bit too slow, wanted to rely on potentially the mess coming out from T1, and it doesn't happen.
Does not happen, so we're done here for the first map. Let's go over to the analyst desk to break down Lotus.
Ooh, 13-7 in favor of T1. Now, I know during the pre-show we were saying that, like, okay, this could very well just go like 2-0 in favor of Team Secret. I want to blame this on you, actually. You voted Team Secret. Even Warburz was like shifty eyes on you.
Whoa. Hey, yes, this could very well be the curse.
Yep.
Could have happened. But I also said that I saw this going to 3 maps. So
okay,
I think it's priced in, ultimately, is how I feel about this.
Fair.
It's a little bit more one-sided than I could have anticipated. There was a lot of rounds where we kind of there was some throwing, there was some trolling. You know, some also turnaround moments from Team Secret, like losing that second half pistol and then just absolutely putting them in the meat grinder over at A door with classics in hand, just mowing
Almost
down T1. Yeah, almost getting the knife as well. There was some silliness in this game for sure. But yeah, this was overall, I think, very well called by T1. I mean, the timings that they were able to take, I mean, we saw that, you know, timeout call from Team Secret. T1 immediately goes for just like a defender side crunch, just rushing out of B, pinching in on top of Team Secret, completely catching them off guard. The calling and the strats here from T1, they had a great idea about the game state and they were able to capitalize.
I'm not gonna lie, you know, I definitely have to agree with Achilles. At the start, you know, thinking about it, Lotus, oh my God, Team Secret, they did so good on this, you know, a couple of weeks ago. Is it gonna be the same story? Is T1 gonna go home with the 0-2? No, not at all. And, you know, if it does come down to the calling, the great reads coming through, it has to be, you know, said that the MVP for T1 is none other than Xcurate. Not only is he landing incredible op shots and, you know, doing his thing, he's reading what Team Secret's game plan is about to be. And, you know, in a lot of these rounds where he's able to kind of call, I think, you know, it's going to be a C push. Let's kind of set up a crunch around this. You'll be around the door. I'll be able to anchor around the site. And they do that several times. You know, that's why the first half was so competitive. That's why T1 came out at the in front during the first half. And Team Secret, on the other hand, I mean, they've been doing incredible things. I think Envy was very good at holding, but at some moments, you know, the team just kind of looks like a little bit too, I don't know, like, yeah, slow, like too calm. And sometimes, like, someone has the timing for a push, but someone else is so far across the map, and you're just thinking, like, you can't really fault them. They want to go for it, but it's not really, you know, meant to be.
I mean, even moments like that, yeah, they're going to win that pistol round because NDG is able to just hold things down. I mean, NDG, granted, off to a roaring start at the very beginning of the map, but then things kind of started to fizzle out a bit. But, you know, the call to just try to push into that smoke, unassisted by anything else. Side player comes away with 2 in that, and then suddenly the round is a lot closer than it needed to be. There were, you know, the highlight moments, this crunch right here where Jeremy eventually tries to end up going for a knife to take down Xcurate. Like, this was a great turnaround, and it felt like this was going to be that big push. It's like, okay, they win in the eco, they're able to shut down the anti-eco, now they start stringing rounds to get, no, not really. They win 2, and then unfortunately just everything else got away from them. A lot of whiff shots here from the side of Team Secret. Decent identifying of like what the positions and the rotations from T1 were going to be. Like Jesse, he was peeking over towards top B. He had agreed that Izu was going to be in that position after the From the Shadows was used, but that wasn't really read or seemingly communicated to the rest of the team because you see somebody pushing through out of short, baby door, into the B site. They get caught off guard. Izu finds that kill, and then he just swings back around to take out Jesse Bash. So like they're aware of some of these things, but no one's really following up on it. There's not really being anything sent over to really clear out those angles, and Secret just kept getting picked apart.
I mean, this doesn't really look like the Team Secret that we left off of in Stage 1, right? This was a very reactive, very sort of like, you know, almost a very slow Team Secret, which is very surprising because I would think that T1 would be the much slower team, especially on this map. But this was so surgical from T1. It was just like, literally just like, okay, let's just get one headshot here and one headshot here and leave Team Secret to scramble around, and it'll be easy pickings after that.
I mean, how many rounds there on Lotus did Team Secret just kind of like get ready to go on the attack and then got just boomed by a C's nade combo at Rubble?
Oh,
it's like
man,
twice in a row, and it was different people getting picked apart. You know, Jeremy died the first time. I forget who it was the time before that, but it's just even things like that, just being caught off guard by very standard set plays. It's a very different look here for the side of Team Secret, and one that isn't going to get them a victory. So going into Sunset, there's a map where they have had more success. Yes, they look comfortable on Lotus, but now I believe they're 1-4 on this map. They're 4-1 on Sunset. This is where they need to have that pop-off performance. This is where they need to show that masterclass.
Yes, it's kind of their comfort pick. You know, this is where Envy has that setup with the Fault Line and the Rolling Thunder, especially around the B site, or A site actually. And it works out really, really well. I have yet to see a team really cause Team Secret to sweat on this map. Maybe apart from DRX in like the first week of regular season, but they have been really, really good. I don't think Team Secret are like playing off today at all. It's just maybe getting warmed up a little bit. The communication or just trying to get the timings together feels a little bit off just at the start.
Look at Achilles' face.
I know.
Look at his face.
You need a close up on it. It's like
It's
he just ate a
pretty damn
lemon.
off. They need to plug the cord in and everything. There's no power going to it.
Individually, they're still there.
I do agree. There was just so many times where you felt like they were really gonna like push it, but they did not. They were just like hanging back, and suddenly it's that fear that I have when you have that good op, or when you have people who are players rather who will make them doubt their executes.
Yeah.
That
I think
is
that's what it is.
So deadly.
Because T1 dictated the pace. T1 had such great reads, that sees Paint Shell's combo at the start. Once they get hit by those things, they start to feel that confidence getting shaken. And then Team Secret starts to question themselves. There's like those thoughts, it's those seeds of doubt. And it kind of hurts them a little. If they play really well on Sunset, and this is their home pick, they should be more comfortable.
Well, I'm gonna make you guys really uncomfortable by turning our attention over here to our guess and gain little game over here, because you have both of you gentlemen over here at bronze. How are you liking this?
Not at all.
Over here, Achilles.
I haven't been here for forever. I haven't had an opportunity until now to redeem this.
Suddenly you've just been
How
like,
did this happen?
He's just been like smirking at us from bronze.
We have coin flip questions. That's how this has happened.
Well, here is our question for today. Who is going to, you know what? Let's just leave him there, like whatever. Who is going to score more kills today? Is it going to be Jeremy? Is it going to be Saya player? Please, gentlemen, take out your boards.
I'm consulting the stats from Lotus real quick.
Take out your board now. Here, take it.
All right.
We get to double down, right? Or something today?
They could do a tie. Yeah, I think you can double down. I mean, I might as well, because I can't go, even if I lose.
Steve, do we double down?
Like ×2.
Our best friend is Steve, by the way. He's the best person ever. He has the power.
Production said that we could basically 2x the bet, which means that if you lose, you're also going to D-rank twice. I can't D-rank twice.
So all right.
We have no... Yeah, we're just all or nothing.
Give me a T1 if you think Saya player is going to get more kills. Give me a TS if you think it's Jeremy. As we are about to head into our agent picks in just a bit, I just need these gentlemen to finish up their answers. Ready?
Right.
Just 2 letters. 3, 2, 1, reveal.
I'm going with J. Remy.
Really?
J. Remy ×2.
Okay. All right. Okay, so it's going to be Jeremy for you. I picked Saya player, actually, who will get more kills. I do think,
more
actually.
First kills.
More first kills. That is absolutely right. I think it's going to be Saya player.
They were separated by 1 on Lotus. Jeremy had 4 and Saya had 3.
Oh, it's going to be really, really close indeed. And also because this is, again, this elimination, if Team Secret don't win this, that means they are out. And T1 will continue on to face even bigger giants on the playoffs. But right now, we are about to step into Sunset. This should be Team Secret's map. But based on a while ago, I'm not exactly sure if the momentum is in their favor here, Quack.
I mean, that's the thing. This is a knockout match. You have a bit of pressure. I say a bit. It's a lot of pressure coming into this. And that pressure can either mold you, shape you, turn you into something better, or it can make you crack. And Team Secret, they have been really, really good on this map. I say again, Envy, he has that setup with the breach, and it sets Jeremy up incredibly well. Jesse Vash getting him the intel is also another thing. They are very, very good at controlling this map, especially up around mid if Jeremy picks up that op. So I'm not entirely sure how T1 fares off. They're playing this same race composition. It's no longer that Neon.
Yeah,
I see Envy like kind of stressed here, Achilles. I would be too. This is a lot of pressure on Team Secret's shoulders. They don't exactly perform well under a lot of this pressure.
Well, I mean, that is a big concern here. I mean, you know, the Lotus loss, you could have maybe come into this, you know, as Secret and said, okay, we know the T1's really good here. If we don't find the win there, it's fine. But you also probably were expecting to be a bit closer, you know, maybe get yourselves up to 10 rounds, 11, something like that, maybe an overtime loss. But what we've seen in the past is that when you do kind of get blown out on a map, teams are able to bounce back a little bit more evenly. With Sunset here, we'll see if they're going to find their comfort and get the win.
Let's see indeed. William and Valdez, over to you guys.
Thank you, analyst deskers, for breaking that first one down and bringing us into Sunset, which on paper should be Team Secret's comfort, should be them stepping up, but based on what we saw on the first map, it does feel like T1 have the momentum at the moment. We'll definitely have to see Team Secret step it up moving on to map 2.
Yeah, and right off the bat, it looks like, again, this time it's going to be Saya player with the big boss buy. He gets the ghost given over to him, not a frenzy, but they are positioned for B. So T1, this might be one of those maps where Coach Warburt's talked about there are some hard tells. T1 doesn't rotate too much on Sunset from what we've seen the one time with this comp. Obscure just dodges that. He waits for the trap as well. That's very good reads because we've seen that lineup really wreck a lot of the flanks here for Secret's opponents.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we can see over here, just going to run on in towards B. Not going to run in just yet, actually. Going to get a smoke down first, and here comes Saya player on the attack. This little guy's going to get the plant down. And T1 don't even have to overcommit. They just put in some utility and get the plant down. Izu now going to find Jeremy on the back side of this one. Here come the paint shells as the shot's not going to land. And Jeremy picks up 2. Very unfortunate for him, as now Jesse Vast is going to hold on to this one down to half. Saya only gets the 1 kill, but T1 barely holding on. Saya picks up another, but now it's only 9 health here for Carpe, and easily able to hold on to the defuse from there. So Team Secret going to start off with a nice little defensive pistol round win.
Yeah, so T1 actually shifts things up a little bit. The last time they played this map with this composition, obviously they played 2 different comps so far in Stage 1. They would always check first with the first 0 point and then go in with the second. And that would be a pretty hard tell in what the rotations were going to be. But they try to cut the audio so they know that Secret's going to ante it. Great shots from Jeremy. The paint shells help a ton there. Barely just catches sight of him, I believe, or maybe just kind of spamming through the smoke. Might have been a ping on the minimap. But the fast flank, I mean, sure, even though the trap was set up, Jeremy able to put a lot of pressure. It's a good setup.
Yeah, absolutely was. And now Jeremy just sitting, waiting to see if T1 are going to swing this, and that they will. The shot not going to land. The spam coming through as well. As the fault line, as you see, he is going to back away without taking too much damage. Saya actually doing more to Jeremy. Now over the top, the drone going to spot them there.
Yeah, doesn't quite spot Saya player, but all Secret needed to know is were there multiple people at mid, and they confirmed that there are. So now NDG coming around market as well. It's a crossfire hold, and sure, it's the jump, but NDG should, okay. Not going to get that full trade.
Not very clean, but Jesse,
no!
He's not going to get it. And Carpe hits the headshot with the classic. And now T1, we'll see if they can hold on to this one, but Borkham is going to swing in with the Spectre, and he says, I know how to use this gun. Unlike some of my other teammates in this round, at least, says that is going to be the end of that. Borkham does pick up the Bulldog and picks up a 3K, so I want to put an end to the excitement of what could have been a stolen away round.
Yes, and it's sometimes we joke about it, but you're right. There is a very minute art to running and gunning with a Spectre. Everyone can joke about it, but some people just can't do it if you don't do it often enough. But Borkham, he knew exactly the tempo he needed to keep up as well. Make sure that he capitalizes on the duration of that paranoia with that extra peek, and that just about helps save the round. So again, Team Secret, I believe that was 5 buys as well. I think it was 3 Spectres, 2 Bulldogs, but they're just going to have to stick to 2 of those carried over. You will have the Bucky for NDG. Looks like there might be a close hold.
Yeah. Just going over to a shotgun after that last round. Here comes Team Secret pretty aggressively. Saya's going to get behind that one and is immediately going to get out of there as well. Another flash going to come down, as there's definitely an abundance of that on this map. Double initiator for both sides here, as T1 still looking to push in onto the B side, but a big rotation is coming in from the side of Team Secret. 3 people on the B site ready for this.
Yeah, and they know that they basically have to hold on to this. The thing is they have to know that a Thrash is potentially coming. So you've got 3 people all spread out, but one gets cleaned out with a rifle already. This is looking rough. The Thrash gets so much information.
Yeah, it definitely does. Jeremy's able to hold on. Jesse Bash on the backside as well with the Sheriff, but he's going to be able to be taken down. As 3v2, Team Seeker will be able to get this plant. And Izu, nice positioning here. Jeremy trying to swing onto him, but Izu clean with both of those kills. And that is going to be T1 on the board.
All right, so 3 rifles carried over. Not so bad. Sure, you use the Thrash, but you can try to cycle those pretty quickly, especially on Sunset. Usually you can guarantee at least one of the orbs. And T1's been doing a lot of audio cutting, right? Not so much early util. They make sure that they can go on these off timings by not cycling through their cooldown abilities like the 0 point, but they just use it once for the execute, and then you're in. And they pressure B. Now, it looks like they're really trying to force Secret away from the ante, because, again, last time, they go 3 times on B, and then that's the conditioning to go A, but this time they're like, no, you know what, we go B again. Yeah. And Secret's weak here, right? I mean, Secret was prepped. The fault line is ready for the trap play on A, and there's no one really home to block this from within the site. You are spotted.
Yeah, and Rossi, though, he is going to get another entry kill here. He's been pretty clean on that on the B site. They get this plant down, and now Team Secret, definitely a lot to do here, but here comes the counter from the side of Jeremy. He's going to pick up one, and that is going to be a near cleanup on this B site, but Executor picks up 2 himself. And now trying to hold on to this one, not going to hit the shot onto Indy, who does drop down and takes him out. And Team Secret barely get that retake.
Yeah, a very fast retake, a very fast rotate, though. That's huge. You know, they don't overextend. They don't try to peek in too early. Jeremy doesn't miss a beat on that showstopper. And I like that he doesn't try to go in too far, right? His job is just to make sure he gets at least 1 kill with it, guaranteed, clear out the close corners. And that's all they needed to flood in to it rather than an elaborate set retake. He actually gets a lot of airtime, stays alive with that as well. That's huge. But now the question is does T1 go B again? Because I have a feeling they will, right? I have a feeling that they're going to toy with Team Secret about switching up the Breach's placement. Because the Breach is so good on A, low risk, but on B you can go for some risky plays like this.
And you see Jeremy trying to push out a mid once again. But just going to back off after he doesn't see all too much. Screw going to be the only one left here at Tiles. We'll see if he sees anything. But T1 certainly hanging around outside of B. But now a rotation going over towards A. We'll see if they do commit there.
Yeah, so you saw the push out of mid, and you saw the Breach fault lining over from B main. So you know that the heavier presence was on B to start. But now with the door closed, you know, T1, they're going to have to think a little bit. So, minute on the clock, they could go for this. You're still holding on to mid with Execute. You still have the chance of a rotate. You've got that trap wire outside of B main as well. And that's where they're going to cut audio, right? They don't want any extra rotates to happen. They just want to check for it, and then the ult orb. Now you've got null command online.
And there it is, the push coming in. Rossi already pretty low, but that is going to push Borkum back as
Jesse.
they are probably looking for the retake here.
Jesse.
Hey, just get the one as now on the site, Borkum not being cleaned out. He's got some support from Jeremy as well. And they will clean them up. An easy retake and defuse here for Team Secret.
Oh, that's brutal. Jesse getting that kill with the judge, that's all the time they needed for Borkum to be able to get the trade. But Borkum makes an amazing call here to just fill the site, right? He has that wall to work around. You know that basically if you give them the timing, it's going to be a tougher retake, especially without any info from the Silva. And you have to wait for the null command as well. So he decides to just go in and buy extra time since Jeremy's there to be able to spam through the smoke. And Jeremy's just spamming through it alongside Borkum. I mean, you're getting the pings, and you're trying to make sure you're adding in extra damage. So one thing that T1's going to have to recognize here is the rotations are still pretty fast, right? They cut the audio, but this can only mean that the setup was already there for a shift and wait towards A. So now the whole, hey, we're just going to toy with your default setups and see if we can break through it and kind of play the probability game. It's not going to work for T1. They're going to have to start to push and pull a bit more, right? Bait out some of those trap plays early, then press mid, go to another site, and then you still have extra 40 seconds to rotate.
You see that Execute here has got a lot to say as well. Just talking with the coach, just discussing what they want to do for the future here because those pushes have not necessarily been the cleanest, and Team Secret looking a lot more prepared for this map of Sunset. And are currently in lead 4-1 as the timeout will finish. We'll see what changes here for the side of T1 if they want to potentially get a little bit more aggressive with some of their pushes, or what we will see.
Now, I wonder if T1, it does seem like we might have to wait a bit longer.
Extra timeout.
I mean, so, hey, we've seen back-to-back timeouts before. You know, coach is calling for it at the same time. But I wonder if T1 could consider something where they pressure A, right, force the rotate to happen. You know, see B backed off a little bit, pressure B a little bit more again. Or it could be the reverse, right? Just because you know that Team Secret, they've been playing a little bit more retake heavy, right? B's forces have always been there early on, outside of the pistol round. So maybe try to pressure this, force them even further away from A, dig deep into it.
Here we go. Once again, Team Secret going to be ready for this one. The fault line coming out. Jeremy is pushing aggressively, and they get flashed, but it doesn't matter. He only picks up one, and Rossi trades it back. So nice little set play here from the side of Team Secret. They are going to spot a lot of members outside of B, but Team 1 does trade back the one kill.
Yeah, I mean, this is a heroic play from T1 to be able to trade that back. I mean, fault line, recon, flashpoint, everything to set Jeremy up for success. You even got the double pings. He's going to survive. I believe only Jesse being tagged there. But there you go. Not taking any chances, making sure that it's a 2-2 split. Now, T1, I mean, they could go anywhere, right? It's 2-2. You should have the numbers advantage.
Yeah, NDG just going to play on the site here with the cam. And he does have Borkum nearby, as he is going to be spotted there. As here comes T1 in the wraparound on a Borkum. Not going to be read by him. X-Grade nicely done, as Jesse just trying to buy some time with a Hunter's Fury. And it's all up to NDG to try to hold down the site. And he is going to hit one. Not cleared out just yet, but wrapped around on by Izu from elbow.
All right, so you got a fault line. See if that recon, I don't believe that they've used it a second time. Could be wrong here. But the Thrash being used as well. T1's not taking any chances. You've checked one, and he's not doubled up. So Izu's still holding that other angle.
Oh, so clean. Picks up two on the site, and Envy gets a third. And Team Secret are strong again. Right after the T1 timeout, they absolutely clobber them here on the retake.
Yeah, and it's great to see Jesse being very confident in that retake again as well, right? Looked a little bit scared on Lotus, not able to really confidently take fair 1v1 duels without other util. But this time around, he knows he has to be the one to help break things open. He's the one that was spotted. Just goes for the peaks. He's ready for the second swing out. It's absolutely beautiful. And Envy, of course, always reliable on that trade. He's been a very great support on that breach every time they come to this map. And finally, Econ broken on the side of T1.
Yeah, and I mean, T1 that time around, they get onto the site, they get the plant down, but Team Secret's retake just too good. Jesse and Envy, the two of them together, get the job done. Another push out here from Team Secret towards B, towards that B main area, but as we know, T1 just trying to push a little bit more aggressively onto A a little bit earlier here.
Yeah, but it's a double peek out, and then if we see a kill come through for Envy, he's going to have that Rolling Thunder. So the high-low, I mean, this could buy them a lot of time. They're not even concerned about the site. Let the spike be planted. We're here for the round win. And Envy gets it. Rolling Thunder online. He's going to wait for the retake. Once backup arrives, as long as they're holding on to elbow, fault line to make sure that they're still safe.
Yeah, they're trying to push onto these two guys on the back here, but Jeremy's going to get a kill, and they easily get swept up. X-Grade only getting the one. And Team Secret get an easy defuse. I mean, T1, they get in, they get one kill, they get the plant, but still a very dominant round here to Team Secret.
So something that Secret, I think, has correctly identified, and this has been true the last time T1 played this Sunset as well, is that T1 has not been playing very spread out defaults on the attack, right? They're very, I mean, the most they do is a 1-4, but even then, it's not like B main, A main. It's like mid and B or mid and A. So you can always choose to push out from one side, get the clear info, you know, if there is contact, maybe you back off, and then you can rotate accordingly. And T1 can't actually accurately read this because they haven't really been notified until it's too late, right? I mean, sure, you can deduce it just because of the rotation speed, but you don't know exactly how far they've been pushing out. All you know is they've never really crossed that trap wire over by B main lobby.
Yeah, now, I mean, T1 are able to buy up, but Team Secret have 4 ultimates ready to go. So the second they try to push a spot, Envy's going to be ready with a Rolling Thunder, or they could look for a retake with that, obviously.
And this is that mid setup as well. You get any noise over in mid. If that trip gets hit, it could be the showstopper flying out from mid off of that vault line. And T1, they were holding just in case it was, you know, something like a tiles push or B main push with that showstopper. But like you said, Valdez, I mean, so many ults, so many rounds ahead, they could just play for a retake. Team Secret feels no pressure at the moment.
Yeah, especially because the retakes have been so clean, and it feels like the timings are really nice as well. Like Jeremy pushing out of the smoke at the exact right time as T1 are trying to clear out elbow. Just getting so much value. And yeah, it's been very clean stuff from the side of Team Secret. Good to see the comfort as NDG sees the barrel and sees a kill, as well as a neural theft, just to see the rest of the side of T1 as they are going to push onto this B site, but NDG gets the tag and now just cleaning everybody out, even committing to the showstopper. It's a 4K for NDG. Nobody can take him out, and it is flawless. T1 also buying on that round. Team Secret are just sweeping them here.
Yeah, this is brutal. This is absolutely brutal. I would say even more so than it felt for Secret on Lotus. I mean, it just feels like T1, they're not even a step behind. They're just absolutely getting read like a book. It just has no words in it, right? It's just a blank page, and Secret's like, all right, done. We've read through it all. And NDG, he has been able to play so calmly. I mean, he gets paranoid, and he still knows his cam hasn't been, so he still gets vision through that, knows he's not in danger, doesn't panic. Very, very good anchor.
Yeah. That felt like the most comfortable Cypher replay I've ever seen. He's like, yeah, I'm just chilling on the back of the site. I know where everybody is.
Yep.
Like, I have all the information. Nobody can take me out. Hits his shots and makes it look easy. Here comes a relatively fast push from the side of T1, but Jesse's right there as the blind comes through as well. And these T1 pushes are just looking flimsy right now as Rossi is going to take down 2. But he has 5 health and a dream.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Rolling Thunder still as well, and if I'm Team Secret, I mean, I would consider using this, right? You might as well. You're so far ahead. You've got other ults cycling back. So, absolutely securing that round win seems good. The flash, it just clears in time, and Jeremy's able to get the kill. Oh, man.
Yeah, I mean, Rossi's getting a lot of value out of this round himself, but it's still not going to be a round win. Team Secret make quick work of that one, and they hold on to the Rolling Thunder.
Yep.
Just in case any future round looks a little bit closer than what we've seen so far, which hasn't been very close.
Yeah, it hasn't been very rocky. I mean, maybe that 2-man retake with Envy and Jesse, that was the one that felt like it was a decent post plant from T1, things like that. But outside of it, and of course, you know, the 1-round win coming in from T1, we haven't really felt like Team Secret were flustered. You know, there weren't any rounds where you think in the back of your mind, is there a timeout coming, anything like that? And now T1, it's a null command, it's a group up. And Secret, do they have the hard read on this? I mean, you have Envy sitting pretty far back for that fault line on A, so they're very well aware of this. You know, NDG still all the way back by Boba. There's a ping on it for T1, so they're aware of it. So you make sure the null command hits. You make sure he's in range.
Showstopper as well, just trying to clear out the site, but it has been abandoned quite a while ago from the side of Team Secret. NDG trying to hold this angle. He gets one. As Envy trying to get in there as well. Izu picks up a 2K. And now a chance finally for T1 to try to hold on to a site after the plant.
Standing ahead.
So Jesse's looking to just draw more aggro so that his teammates can get him to the site. It would have been great if he could stay alive, but now it's up to Borkum. And that's going to be it. T1 will wrap it up. I mean, sure, Secret got the read, but the no command still in range. The paranoia as well to continue to push through, showstopper, everything. They knew exactly what their win conditions were.
Yeah, they absolutely did. So let's take a look at this replay. Swing coming out here from the side of Izu. Picks up 2, makes it 3. And they easily clear up that site. Still not feeling very happy at the moment after losing a bunch of rounds in a row, but at least T1 finally kind of get the jitters out and get another round, making their presence felt finally on this map. Here comes Jeremy. Pushing out of mid.
Oh, that fake works out perfectly. The spam, Saya's there for the trade, but the spam through the smoke catches Xcurit off guard entirely. So now without the Cypher, T1, their flank is open. They saw the trap wire was broken earlier as well, so they have no idea. If they wanted to go B, they'd have to re-clear it now, so they have to push in with the Thrash. Oh, the Rolling Thunder. I mean, Secret knows that they don't really have other options. They just want to deny the Thrash more than anything.
Well, they're only going to trade 1-for-1, and Jesse is not cleared out in the corner. Rossi barely going to take him down. Only after 2 of his teammates go down first. So now 1v2, Rossi does get another headshot. He has been pretty clean today. And he's going to make it a 1v1 scenario. Has enough time to rotate over to B as well.
Oh, it should have never come to this for Secret. I mean, even just denying that Thrash cooldown would have made it so difficult for T1, and it was a good Rolling Thunder in my opinion. But Rossi, he's had some incredible clutches so far for T1 after joining the team, starting even with the offseason. Just going to stick the plan. It's a full 50-50 mind game on the wraparound, and he's just going to leave it.
Yeah. Well, at least Envy was able to hear the plant. He gets the rotation on time. He has a lot of time to try to clear out every angle. Maybe get an early tap on the spike, see if he can bait Rossi out, but Rossi's playing very far back here in B main.
Oh, and with this, Envy might just start to think that he might be rocking. Envy's going to push all of this? Holy! I mean, Rossi, he had 2 angles to look at. He still checks the correct one. But I can't believe Envy decides to push all the way out either.
Yeah, he pushed all the way through. No tap on the spike. He gives Rossi an opportunity to be looking the right way at the right time. And it's kind of an unfortunate round for Team Secret, but a very nice clutch here from Rossi.
I got us, boys. Don't worry. I got us. Don't worry.
Well, he's picked up a couple of rounds, making
for sure.
things interesting.
Yeah, keeps it a little bit competitive here. If they can get up to 4, it's not too bad. Again, same situation as Secret back on Lotus, considering how things started.
T1 are already on the site here, as now Hunter's Fury gonna get some tags, but some nice dancing from the side of Rossi. He's not gonna be hit. NDG though, sound of neural theft, and is gonna hold on to this one, and Jeremy is here as well. Not quite able to clear out NDG, and that is going to give some extra time for the rest of the team to come on over. Rossi trying to get in with a flash and a dream, but it's not gonna happen. 9-3 is the scoreline. Team Secret, a clean round to close out the first half.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, it does seem like T1, their sunset still doesn't seem like it has a lot of options, as we see a little bit of a ceremony here from Jeremy. Just for the half, though. We're not done with the map just yet. But you gotta wonder what the defensive setups are going to be like. As Team Secret, their defense always a lot more reliable than their attack. So T1 might get away with just having simpler defaults here. And the big question remains on, those 0 points and the dizzies. Are those going to be hard tells that let Team Secret know which site they can hit?
Yeah, it's definitely a very good question. I mean, if you're looking for comfort for the side of Team Secret, as you mentioned, defense on Sunset should be kind of the exact thing you're looking for. So maybe T1, maybe the team can kind of say that, try to hype them up for the second half and give them a chance, but Team Secret have looked pretty flawless on this side. So we'll see if they can force us into a third map as well, which I believe is Breeze.
Yes.
Right? So should be pretty interesting to close it out if we do get there.
Yeah, if it goes to Breeze, I mean, a lot of people are going to be wondering, can Izu pop off once again? Because he had to pull some crazy heroics to bring a map victory against TRX for the side of T1. Meanwhile, Team Secret, they've always been okay on it, but not quite stellar, so to speak. It's always been very standard.
This is going to be a pretty critical pistol round because Team Secret get this. They get some momentum behind them, even outside of the obvious, picking up a couple of rounds to start off the half. But I think, trying to catapult yourself forward before T1 get any kind of momentum and kind of give yourself that confidence from the attacker side to put an end to this map will be huge.
Yeah, it's just going to be, looks like fault line into elbow, Paranoia on the left side towards a short. Jeremy takes his pick on where he wants to dive into. Yep, there's the flash, there's the recon.
See the 2 of them, there's the counter, Paranoia, but Izu is in a lot of trouble. He gets fault lined in the face. And Team Secret get in. Carpe does trade one back, but this push is coming in strong as they get the wraparound, and T1 are just not ready for it. That's a couple of kills. And now Saya is going to have to pull off something huge here. And So you see a lot of low health bars on the side of Team Secret. As Excurate tries to get around the bends, there's a couple of kills to T1, and now Impi's going to go down, and T1, they pick up 4 in a row, and they hold on for dear life.
I mean, this is straight up a round that sums up death by 1,000 needles for, against Team Secret. Everyone gets sprinkled damage from the pistols, no one comes out 100% health from any of these fights, and that's all Excurate and Saya needed, the sharpshooters. They'll even just go for the headshots. They don't even care about the lower health. But it does make things a lot dicier for Secret. I mean, it looked like the execute should have been good. It looked like Secret absolutely should have had the advantage, and now we've got 5 buys on the side of T1.
Saya's going to get it started off. Very Saya player, as you would expect. And that's a very nice early kill for him. To try to hold on to this, Jesse is pushing up mid, and down he's going to go as well to the Marshall.
Only 4 points away from the showstopper now. Oh no, he knows there's one more, he saw it! Excurate will clean up that one, but he's hungry.
Stealing the ace away. I mean, T1 obviously don't care too much. Nice shot here from NDG, but now they know where he is. Okay. No, not gonna happen. But he does get the 1 kill at least. Gets revenge for his teammates.
Yeah, there you go. Don't give over the flawless. But obviously on the side of T1, all you're doing is drop in the Marshall. And Saya player still got that extra ult orb with the death, so he's only 2 away. He's actually going to invest all the way up to a Vandal, it looks like. They saw the second member. And that's, like you said, Val, it's just a classic Saya round. But now, with the Vandal, that's 4 rifles, right? They bought up 3 Bulldogs that previous round. And Secret, this is going to be a lot more power than they were expecting. And they even have to respect the potential push-out because it's technically a bonus round. So that 0 point, it scares him away. And T1, they can go for a pretty fast rotate as they didn't really tag much info.
Now let's see how this push goes for the side of Team Secret. Everybody about to swarm into this A site. Elbow is empty.
Yeah, it's just a free site. It's been given up by T1.
Oh, he's just going to win that. How did he manage that?
Oh, boy.
And that's Jeremy that goes down in that trade. I really don't know how Jeremy does not win that one. Izu is eventually going to be traded back, but now T1 given a chance. Jesse does pick up 1 kill. The spike is already planted.
2 pinged, but this could be a moment for Excurate because he wasn't quite pinged. Yeah, that's the surprise factor that he has. Now a 3v2.
3v2, NDG trying to hold on to the site. Borkum in the back here as in comes Saya player flying in, but Borkum is going to go down. NDG, he's got to hold on for the team, and that he will. Picks up a 3K, just barely clutching it out.
NDG, he has had some great moments today. Got them the early 2 rounds over back on Lotus. Gets them quite a few on the defense as well. And he gets a much-needed clutch. I mean, that was your buy round, so losing that is absolutely devastating. Good stabilization. I love that he doesn't hold the spray. He just says, all right, you know what, you're still flying. Just got to reset. The good jiggle as well.
Yeah, very nice timings. From the side of NDG, he has been pretty clutch for the team so far tonight. Even in the loss of that first map, had some pretty good rounds, and now picks up another one for himself. As he has been clean on the Cypher, especially from the defensive side of Sunset.
So Team Secret, right away you know that the KO's on B, the Gecko's on A, and that's been the default so far from T1. But last round, A site was entirely left open for the retake. So Team Secret, they're trying to punish that setup a bit extra as well, right? Make sure that the default can't be as stable from T1 by pushing up mid.
Carby is going to be pushed out of that spot. Bit of pressure up on mid, but not really committing to one side just yet. Dagger comes through, spots Jeremy still there. T1 just very much on their hind heels, waiting for Team Secret to make the first move.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Secret's going to feel great about going to A here just because you saw that the KO was pulled out from B site for that 0 point, but they are just going to deathball it for sure. That's not expected at all. Oh, no.
He's just going to hold it. He's just waiting. And now he's getting out there, but he does not check the left. And that is going to punish him big time. Borkum takes him down. Now a chance here for Team Secret. They get the Neural Theft out. Carpe's got to push through a million smokes. They are going to hold on to the site as well as they possibly can as Excurate gets the fadeaway, picks up a second, and Team 1, the rest of them just on the site. There are so many smokes. Envy has to pull off a miracle here, 1v3, and it's not going to happen. T1 pick up a huge round.
Oh, that's massive. I mean, Saya going down, it's unfortunate, but he gets the job done of holding on to time, and the wingman sent out by Carpe actually buys so much time and gets information, even gets to stun through. I believe it was against Jesse Vash. But most importantly, Excurate, 2 clean double kills, and that allows everyone else to just flood the site under the smokes. The crossfire is all already set up, because you know that it's just coming in from one side. And now economy broken for Team Secret. I mean, sure, you had a massive lead, but you're nowhere close to map point just yet.
Yeah. You need 3 rounds, and the rounds have not been easy after this half for the side of Team Secret. They've only picked up 1. It's now aggressive. Comes Saya player, and he's in a bit of trouble. Just going to be chased down, but Excurate's right there.
No.
This guy has been such a team player. And he is going to hold on for saving his teammate's life. So we'll be able to get this plant down, Team Secret, at least.
Spike planted.
That's a kill from the side of Envy as well. Rolling Thunder onto the back of the site, and now they can push and clear it out. Team Secret looking to hold on to this one. Uh-oh.
Yeah, good aftershock to push him back. You've got rifle upgrades on the side of Secret as well. That's one side. Envy just has to try to hang on for as long as possible.
Spray coming out. Are they going to see this guy on the right? Borka!
Oh,
Isu! 1 HP! T1! The 1 stands for T1 Izu with 1 health, barely holding on to that one. Team Secret made that really interesting. Nearly pulled off at the Rifty. But T1 will not go down quietly.
Dude, what is that last shot by Isu? And this is the thing. You put him on some of these comfort agents that he's picked up on his row swap. That swing around. I mean, sure, yeah, you might be suspecting it because you're only seeing 1, but... And then he puts up rounds like that. And that could be another clutch where T1 think, all right, momentum's back in our pocket. And they're feeling confident enough that a push might be coming out. It looks like a pop flash setup here for Saya player. And that it is. The Dizzy chases him all the way as well.
Yep, that's certainly going to push them back very, very far. But a decent amount committed to just get them out of position. Team Secret just chilling, just waiting. Not going to go for a push just yet.
Yeah, they had to use their fault line just to stay alive, which does mean that T1, they know that a hard execute can't happen anytime soon. You're even hearing the early drone. That's a lot of early util drawn out from Team Secret because of your push out, because the reclears have to happen. So now it's a slower round guaranteed. And look at this triple setup.
Well, they're trying to push out. Saya is going to trade that one back. But got pretty dangerous there at Tiles. Just a 1-for-1. Rossi for Envy, so no fault line at all for the rest of the round.
And he just backs up. He knows the crossfire is there. Saya is actually just trying to draw attention. Doesn't quite work out. Jeremy's fast with it. I mean, this was meant to be a hold by Izu no matter what happened to Saya.
Oh, nice read here from Carpe. Looking for the second man, and now he's got Thrash as well. Gonna get a lot of attention away as X-Ray picks up a Guardian kill.
You did not bork him. I mean, he just left Jesse to die, man. He was practically waiting for him to die to pick this up, but it is the only wild card they had left.
Yeah. Just got to try to send it. Borkum has been clutch in the past. Today, it's been a little bit hit or miss. Nice timing here. He hears them running in onto the site.
Oh, the Thrash.
Oh, God. Well,
the half is done. Oh no, and he still gets it. Oh, and it comes out.
Oh, that's just that's insult to injury, man. I mean, they were already mounting a huge comeback, but now you get clipped by the edge of the Thrash. The timing looked good for Borkum, but instead he just gets basically just. Oh man.
I mean, he just gets wrapped around on the quick U-turn on the Thrash. Oh, Carpe, he's been taking his driving lessons with that fish.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, he just sees him. Target acquired, he says. Secure laughing. We haven't seen that in a long time because it's been an absolutely stressful stage for T1. But they are looking happy. It feels like they're happy with what they've prepped coming out on stage. And you can see the nerves starting to get to Secret. I don't think I've seen Warbirds look that worried in a long time, win or lose.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? The first map was rough. They didn't look like they were playing the way they should have prepared for that Lotus. And then you come into this map and things are just going so well. I mean, it was basically they were just streaming flying colors and T1 had no chance. They were looking totally down in the dirt. It was 8-1 at one point. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, you know, a little bit of a comeback begins from the side of T1. They get a pistol round as well, a couple of rounds, and then all of a sudden the team of Team Secret is falling apart a bit.
Yeah, I mean, technically on paper, this is another round you're supposed to lose, so that's a 10-9. The past 2 rounds, absolutely just morale crushing for Secret. So T1, all the momentum, both in and out of the game, on their side, and that's given them the freedom to absolutely change up their defaults as well.
Yeah.
Right? You're going to leave mid open now.
If I'm August, I would just say, okay, you guys are doing well, but don't get too crazy with it as, okay, it is going to be a trade at the end of the day, but that Saya player taken down, Jeremy, and a showstopper, only getting a 1-for-1.
Yeah, but that showstopper not able to stay alive. That means market control not given over. So this B hit doesn't feel that great. You're scouting with the drone, but you don't have any smokes to cover market. So yeah, you're going to have to use that shrouded step. But the spike still not quite here. Cyber Cage finally gives them a little bit of closure.
Yeah. He's going to get with this timing out of Izu as the plant is coming down. That's pretty not great, though, as Team Secret are holding on to the site. T1 getting in melee range, and Carpet can't get through the utility, and that is going to be a round win for the side of Team Secret.
Very, very fast backup right around the pillar. That's all it was, right? Because Izu, great timing there, but you know that you have the stinger. It's close range. Jesse Vash goes for the run and gun, and then the immediate swing out for the trade from his teammates. The calls are clean on that round. That's all there is to it, because everyone on both teams knew what Secret had to do. You had to go into B, you had to creep in. The Cyber Cage meant that you were already in the site. It was just a pure firefight.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, well, the day hasn't ended just yet. Saya trying to get in there, trying to get aggressive to see if they were going to push into tiles. It does not happen. And now the showstopper doesn't get any value. So Team Secret just waiting. They can play it slow from here.
But it sends Izu up very far out. Unfortunate that he only has a classic, as their econ's now finally been broken again on the side of T1. Because that could have been a position to hold with a different weapon, maybe even something like a Spectre. But now, too many angles, too much range. He's going to have to respect it. Oh, and Secret, okay, so any area that the showstopper could have cleared, they want to re-clear it, right? They want to make sure no lurks. Doesn't matter, the Raze Omen, doesn't matter who it is. You just want to make sure that nobody's here. But during all of this, Saya has now lurked on out to B main. It allows everybody to rotate. I mean, the read on the map is perfect from T1.
It absolutely is, and I mean, he's going to be way behind them. Team Secret forced to push on an A, but T1 are just ready for it. They don't quite have the firepower, but let's see. A couple of spams through the smoke, going to get some really nice damage onto Jeremy already.
I mean, Team Secret, they could rotate still if they wanted to fight the lone man behind. Use that trap wire, with no command as well.
Next here with the Guardian, he's got so much help as well. T1 just easily cleaning them up as Team Secret. Forkham, he's reloading.
Oh my.
Oh, and he's not going to get it done. Just gets shot in the head by the classic. A Thrifty coming out from T1 now.
It almost feels like Secret second-guessed themselves. And the Desk talked about this. We saw that on Lotus as well. So you see the trap being broken over by B. And you know, okay, somebody's pushed out. You don't know how many, so obviously that's the scary part. And you're thinking, you got to imagine the logic here is, it's a Thrifty, so it's got to be multiple people. So A's got to be weaker. So you start to creep into it, but the moment you hit a wall, right, with the smokes and the classic spams, you're thinking, well, do we go in? Do we not? Do we have to wait for util? Running out of time, you don't know how close the flank is, and the panic just gets to him.
Yeah, they did not handle that situation very well, and T1 are right back on the board. But Team Secret still in the lead. Let's see if they can close this one out and give themselves a second life on that next map, or if T1 is just going to close it out. A lot of utility being used here towards B. I mean, T1 should expect a bit of a push at this point, but Team Secret are certainly taking their time. They might not even commit to it.
Yeah, so Secret now trying to play with the clock a bit more. You know, not being able to actually get into B. So they still see the 0 point over by B. You know that it hasn't been a rotate out, and there hasn't been any strong push out of A either. So overall map control still in favor of Secret, but that spy cam, you have no idea that that's covering so much info over by A main.
Saya.
Borkum has no idea.
He's going to get the wraparound here. Borkum is just not looking the right way. That's a free kill for him, and now expecting more, but there's nobody else there. The push is actually coming into A. And Team Secret take 2 for 1 in that trade, so they might be able to get this plant down, but the rotation is coming in from T1.
Yeah, I love the blast back in by Jeremy. You just have to stay alive until NDG gets here. Then it's a fair 3v3. Rolling Thunder to push out as well right before the 0 point. It does hit 2 people. The pop flash! Oh my god, Rossi!
That pop flash just saved everybody's life back there. Everybody. And now NDG is alone. He's not going to hold on to it. And T1, they're playing with the hearts of Team Secret, and they are staying in this one.
Oh, what an absolute. That's the true curveball. Get Phoenix out of here, because you don't expect that. You're stuck there. He just flashes literally everyone to stay alive.
30 seconds left.
The decision here.
Yeah, right there.
And Saya actually quickly antis it despite being stunned. I mean, oh man. Holy. You gotta imagine the fear that struck Secret when they saw that flash floating through the air on that underhand. You're like, oh, well, this is over now.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like a done deal. They knew everybody on T1 had rotated over. They used the Rolling Thunder. T1 is in such a rough spot, but then you get a dizzy in the face, and then you get a pop flash as you're trying to clear out the back of the site, and it's just, it's terrifying that they were not able to get that job done. And now Team Secret not on a buy round. Bit of a push coming through mid. And T1 just backing off, just waiting for the actual push to come in.
Yeah, but you're not expecting the backside to be filled like this. You expect it to be empty after that kind of push into market. And it's just the slightly unpredictable positioning from T1 that once again absolutely wrecks Secret. They're trying to go for the running guns. They wanted to push into the side and excure it. The spray with the Vandal leaves just Jesse all alone.
Yeah, you could tell he had no idea they were going to be there. And, you know, didn't have the firepower to take him out immediately. Gives a chance to execute it, and he gets the job done. So now T1, they tie it up. Remember, this map was 8-1 in favor of Team Secret.
Yes.
8 rounds to 1.
I mean, regardless of sides, etc., I mean, this has been an absolute comeback so far from T1. Obviously, we have to wait and see if they can close it out. The second timeout now being used before it's too late by Coach Warbirds. Of course, the new assistant coach on the side of Secret, Dummy as well. See if they can make the magic happen. Because I think all the prep that you've done, it's out the window, right? T1 CFLs have been very different from what we've seen in the past. We only had one piece of tape anyway, so it's not going to apply for too long. You have to figure out the reads from here on out, but it's not like T1's been using the same default util every round, right? The 0 points, the dizzies, they've been coming out at different positions, different timings. And more than anything, Excurit has been bouncing around this map with his Cypher setups. It's almost rarely been on B, actually.
Yeah.
And that's usually where you expect it. And I think that's partly what's throwing Secret off. They're trying to play so cautiously into B, and then it's just empty.
So it's empty. And it feels like slowly but surely T1 coming back in this map have made it look more like what we saw on Lotus, where Team Secret were a little bit lost and T1 were getting these very nice reads, very nice plays. And that was not good news for Team Secret on the first map. But hopefully Warbirds can kind of calm them down, say, okay, it's essentially, you know, you just reset. Pretend the beginning of the map didn't happen. It's 11-11, just get 2 rounds. Just win by 2, and it's over. So just get that out of your mind mentally. player game, and maybe they can get it back. But Saya, and that's a kill starting off for the side of T1.
Yeah, he was standing a bit wide on that box too, so a bit harder to read, even the spray coming in from Obscurant. And this wasn't even the hardest of reads from T1. It was a bit of a safety valve more than anything, but they were always prepped for the retake.
And here they come now. The pop blast coming out, and Rossi got to clear out the site. Not a lot of hope. It is a flawless on this round right after Team Secret took the timeout.
And even on that retake, just look at the positioning, right? I mean, you have Saya hanging far back with the op, just saying, okay, since we're funneling in through short, if they're pushing all the way through alley, I'll just hold that so we don't get wrapped around. You guys just make sure you only have to worry about 2 angles. You got 4 people, 2 and 2 split. Carpe then waits around. I mean, it's just a step-by-step retake. Perfectly done by T1. And Secret, I mean, listen, after the timeout, I don't mind the death ball into A. I think it's a good read after all the trouble you've had trying to go slow into B. But just, you know, 1 extra trap wire in the op. The op just shuts down the speed.
Yeah. Saya just in that position, gets the first kill, and takes a lot of the wind out of the sails of Team Secret's push. And now they're coming in once again. Pretty aggressively. Saya's going to get a cage in the face, and now has to get out of there after being spotted. NDG trying to push through his own cage, but he gets taken out by Izu, picks up 2. Jesse, with the Hunter's Fury, going to pick up a kill, picks up 2 himself, as Carpe trades 1 for 1 on the site. A chance here for Team Secret, but Rossi, he hits the shot, and he has been so clean today. As Envy is going to pick up the operator.
Catch him.
And there it is, the stack, the 2v1, and T1 pull off the comeback victory on the second map. They take today's series 2-0.
Don't let it be fooled. This is an upset. Absolutely. I mean, sure, I predicted it, but I would say this is an upset because Secret has been looking quite consistent. Yes, they have weaknesses, but they've looked consistent. Their prep has always been impressive. Meanwhile, T1, they looked absolutely lost in the sauce. I mean, it has to be teary-eyed for T1 fans because you always knew the potential was there, but you rarely saw it, even in the match wins that they barely got throughout the stage to get here to playoffs. It always looked like you were getting by the skin of your teeth. And now you're playing some defaults, you're playing good backup, the rotations are there, the trades are good, the clutches remain. This is what people wanted to see at the beginning of the stage from T1.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, definitely an upset. Not the team that I think on paper should have been favored to take this one, but T1 themselves have been making some big strides in the last couple of weeks to really begin to play like we expected from this team. They finally get it done here in playoffs. They take the 2-0 victory. Let's go over to the desk to break down this series.
Oh my gosh, T1, what a comeback. There were so many rounds that were just so confusing to watch because you didn't know which way it was going to go. I lost my chair at some point back there, but this was so insane because Team Secret were doing so well on that first half.
They were. I mean, you look at the scoreline here. This first half, it was utter dominance. It was looking like another masterclass. Every single piece of util, every single read was in Secret's hands. T1, they swap over to the defender side, and William, he talked about it a little bit. He's like, Secret, they're going to have more success when it comes down to the defender side, so we need to see something a bit different from them on the attack. And oh boy, it was just a crushing defeat at the end. This is a heartbreaker for Secret.
I mean, there were so many rounds. I again, still gotta credit Team Secret's defensive side. You love how Envy controls that A side elbow, you know, so many times. It's so darn good. But yeah, there are these rounds where I don't know what happened. You know, in the second half, Borkum kind of got clipped by the edge of that thrash. There were rounds where T1 gets good reads or, you know, good safety plan B plays that actually just kind of work out incredibly well for them. It was a 9-3 comeback, and I gotta credit, you know, Saya player. There were these rounds where he would just push out alongside B, being proactive to get so much information for the team, and Excrement makes the best calls to bring the whole team to success.
It's just so weird because there were so many moments on the side of Team Secret, right, where you thought that, you know, they had everything planned out, and then suddenly it was just somebody would just not check one angle. It was somebody just missed some, you know, somebody was peeking, or it was it was so close for Team Secret. They should have had this, and that's why I think this is so painful, because I don't even think this was outstandingly great from T1. There were a lot of very messy rounds.
Yeah, I mean, I think T1 overall did have good calls, but I'm right there with you. This was a lot of minor mistakes, little misreads, little just not checking this side, not doing this right, not, just peeking into a site dry when you know that they have an operator on the opposite side with no escorting util whatsoever. And it all expounds and just continues to exacerbate itself over and over again and leads to this loss here for Team Secret. This is going to be one that they're going to be kicking themselves over for quite some time, because I agree. I think that T1, while they played well, I think that they had good preparation and a solid understanding about overall how Secret was going to be playing this map in particular. But a lot of these rounds were in Secret's hands, and they ultimately dropped the ball.
I'm going to need my comfort penguin here a bit. Just like lie down here.
We should have seen through the thin veil of Asurai's prediction and known that this was not a prophecy. This was merely Filipino bias.
It was indeed. I also blame you a little bit because, you have some kind of curse going on as well.
Gotta feed him adobo, and then the curse will.
Perhaps, yeah. I can do that. Yeah. I can do that. I can make you some adobo.
Sure. I've heard great things about your cuisine, so I'll happily try it.
No, but this is really looking really good for T1, especially since there's a big question of, are we gonna get that big are we gonna get a big T1 presence as we head into playoffs? It looks like they are well on their way. But speaking of a big presence over here, we got some big presence going on here on the bronze area, which is now going down. So, viewers, come up with me just a bit before we relish in the... Oh, hey, look, we're now in Diamond with our birthday boy Paper Thin over there, and the Prophet Azurai. Meanwhile, as we go over here, we have these two fine gentlemen going over to this lovely gray color at the bottom.
Oh, no.
Because it seems as though Saya got more first kills than Jeremy.
Just
by
one.
one.
I'm done. I'm done.
He's like, just
no more
No, you
Secret ever again. Every single time I believe in this team. Every time.
Why hast thou forsaken
I'm getting
us?
crushed in the match prediction and on an individual level. I'm out.
He's so done.
Unclip
He's
the mic.
so done. Look at this.
Stage 2, no Preds.
No Team Secret.
Ever. That is another mini game that I'd like to see. Actually, there'll be one.
The first ones to hit iron.
No. Somebody was at
No.
iron
Okay.
also.
Was it
But somebody fluctuated between.
We
these.
might be the first ones to stay there.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah, it was more of there was a little up and down over here, but you guys are sitting comfy over here on the Iron Throne.
Wow, yeah. That's carries a lot less weight to it. I mean, good lord, look at some of these stats. I mean, the post plants for both teams are just absolutely criminal. Oh man, yeah. I think this paints a fairly accurate picture for you as far as just how things went for Secret. I mean, to be able to just take away so many post plans from T1 on the defender's side was so good. But their attack, that's just things that need to be workshopped, aim that needs to be tightened up, and just decision-making that really needs to be gone over time and time again.
11 post plants, I mean, for T1, but that said, if we can take a look at the next graphic as well, the first kills coming through, the thrifties that T1 brought out, it was pretty darn incredible. Yes, not the cleanest rounds overall, maybe some, mistakes on Team Secret's side as well, but on the second half, the proactiveness from T1 to get some of these reads, to have some of these safety plans, or for Saya player to really push out, gain information, Rossi in timing with some of these pop flashes to really save the team, or even Izu with certain clutches. This is what really brought T1 over. They had some great performances, and they really just kind of brought it out again and again.
I love that you mentioned that, Quack, because I like those. I love those moments from T1 wherein they were clearly at a numbers disadvantage, but they still played very, very smartly. They still knew that there is still a chance. Let's go for that chance, no matter how slim it is. And even if it meant okay, let's just throw 3 different, utilities and flashes into Jeremy's face just so that, we can get that one up on him. That was the case. And, it was those rounds that I feel like, they really did shine, and Xcure really did shine as an IGL.
There's also the rounds where Jeremy just swung a corner and there was an operator waiting on the opposite side. He didn't have a flash to back him up either. Yeah, go ahead, grab the penguin once again. I know it's not what you want to hear, but it's unfortunate. Just walking into sites, just trying to go for a timing, trying to just get this dry peak on an angle. The punish was there time and time again. It was incredibly well done, from T1. I think overall, especially in that second half, util timings, everything like that, it was all very much on point for them.
I also love, by the way, Izu was an amazing player this entire series. I mean, he was not very flashy, but there were a lot of high impact kills that he was able to get, whether it was like TPs from somewhere on, any other side on Lotus.
Some nasty clutches in there.
Exactly. That 1 HP 2v1, that was insane.
And this is what we were kind of talking about before the series began, was that we wanted to see that level up performance from him, from he and Carpe, and across both maps. Carpe overall playing very steady. I think he goes -1 on the first map, -2 here, but he's the util guy, he's the side caller guy. That's totally fine. As long as he's getting his util in the right spots, that's all you really need from him. But then Izu, a big level up performance from him as well. I'm still so sad though that we didn't get to go over to Breeze, because I would have loved to see Izu kind of popping the way that he was, playing that Yoru again.
On that Yoru, that's a big one. I mean, we're all kind of anticipating that. Maybe that's something that they can save in their cards for the next upcoming matches. But for now, I mean, this is great stuff from T1. Overall team effort. Izu doing a lot of, interesting stuff, unorthodox stuff at times, and the great clutches as well. It really is kind of like that hype video with Asarai casting, right, saying, Izu, T1 would not be here without you.
That is 100% true, and I like the new flavor that he brings to T1 as well. Especially since he seems to be a kind of hype man for T1 too. So it's really nice. You have very serious players over there. So it's nice to see Izu bring a little bit of that energy back. But for now, unfortunately, that is it for Team Secret and for T1. Their journey continues, and I think that's so important, especially here on this specific stage. We will be leaving you with a on-stage interview with Jen and somebody from T1. And in the meantime, we're gonna take a little bit of a break. So Jen, take it away.
Thank you guys, and welcome back to the stage. I am currently joined by T1's Xcure after their 2-0 victory against Team Secret. Now, congratulations, Xcure. You guys knocked Team Secret out. Now you advance to the next round of the playoffs. Now, first things first, what do you think of how today went down? It was very kind of chaotic, but then scoreline tells a different story. So,
I think when we played Team Secret before, our communication is so calm, even though it's there's a lot of chaotic situation. But last time we played, but this time more can we go? Okay, let's go, guys. Okay, more we control the tempo and some stuff. So I think because of that way, so everyone not gonna feel pressure, then we can execute very well.
That's one of the things that Saya mentioned, is that the comms get sometimes overcrowded, but then you taking that IGL role, the calls are more brief, down to the point. So I just want to ask you, how does that change kind of affect how you perform and how the team performs?
For my performance, I think it slightly affect me for a while at the first, because I need to talk a lot, right? Can you go here? Can you guys ready? I need to make everyone in the same page.
Yeah.
That's the hardest part as the IGL. So, but after that, I'm trying to make it a balance, try to find a balance with my coach and analyze and some stuff. And then right now I think we're going into that direction. So for now, I think should be. I'm still fine for
So when it comes to who's calling what, are you making 90% of the calls, or are people
usually for example, I'm more like the prep and call. For example, we're going to the next round. Okay, guys, we're gonna do this, and then sometimes in the mid round they can help me with the adjust. Oh, Kevin, we cannot do this. They something. Okay, let's go back, something like that.
Okay, so it's going smoothly, right? As we can say, we can see in the results. How's your wrist, by the way?
Oh, my wrist is really good now, because I attend the physical therapy a lot of times, and then I can feel right now it feels like normal, so it doesn't matter anymore. Yes.
It really showed. Today you were on fire, so it's worth asking. But T1 though, a lot of the viewers are getting heart attacks from the way you guys are winning some of the rounds. It's very risky and unpredictable. So what are your thoughts on winning's good, winning rounds are good, but kind of having that risk or having the dangerous place.
I think that's the surprise element that I think every team should have, because if you play to textbook, it's easy to read. So that's why sometimes when let's say like PRX W gaming, right? Let's say if we play W gaming or we play chaotic, unpredictable, is even from pure perspective, it's gonna like so, but that's the winning chance for us.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right. It's the risk you gotta take. All right. Next up, Genji. So what's your mindset going into the matchup, and also how would you prep? What would the preparation look like?
I think I'm really interested to play Genji because Genji coach and head coach right now is I play with them before. It's like my Hyung in before games, not here. So it's really fun to meet them again. And then of course we're gonna show you a better performance.
All right. Congratulations once again, and best of luck against Genji.
Thank you.
And that was Xcurate with the post-match interview. I'm gonna throw it after a short break, but don't go anywhere because we have TLN Esports and PRX facing off each other. So we'll see you soon.
When we are apart, I will remember the summer. Remember when everything was bright and new.
I just want you to be more patient because these guys just play contact. So
Okay, Team Secret, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ち日グループ100周年、私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ、私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に、立川と世界をつなぐ立ち日グループ。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. We're now on to the second match of the day, Talon versus PRX. Another elimination match, and while Talon are coming off of a good win versus Team Secret, is it enough against a team like PRX?
That is the big question. I mean, PRX, this is one of the biggest challenges that you can get if you are Talon. This squad, well, yes, they have had their ups and downs here in stage one. You know, a hot start with Jing on the return, but then some stumbles in that series versus Team Secret. Obviously, they're a beatable squad, but there's still a lot of work to be done if you're going to be a team that can take down PRX, because when they are on, they are absolute world beaters.
Yeah, when they are on, that's the thing. You know, these teams can really go head to head. But for PRX, yeah, I think that's the main thing. You know, they're looking for that consistency. Are they in that classic, like, you know, world beater, top form, top PRX, the PRX that can go on and take down, like, champions, for example? I don't know if they're quite there yet. I feel like there's still like a little bit of an adjustment period for Jing. You know, on the stage, they're trying out new things. It's always fun, but are they making the right reads, the right calls for those rounds?
Yeah. That is something that does worry me because, you know, just because Jing is back doesn't mean it's like, okay, let's go, W Gaming all the way again. There's still a desync that happened, right? There's still time that was lost.
Oh, for sure. I mean, when you pivot away and you start working, you know, very heavily with a completely different player who has a very different play style, and then you pivot immediately back to the old plays, there's still going to be those stumbles. That's why I actually thought that PRX was going to have a rougher beginning to the stage than they did. They kind of peaked, had a little bit of that like re-honeymoon phase, and then, you know, kind of stumbled a little bit as well. But also, I mean, Secret just consistently has good reads against PRX, it would seem. But yeah, it's going to take some time. You know, I think we're seeing flashes and echoes of that PRX that did make the second place finish at Champs last year, but it hasn't all come together at the same time quite just yet. It's not that unbeatable, you know, hive mind squad that just nobody was able to take down in 2023. We're seeing moments of it where that comes online, and, you know, you get these classic line free clutches, you get some crazy moments out of something, some insane, you know, wrist breaking flicks, that kind of stuff. But it's not all the time. It's not as consistent. So that's what we're looking for Talon. It has been a fairly steady upward trajectory for this squad who continue to find their footing here in stage one.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, the young Thai boy with a mullet, as the poster just said, is a big part of that, right? Quack, how are we feeling about Talon, especially since...
He literally ripped off a line that I said to make a sign, but I appreciate that.
You should trademark that. You should get commission for that sign.
Yeah, I get a percentage of the capsule sales.
Yeah,
now, right?
yeah. You are invested now. You are invested now.
Hey, I'll start showing for Talon.
The Talons, and then they'll pay you to, like, no, don't predict for us because they might lose that. Talon, they look incredibly good. I feel like this is a team that, you know, yeah, you've got Jit Boys. He is pretty much the best player on the team, although you might also think that Governor and Ben are right up there with him. They are incredibly strong and very capable of things, sometimes a little bit wild. That's the only thing. Sometimes you might have Ben looking for an opening kill, or Governor being incredibly aggressive, just dashing out there, kind of like what Jing might do. And that's the craziest thing about these two teams, is they're still kind of looking for that consistency. There's always a lot to be said. There's always a lot of impactful moments, even from the coaches as well.
Yep.
And there's so much that they can pull off. I do think that Talon, though, has a lot more structure, a little bit different from PRX in that sense, because Cruz is a very cerebral IGL.
Yeah, for our audience down there in the COEX Shinhan Card Artium, you are going to have quite the show because the coach cams are like the biggest thing on the screens, and these are the two coaches that you definitely want to be watching. But I do wonder, Achilles, like, what Talon need to do against PRX, because, like, do they meet PRX with equal aggression, or do they fortify themselves?
It's hard to say what is the best way to go about this. I mean, because so few teams have been able to really take down PRX in the past. Talon, you know, we know that they do have the firepower, but sometimes fighting fire with fire is not necessarily going to be the thing that ends up working out for you. Because PRX, I mean, we've seen it, you know, many times.
That's a big fire.
Yeah, it's a huge fire. It's a big dumpster at times.
Yeah, it is.
But they always get, you know, they get their wins. Sure. I don't mean to insult them, but sometimes you watch them play and you're like, man, this should not be working, but it is, and it's just because the players are so good at thriving in the chaos. So if you're gonna try to go toe-to-toe against them in that regard, that's where things could get a little bit rough for you. I think that we're gonna be seeing a lot of proactive interjection from the coaches on both sides here. I think if Talon get out to some kind of early lead, you're absolutely going to see Alex getting in there saying, you know, turn your brains off. This is where we're
turn your brains off.
Yeah,
It works
Yeah,
for
is what he said in the past. Just say, stop thinking, just play the game. You know, get into that flow state. You know, we see players do, and you know, who've talked about flow state VALORANT. I think a big example from Americas the other day was actually Jogamo with that ace that he pulled off in Ascent. And that's where you're not really thinking about where the next person's coming from. You're just relying on your game sense. You're just going off of your instinct. That's what Alex wants from his players. On the opposite side, Frost, I mean, we've seen him go out with some very early timeouts because he won't like the comm structure that's happening in game. He won't like the way that they're playing, you know, or the way that they're moving away from what the game plan was for a certain set play. Because he says, okay, we have this read. We know that they do this on round 6 or whatever. You know, we're not sticking to the game plan. Let's get back on course. So I think both coaches, we're probably going to see a lot of timeouts invested here.
I'm just getting like flashes of, you know, Achilleos going Top Gun Maverick, like, Rooster, don't think, just do. And that's exactly what they will do, you know, in the game, Paper X at the very least. But that's the other thing.
Take the visor off, Luke.
Yeah. For these two players, you know, Devi and Ban, I feel like there's a lot of focus on how they can play because Devi has, you know, been the secondary clutcher a little bit for Paper X in the past if Mindfreak's not up there. And then meanwhile for Ban, last week, that was a whole different look. I mean, he was on a tear with that Yoru, and that's just why I feel like map picks is going to be very important because if Paper X leaves a map like Breeze, Icebox open, they're going to be in a world of hurt.
Well, as we are about to get into our map select, I like that you brought up flow state because I think for Paper X, that is their style. Like for those 5 players, that is exactly what you can do. You can't do it all the time. Maybe like, for example, an org like T1, a team like T1, they can't exactly get into flow state just yet. But for Paper X, that fits them exactly. So as we get into our map select, I'm thinking right off the bat that we have both teams banning Breeze. Talon, I am not quite sure. PRX probably ban Ascent because that seems to be their constant. What are we feeling here?
I don't want Breeze or Icebox. I don't want to, you know, Paper X playing against Talon on Breeze again, or like against that ban Yoru on Breeze. That will be very, very difficult for Paper X.
This is off topic, but every time I see Alex wearing this hoodie, at the first glance, I think he's wearing like a Leviathan hoodie.
I see that. I see that. No, and then there's that swirly sort of like, you almost think it's that Leviathan, you know, logo.
But okay, it is going to be split, taken away by Talon. Breeze, understandably and expectedly banned by Paper X. So Lotus is open. I mean, obviously a map that Paper X are going to be incredibly well versed on, but one that Talon feel like they have a solid read. I think that, you know, especially if they're going to be throwing that Neon into the mix, we could see some really breakneck speed gameplay coming through. But Bind is left open. Paper X, this has been a solid one for him.
Look at Frost swinging that pen around, like almost a little bit nervous. I mean, that's a very big thing. You're picking on Lotus, you're kind of going all in on that. You're not entirely sure what Paper X will go in on that second map, so you're maybe foregoing that even, or you're just gonna try to prepare as much as possible and predict what they might pick. Bind will be a little bit difficult. Sunset as the last one.
That gets spicy if this goes the distance. And I said before, I feel like this could end up being a 6-mapper. I was very much wrong in the first series. We'll see if Talon are going to be able to deliver on it here from the outset. I mean, both teams a handful of times playing on Lotus here. Paper X, you know, half and half.
Yeah, I don't know about that Sunset, especially when you're up against Paper X. I almost feel like maybe Talon should have left Paper X to ban out Ascent, which they probably would have. But we'll see. I don't know. Maybe they have something planned for this. Maybe they left it open for a reason.
It's a very different play style compared to just about any other team that you're going to be scoring off against when it comes down to Sunset, just given, you know, how Paper X, the comps that they like to experiment with going over there. And who knows, maybe they have even more stuff up their sleeve to kind of surprise us with. So, yeah, I mean, the Sage just continuing to crop up for them. That could be something that just continues to be worked in and really slow things down to a snail's pace on Talon's side. But this first map, this should be nothing but fast pace. I don't think Paper X are going to stray too much away from the usual composition. Maybe they decide to pivot something off the jet back over onto the Reyna perhaps, but that's about the biggest adjustment I would see them coming through with. But for Talon, that Neon Chamber comp, like if they're going to keep running with that, this could just be a huge amount of just early clashing round over round. I mean, you know, we could average like 30-second rounds throughout this map.
I do wonder if that, you know, that Neon comp is really just that one-off thing that they wanted to pick up from Zeta, but Going up against a team like PRX, you know, you're expecting Forsaken to look for some of these lurks. You're expecting PRX to be peeking out a lot, which is why I do feel that this is one map where you're expecting Cruz to come in with a lot of great reads. You know, he's playing that fade. He's been such a good caller for the whole squad. I'm expecting them to play, you know, not entirely fast. You know, you're not fighting fire with fire against PRX on this map.
And you don't want to in that
no,
case,
really.
right? I mean, when it comes down to the aim duels, you kind of want to step back a bit when it's PRX. My eyes, though, you brought up the Neon. My eyes aren't governor for this match, especially since he's up against Forsaken, right? And he's been wanting to prove himself on this stage, you know, coming over from Tier 2 NA. This is it for him. This is an elimination match. This is as high as the stakes can go for him, so he's going to have to come up huge.
They really do have to start out strong on Lotus.
No, I mean, for sure. I mean, on all of the maps, realistically, versus PRX. I mean, they do come into this one as the underdog, you know. PRX, they've been a team who's always up here. Talon haven't really hit those heights. It's the same roster that was in that second place in that grand final of champions last year. So, of course, PRX comes in with a lot more stock behind them, but Talon have looked good, and it all can start with Governor if he is going to be playing that Neon. So I'm really curious about this agent select because, you know, he had a huge start to the season generally on Neon at kickoff, dropped over 30 on Breeze. Didn't really get to see Neon from him at all until he brought it back out on Lotus, and it looked good. It was like, okay, these are those shades of that first, you know, debut Neon game that you had. This is that kind of impact that we're looking to see. And one of the other things that I actually quite like about it is that the Neon does give them a lot more tools to try to slow down PRX, and PRX is also going to be running that Jet Rays still, because you have those relay bolts. You can go ahead, chuck those at the start of the rounds, and really try to set up to just dictate pace and take space for the squad.
Yeah, and I feel like right now, Talon could potentially do this, especially since, you know, they're a team that prepares very well for their next opponents, but again, it's PRX. So gentlemen, please let me know your predictions as we bring them up on the screen. You can explain the logic behind them, but I feel like only William and Asteroid really do need to explain
their logic.
Their logic. Maybe Asteroid not so much just because it's like, oh, I'll see her or whatever, but for this match, question mark?
Look, do I think it's possible? Absolutely. PRX, they're not the 2023 untouchable squad. You know, when we were just talking about this, it's taken some time to try to get back into that hive mind, flow state gameplay where everyone's on the same page and they barely need to communicate with one another. They have had their stumbles, but so too have Talon. And I think that Talon are significantly more. They're more of a team that if they are going to get pushed, that they will stumble and maybe not even be able to recover even with coach intervention. We've seen them bring things back in, you know, rein it in and get themselves back into the mindset. But PRX, you know, we've seen so many times where they are down, they're looking defeated, it's looking like it's going to be a wash. Alex just pumps the brakes real quick, turn the brains off. Just don't put too much thought into it, just go click heads, and then they do. So for that, I think if PRX gets off to a hot start, we're going to see that intervention from Frost, but I don't know if it's necessarily going to be enough.
Yeah, I mean, similar things. I do feel like PRX is just incredibly strong all across the board. They can be a little bit shaky at times, and I was a little bit nervous coming into this, but looking at the map picks now, if, you know, Talon doesn't go onto a map like Breeze, I certainly hope their Lotus is going to be strong, because if not, PRX has a very good way of controlling the map. I mean, it's a lot of, you know, maybe no brain, just pure aim at times, but there's also a lot of organized chaos going all across. You know, you're looking at Forsaken, who's able to play so many different roles, go in for flanks. Lotus, you know, Talon just needs to really be able to read and prepare for a lot of these moments.
Yeah, and goes to show, right? Preparation is the name of the game for today's matches. I mean, we saw earlier, of course, that maybe it might not pan out, but we'll see as Flight Club takes on W Gaming. Who is going to be here to stay? That is the big question. So let's take it to the stage for the second match of the day here at VCT Pacific.
What are you guys doing alone?
They will find themselves in the playoffs. Talon.
Even though we had a lot of matches that were very close, like 2-1, we went to third map a lot, we're probably one of the only team that played multiple maps throughout the series. So I'm very confident in going into playoffs in terms of our experience.
So just now we finished at group stage. Yeah, it's good to go to playoff with only one loss. We lost to Team Secret 0-2 just because we get outside of the game problems, and now we fix this, and now we're gonna show our 100%.
But here comes G! A bit of a swap setup. He's getting the quad kill.
In group stage, we tried our best to bring back Jink to use to us again, to make Jink more comfortable in the game. Since he never played with us for 5 months, we let him call a bit more in the game, so he more in the charge, and we waste time together, walk outside.
PRX is a very good team. We've scrimmed them multiple times before. I think the most valuable player on the team overall is definitely Forsaken, because of the fact that he can play any agent at a very high level. But we're not also scared as well, so I think we're pretty confident going into the match. You guys see me in scrims, I'll shoot you back.
Wait for a stronger PRX. I hope you're gonna enjoy our W gaming strats, and I hope we're gonna do our best for 100% in playoffs.
My mindset for the playoffs is I'm just gonna shoot them back, honestly. I think keeping my good form and doing what I need to do in order to make the team win is the most important. So I think keeping my form is the most important for playoffs.
PRX.
When you say Pacific, it's PRX that comes to mind for most people. Whether it's their unforgettable playstyle, their top fragging players, the very best from Southeast Asia, or the fury of their coach that moves them forward, there is no stopping that W when it's PRX that is charging in. But on the other side, we have TLN Esports. After an explosive final season match, TLN Esports soar into playoffs. They've been often an underestimated team, but as Pacific draws on, TLN prove that the Flight Club can pack a punch, and these players are hungry to step on that international stage once again.
They absolutely are. And I mean, this team right now looking incredible. I mean, Ban talking about it in the promo video there before we got the players out on stage, saying, you know, I want to keep my form, and that form right now has been looking excellent. This is a player who had a lot of, you know, different opinions about him. You know, coming out of last year, he had his ups and downs when he was playing on T1. Slow start when he got started shifting back over onto that jet. Slow start when he came out and was playing smokes for the squad. But right now, under, you know, Frost and just the coaching staff of Talent, under the guidance, Ban has been looking absolutely fantastic as of late. And of course, some hugs exchanged as those two have a history. If you talk to Frost for about 10 seconds, he'll tell you that he used to be, you know, in CS. And well, as we all know, Alex has as well.
But yeah, I mean, again, just kind of thinking about it, Talon, you know, this is a high-pressure game, a potential knockout match, and if Talon doesn't come out swinging, you know, they're going to have to play defense for the rest of it, so I certainly hope they're going to give us their best performance. It was a very motivated game, motivated win from last week, and they need to bring that forward over onto playoffs.
Oh yes, again, this is an elimination match. So stakes are very, very high for both of these teams, especially since, you know, you also have DRX waiting around the corner, right? Sometimes it's out of the frying pan and into the fire when it comes to high, intense pressure situations like this. But again, stakes are very, very high. Both teams want those championship points. They want that Pacific trophy, and most of all, they want Master Shanghai for sure.
No, they absolutely do. And for Talon, all the pressure very much is going to be on their shoulders. We'll see if they're going to be able to bear that weight. PRX, though, this is a position that they're certainly not used to being in this first round, being at risk of being eliminated. The last time that they were not able to qualify for an international championship was all the way back in 2021 when they lost the LCQ to Damwon. And that was about 930-something days ago. So PRX, they haven't felt pressure like this in quite some time.
Oh yes, and we heard those screams from all the way over here on the analyst desk. So let's toss it on over to William and to Valdez to get this started.
Well, thank you so much, Alice Test, for breaking that one down. We're getting into our second playoff match of the night. Talon up against PRX, and certainly there is a favorite in terms of PRX coming into this one, but Talon, you know, time and time again, they keep on stacking the wins. They make it into playoffs, and certainly not an easy team to just get over here for PRX, and I'm looking forward to seeing if they can challenge them tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, obviously me and Asteroid being the only ones that predicted Talon, I can't speak for Asteroid, but for me, it's that I think there's more than just a chance, right? I agree. If Talon wins, it's absolutely an upset. I don't think there's any arguing that, just purely because of PRX's power. But I also believe that Talon, individually speaking, they have players who would be willing to keep up with the fast pace of PRX. But the question is can they stay together? And wow, PRX, I mean, this is something that I've always wondered about, that they have to change their agent comp at some point for Lotus. They can't keep getting away with just the firepower of something in Jing. And they're going to take out the Cypher for the breach. So this is no Sentinel, right? You've got no Anchor. You've got nobody watching flank. I mean, this is double downing on the whole W gaming.
Yeah, throw in some flashes and press W and go kill them, I guess. Certainly a very fun, should be a fast-paced composition, you would imagine. Even from the defensive side, we saw a lot of that even in our first match of the night when we did play on Lotus from both sides, honestly. So wouldn't be surprised to see PRX doing that. But they are going to start off on the attacker side, so certainly looking to get aggressive with this comp. You know, a bit more standard on the side of Talon Esports, nothing too big to see there.
Yeah.
So pretty interesting to see. I think this Lotus is going to tell us a lot about how the series is going to go.
Absolutely, and obviously the big question is Talon, did you see this coming, right? Because I'm sure they prepped a lot of things about how to target Forsaken Cypher, how to get around that Odin, things like that. Now that's a bit out the window. And I also wonder, does this mean that Mindfreak's going to be hard on the lurk, maybe even more? Because you have nobody watching that flank, you have nobody opening up more routes. I mean, yeah, the breach can get a little far with the fault line, but you're still going to want him to be, you know, somewhere close for that extra support on those executes with things like the Aftershock.
Well, setting up to pressure in towards B here in the pistol round. We'll see if Talon is ready for it. They have 3 people here already and a ping going down, so wouldn't be too surprised if we get some PRX right from the get-go. As here we go.
Yeah, that's just the fault line straight through. And yeah, Governor is not quite gonna get away. Okay, I thought he survived for a second, but we'll go down. Good push out from Band, though. So now you've regained control of Mound. You have the forward turret, and you're still holding close. It's still a crossfire. It's a nice try, but you know the classic double jump out of the smoke. That's a PRX trademark right there. Put the stamp on it.
Yeah. Didn't necessarily have to do that, but hey, it worked, right? They just run at them, and it works out very well. They get that kill. They open up this position, but Surf on the flank here is going to take out Mindfreak. Does get pretty low, as just a couple of classics left for the side of the Talon boys, whereas PRX sitting on slightly better firepower. Also going to take out the turret here. Aggressive already is Jing.
Yeah, you have to imagine that they're going to push you if you're banned. You know that they're going to want to stick together, and he was somewhat ready for it. He was just trying to buy time for Surf. Seems like a bit of a misclick on that.
Yeah. Well, that was a kind of an anticlimactic end to a very fast beginning of that round. But PRX are going to get on the board with a very fun pistol round, getting aggressive here. And you can see the replay once again. It felt like Talon was ready for it, but...
Yeah, they saw it coming for sure. You had Frenzy in hand, you had Crossfire. But the thing is PRX, they even put that Cloudburst down, right? So they make sure that if there is a Crossfire, they know they're giving the respect that, okay, Talon's also a very prep-heavy team. They know how to match the opponent's style. So they're going to expect this double jump out. Let's cover one side, and now it's a triple jump out. They actually don't lose a single member on that initial peek out. And what in the world is that? The jump peek and the shot under from something.
Yeah. We got to see Jing doing some some fun stuff, but we'll definitely get a replay of something shot as well. As already PRX, they don't waste any time. I mean, they just run on in. They're going to throw the spike up top. They say, I'm not planting that thing. Somebody else can go plant that. As everybody's in waterfall. That's going to be a nice amount of information. Also 1-for-1 trade. And PRX are very cleanly out of the site already.
Yeah, so one thing that we're already seeing, and I mean, the spike plant for Jing is perfect. He's only 1 point away from the showstopper. An absolute feeder here for Jing on that raise. But the important thing here is that what this breach allows PRX to now do is push out even more confidently in the post plant, right? You don't have to just rely on lurks and wraparounds and just your aim. Wow. I mean, but it's things like that. That's PRX, right? I mean, you just don't expect that type of speed, that type of coordination. The scope in right on the jump peak, things like that. They just know how to make sure that they have advantageous fights.
Yep. And then they set themselves up very well to clear all the corners. And a very clean second round as well. So now, buy rounds here for the side of Talon as something this time is not going to have nearly as much luck as Governor is making quick work of them. Going to take out 2. Jing just traded back with his Spectre, going to upgrade that one and get onto the B site.
He's got the showstopper as well, so if he can hold on to this position, if they get the plant, the 2 members could maybe push out from one other side. This could be a good hold for PRX. It could be a bonus converted for sure. Nothing is certain just yet. The Trailblazers is going to clear out one site, but PRX are going to try to just rely on their individual skills to cover more angles than one.
Oh, this lurk here from Mindpeak, just trying to clear if they do go for the rotate around. And he's going to be able to take him out. Governor has 10 health, and he is not going to get any damage done to Jing. PRX, there's the showstopper. Just buying some more time.
Yeah, it wastes so much time, and he times it for Cruz! Right as he enters, Jing is unstoppable today.
I mean, he was already 5-0. Now he's 9-0. Well, what? Very fiery start for Jing. I suppose letting him shot call is working out for the team. At least for a little bit to get him back on the swing of things. As every kill, very, very nice. The perfect timing there on the showstopper.
I mean, you talk about, you know, some teams, oh, they're IGLing for the first time, they're going to have a rougher day. And the PRX is like, you know what, we'll let you call even more for more confidence. Play your own game. Command, everybody.
Yeah. This time around, something is not quite going to land that one. Getting aggressive here is Talon on their own bit of an eco. And they'll control mound for now, but do see that PRX is hovering around here. Might look for a follow-up push.
Yeah, and I like what JitBoys is doing. He knows that PRX is a team that would push it, right? They're not one to just go to the other side. They're not going to work off of basic rotates. He respects that they could push right back. And since while they still wanted to play the numbers game by stacking A, JitBoys respects it and says, listen, it's all pistols anyway. Maybe we group as 5. Maybe we try to die to the spike. No matter what it might be, not giving away a free kill. The lurk.
It's going to get a bit of damage done, but the fact that it's not a kill is, well, that's a kill. That's a couple of kills for the side of PRX. And now if you're Talon, I would imagine that you probably do just want to die to the spike.
Yeah, it's looking a little tough. So Surf, he's going to open the door, and it should be a timing here for Governor to try to peek in for another extra kill. Surf just trying to stay alive.
Oh, man. Well, the door not quite thick enough to cover all of that. And Ban is just here, seeing if anybody's going to push out, and will die to the spike. So PRX 4-0 start off this first map.
Yeah, this is not the tempo at all that Talon wanted to have. Obviously, yeah, sure, you let them start on the attack. You're looking to do more damage in the second half if it's Lotus. And Talon is a team that can really take the initiative to control the tempo. But not like this, not letting Jing run amok and then everyone else just picks up free kills on anti-eco rounds, things like that. I also feel like Something's hair just gets shorter every time he gets a haircut. He cuts it even shorter. He's like, no, it wasn't short enough last time.
Yeah, he's experimenting. You don't have to wait until the hair grows out more to then cut it again.
That's true.
You could
That's
just
true.
go get another haircut.
That's the new meta.
But yeah, as now, I mean, they are going to have a buy round. We have the Odin back here for Cruz. We'll see if this one looks a little bit better for the side of Talon, who are not on the board just yet.
All right, that's an instant kill on the Prowler. No information given. Oh, so they were holding far back. You don't know if the corner is clear or not. So Talon, yeah, they're going to have to invest a second Prowler to clear. they'll spray the close angles, but now you know that it's multiple here. So PRX, they're happy to push in, and again, they'll be happy to push out once they go in the post plan as well. You got Seekers online, Fault Line is there. They even creep in.
Yeah, they're taking a bunch of damage behind those boxes. Something was trying to peek and get the first pick off before committing, but now they're going to commit to it.
Oh, no way! He just runs through. He doesn't even need to get the kill. What is going on?
They don't even need him. I mean, they're just getting the pick from Mound.
Oh my!
God, he's going to be taken out with the showstopper. And that is devastating for Governor as PRX are shutting it down. Jitboys gets one, and Ban is alone. He's going to see the knee of Mind Freak.
30 seconds
dodges the paranoia, gets one. We've seen Ban pull off some crazy stuff on this map.
That he has. But it's against two of the best shooters in Pacific. He's waiting for the trade angle, but it's not quite there. So now he has an inkling that they both of them have to be near the bend.
He's going to take his time, seeing if he can get the initial pick.
Here's one.
Oh, Jing just too strong today. He's got the hot hands for sure, and he is going to win that trade easily. It doesn't take any damage. And now that's 5-0 for PRX.
11-0, by the way, for Jing. We're 5 rounds in. He's got more than 2 kills per round, and he has not died. It is not an overstatement at all to say that he is absolutely hard carrying. I mean, not that the rest of the team needs it, but he's doing it anyway. And yes, I mean, this is, if anything, just to cool him off. This is a much-needed timeout.
I'm sure that Frost needs some cooling off as well, because if I'm watching that and watching your team just kind of get smothered at every single corner, you're not going to be feeling very good. As both coaches there talking in the booth, you see Alex doesn't have too much to say. I mean, what do you even say as the winning coach in the situation? Like, yeah, just keep shooting them real good.
Yeah.
You're doing perfect, guys.
I mean, you probably just cheer up the other players, right? I'm sure you'll get more kills in the next map, but for now, just give it to Jing, Don't let it get to you. He's cleaning house. I don't think there's really much to say, and quite frankly, again, part of that is they're also just winning all their duels. Yes, they had a couple good reads in the early 2 rounds, but afterwards, it has just been an absolute bulldozer here for PRX. So not much to even course correct on the side of PRX.
Yeah.
Now even the op for Devi coming out. That's, I mean, creds or not, this has to be unexpected. Yes, Devi is oftentimes a great opper for PRX, but with this comp on attack, this is going to be a hard one for Talon to read, and it's a good curveball for PRX to throw.
It definitely is, especially after a timeout. You might see a set play from the side of Talon, but I don't really see all too much just yet. As here comes Jing very aggressively on the side. He's coming right at him. As Forsaken's going to get the kill here at B. Meanwhile, the whole team is just on C for free.
Yeah, and I believe he did catch slight sight of Jitboys as well, so he's just going to back out. That's good decisions from Forsaken. Devi's going to help cover that for the time being. Now you're covering the flank. You're wondering, because they didn't cover Rubble at all, they're a little bit scared of the flank, but now ready for the push through, and he gets a kill with the aftershock.
Oh boy. Yeah, Talon kind of floundering here, you could say, Jitboys. He's going to dodge the flash. Surf is on the site, but that's going to be the end of Jitboys, and they know where Surf is. Down he goes, 6-0 for PRX, and they will not be stopped just yet.
The switch to the breach, I think, is a big part, right? I think this breach is starting to really throw Talon off a bit because the timings on the post plant, it's extra utility you have to worry about. PRX can really delay you a lot earlier and still set up for angles, right? They can clear angles one more time in the post plant. And Talon is just not ready for it. By the way, that blast pack and then the hop down with the shorty, that's actually amazing from Surf. What a way to try to solo clear the site, because oftentimes the guy hiding behind that pillar is usually the thorn in your side.
Yeah. Well, it's a nice try. It's not nothing. Now it's something on this one. He's trying to dodge everything, and then he really gets clipped by one shot only after getting peeked by 3 people. And here's Jing, gets the kill on the ban. And yes, it's not a buy round here for Talon, but still the picks are impressive for the side of PRX.
Valdez, there are times when a caster says something before a match, and you really believe it. And sometimes you feel a little silly. This might be one of the games that has made me feel the silliest by saying that I think Talon can keep up individually in terms of tempo, because I still believe they have the potential, but even individually, they are not able to keep up with the speed. Yeah. This is...
Yeah. No, I think that's fair. I mean, at the same time, like, Talon aren't really showing up just yet, and PRX have come out right from round 1. And they're playing their best Valorant right now. I mean, Jing finally died, so that's something.
All right,
I guess. He's 12-1. But this as well, he's just, like, kind of playing with his food, and then... Yeah, it's very one-sided at the moment. There's not really much else to say.
No, I mean, there really isn't. I mean, we're not even being given a chance by PRX to see if Talon has good reads for the round, right? Because you're losing the first duels, and after that, it all breaks apart. Finally back up to the own, and you've got a couple full armors this time, so it's looking a little bit better. But this is basically the round where you start to have to get at least one round if you want to make it even, like a 4-8, a 3-9. Because if you lose this one, it might just be a 10-2, something like that.
So PRX, they get the read. There's a lot of pressure out of B, and now they're just slow pushing into A. Talk screen has come up, but they're going to press the tree door. The Odin trying to spam on through. Here's the Nightfall as well. See the Rolling Thunder to clear the site, so they are going to get the pick here. Another first kill for Forsaken. He keeps on picking these up, and the site is theirs. Once again, Ban trying to get this pick, but he will not be able to. As, I mean, we talked a lot about Jing. We've seen the shots from something, but everybody else is also playing an insane game today.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's not that they were being carried because they needed. It's just that Jing was always on the front line, picking up the first kills. I mean, what's PRX's warm-up routine today? Because everybody wants to know.
Yeah, I would certainly like to know. I mean,
it's perfect. I mean, this is, like, from a purely mechanical level, this might be some of the most perfect Valorant we've seen. And that, for PRX, that's saying a lot, because they oftentimes look very good swinging out the gate. But, I mean, all their crosshair placements, their reaction, like this flick up, Jitboys was meant to get that kill. That was supposed to be Jitboys' kill. Everything was set up for him.
It's really on point. I mean, you see all 3 shots from Forsaken in the 3K. We also saw Jing's kills. And they're just not missing a beat. They're coming in really strong, really fast, and they're winning every single duel, as you mentioned. And that just kind of makes things feel a bit unfair, as now something's waiting for the push. And yeah, 3 for 1. Down goes Mind Freak at least. But now it's only Ban and Surf.
And the craziest part is that push out wasn't actually that bad in theory. Yeah, I mean, yeah, because here's the thing. Normally you see a pit, you expect... Okay.
A dual one.
Surf's firing back. Hold on, everybody. Hold your horses. We've got action. But to continue my point, as we most likely, see Jing win another duel, is normally the Viper's pit, you're expecting the defenders to basically force you to funnel to the other side. They're going to hold on the other side. It's going to be a numbers game. So Talon tries to push out on a timing. I don't think it's bad. PRX is just so much quicker on covering their flanks, covering their angles. And then the reaction trades from Jing.
Yeah, I think for sure we've seen a lot of impressive things from every player of PRX so far, but Jing is... He's certainly the one guy right now. He is him at the moment. Some of those really long-range, just 1-2 taps with the Vandal, like he hasn't missed a single one. It's really scary stuff, and it's very demoralizing to go into that. As here comes Jing once again. He's just running through everything, doesn't care. Pressing that W key, they're going to clear out the C side as well as they can. A Surf is, they're just going to run at him and take him down, take them both down. Will something.
Here.
The set executes. I mean, is it set? Is it flood? With PRX, you never quite know, but it's a mix of both every time. And
something wanted his ace.
Yes, he's not going to get it. Mind Freak says it's saved for another day. But listen, people have tried to say that they think PRX is back. They continue to have a little bit of an up and down. Even their wins looked a little messy. But I think today, all the PRX fans are going to say, they're back. I mean, it almost looks magical, right? Like the coordination, the comms, the speed. I mean, something in Jing.
Yeah. And if you're just like tuning in for playoffs and you haven't watched in a while, you're like, oh yeah, of course, PRX. No, like Talon is a really strong team. They're quite a good team. It just doesn't look like that right now because of the way that PRX is playing. So, yeah, are Talon playing their best? Maybe not, but at the same time, this is certainly one-sided. PRX now trying to force it into C, as they have done many a time, to a lot of success, obviously. Mindfree going to get up on the box as they slowly but surely chip away portions of the C site.
I mean, you just can't catch a break if you're Talon.
Get out of my way.
Yeah, when you have a fair fight, some of them fire back a couple times, but it's rarely ever fair because of the speed from PRX.
Well, you know that Cruz is up against the wall here, so tries to throw out that, and just like that, the round is over. Didn't even realize. 11-0.
Well, all the viewers around the world, you're all hoping for one thing to happen, because we've all been denied it several times throughout all the different leagues, and I'm not going to say it, but we're very close. We're only 2 points away. And honestly, today, it looks likely. And just look at how aware PRX is. Before they even spotted Surf back there, they know that that's the part, the man behind the pillar is always the biggest thorn on C site. So they fault line it, they flood it, they aftershock it, now you got crossfires. I mean, it's good, and now Talon, they react, but they're always a step. Oh my god!
I mean, it's like he saw it coming 20 seconds ago. He's like, all right, he's going to come out here with the showstopper. He's got it. He's going to get aggressive, and something just doesn't miss. He doesn't miss.
This is brutal.
Now, I mean, you know, something's just playing with his food. Like, he didn't have to do that. Might as well, I guess, at this point. And that's going to be the end of Jip Boys. We got banned. He's got a lockdown. He's dead. 12-0.
Holy.
PRX are one pistol round away from a flawless map.
And I believe Talon only called that one timeout. And I have to imagine that is because you're watching this game and you're thinking, there's literally nothing I can do to fix, like, there's nothing I can say to fix this, right? We're just getting outclassed on the server. The players know it as well. We just have to laugh it off. We have to shrug it off because you can't put too much weight into this.
Yeah, I think that's true. This is going to be one of those maps that, you know, going into the next map might not affect you as much as a close loss, right?
Yes.
This might be like, okay, we got absolutely clapped. Let's just pretend that didn't happen. And maybe we can take them on binds and just kind of like reset our mental.
I mean, time-wise, it almost feels like it might not have happened if it ends this way, because it has been absolutely quick. And this fan, they've got a couple things that make them fall in love with PRX, and one of them is Alex smiling, which I think there's a lot of today so far. You can watch the coaches if you're here. Yeah, we got some Talon fans as well. And listen, I mean, yes, Talon beating PRX would have been a very big upset, but that also, right now, PRX is making it look like Talon is the absolute weakest team in Pacific or something like that, right? They're making the gap look so big, and I don't think it was that big to begin. I mean, it was there, but it wasn't like an absolute, it wasn't like the not Niagara Falls, Grand Canyon or something like that, or even the Niagara Falls. I don't know, any giant landmark you can think of.
Yeah. It wasn't like it was the Pacific Ocean gap or anything like that.
Yeah.
No.
It may be the Han River, you know, it's pretty big, the Hudson River, you know, something like that.
Yeah. But no, I agree. I think that PRX have really just kind of brought out a new level of game here for the playoffs, and that's really as simple as it is. And it looks very straightforward as well, as we are going to head into our pistol round. See if PRX can close this out cleanly.
They are stunned.
Yeah, they know exactly where everybody is. That's 3 kills already! And PRX, they're looking for it. Can they pick it up? Bam, he wants to put an end to it. He's going to get one, and it's only Cruz. He is just running behind them, knife out. But this is looking like it's going to happen, William.
Yes.
I'm not going to say anything.
I mean, yeah, we've denied a lot of the viewers
something. Looks like he is going to win it, and it's a 13-0 from PRX here on Lotus.
The first one of this stage in Pacific, and if I'm not mistaken, throughout all the leagues so far, and it happens in the playoffs knockout round. I mean, absolutely incredible from PRX. I mean, you could tell even in that pistol, Talon absolutely flustered, right? I mean, this is a composition made for trap plays. Talon's not ready for it. PRX just crushes it.
Well, that was a map. It's already over, 13-0. Let's see what the analyst desk have to say about that one.
We have nothing to say. It's a 13-0. It's pretty self-explanatory at this point, especially when Jing has, what was it, that last count?
Well, actually, something overtook him in kills and
okay.
ACS.
Okay.
At the very end.
last, yeah.
But between the two of them, they basically almost doubled the total kill count for Talon. This was just the most one-sided, flawless, perfect game of Valorant that I have ever witnessed in my life.
Pretty much.
13-0s are so rare. DFM last year did not get 13-0.
This is a playoffs match, elimination match.
Look, here's what I'm saying. And you saw the total playtime. Just under 33 minutes. That's including timeouts.
And this was Talon's map pick.
Look, I think most people, I think we all learned the same lesson when we were younger. I'm sure our parents taught us well. You have nothing nice to say nothing at all. So I think that we should sit here in silence until the next map is ready.
We can say nice things about PRX.
That's true. We can talk about
Well,
PRX.
okay,
Let's do that. There we go. It would be awkward if we were just quiet the entire time.
I was prepared. I was like, all right, I'm gonna get into this meditation. But speaking of which, like,
God.
What is this?
Perfect score.
I mean, that's of course it was a perfect score. How is it not going to be? I mean, this is the least surprising graphic we have. The most surprising thing is that Talon got a first kill at some point.
Well, I think, first of all, Forsaken Breach, it almost feels as though PRX has been playing with weights the whole time. Sentinels were just weighing them down. We play a Sentinelist composition. We go in with double initiator, double duelist, and we're just playing at breakneck speeds. That's what this is.
I knew that these rounds were going to be fast. I knew they were going to be pacey, but I also expected that there was going to be a little bit more shooting back from the opposite side. PRX just didn't give him the chance. The number of flicks that something was nailing. To also just be able to overtake Jing, who had an 11-0 start by the end of this, is absolutely insane. He's got 7 first kills. He drops at 383 ACS. I was curious, like, okay, how is something gonna play? He's got the haircut coming through. This dude, this is a reverse Samson. Chop the hair off and the man gets more powerful. He just tore the temple down after you cut off his golden locks. This is insanity.
It's like aerodynamics. He's faster now.
Yeah, it's like Kankan.
Yeah,
it's like Kankan.
exactly.
Okay, like Kankan grew his
Exactly.
hair out, a little bit of a iffy performance, and then he just like shaves his head again and just starts popping off. It's just across the board. Everybody, flawless performance. Devi continues to be like the only person that makes Sky look like damn good and still broken on this map. He's the only one who can do it. He had an off in his hand at 1.2. He died twice. This was flawless.
And he heals up his teammates too because of it. That's why they are able to dive so almost recklessly. They do it with extreme confidence, and if at all they take a bit of damage, hey, Devi, Lish, just top us off a little bit. We'll go right back into the action, and that's exactly what happens. If we take a look at some of these highlights, the positions at which Talon are playing, they're trying. They're trying so darn hard. I mean, there are some of these strats where Surf puts up the Viper's Pit up around C, Cruz, the whole squad's trying to wrap back around from A. They're pushing out. They know they have the space. They know they have the angles, but PRX are just on a tear, on a whole different level. And yeah, we even saw those, the flicks, the anticipation from something.
The reaction times.
And then maybe the last round, Mind Freak sends out a paranoia towards Rubble and he just dives at them with a shorty and dies? Sure.
Yeah.
Do you ever get the sense when watching PRX, by the way, that everything isn't in slow motion? Because I got that.
Well, that's the thing, and that's what we're talking about, is that flow state.
They got
that
their
just,
zoomies.
That mind meld.
Yeah.
That was it. We just witnessed it. It felt like I was watching a team that had full aim hacks the entire time, knew what every move that their opponent was going to do. I felt like I was watching that. It was just every single read, every rotation that was attempted by Talon, it was just seen through by PRX instantly.
That's true.
We have nothing more to say. Literally.
Let's talk about
let's talk about Valorant? Yeah. This is exactly how you play Valorant. You just shoot heads every single time, and that's exactly what Jing did, right? If they managed to take him down 3 times, and if you take him down once, it's good. Congratulations, you took down Jing, but you have the rest of PRX to deal with, and now you're at a numbers disadvantage. So it's this was incredibly, what a powerhouse performance from PRX.
That's the thing. There was that video from, I think, Valorant EMEA. You know, they had like a little question about what the players think of Pacific, and everyone just like PRX. They're fast. They're fast. That's it.
That's why PRX is synonymous with this region, because they managed to like, you know, really trademark that play style and make it like undefeatable.
This is just a different level, though. I mean, to pull off what they did. I mean, again, how often do you see a 13-0 at the highest
Thank you
level?
to William and
last time I
Fellas
can
for
think
not
of was-
jinxing it, by the way.
What, Loud versus EG? I mean, okay, actually, here we go. Good news, Talon. You're going to go on to become world champions. That must be the secret.
That's a sign, is it?
Yeah, okay, never mind. Everything's going to work out in the end.
One day. Don't worry, everything happens for a reason. But yeah, again, like you mentioned, Talon is not a bad team. We've seen them steadily improving, but it's just that, my God, PRX. What do you do against Jing, who is putting up all of these frags against everybody, every single round?
This is very different from the previous series where we said, like, okay, this wasn't just T1 looking good, it was Secret making a lot of mistakes.
Yes.
This was just PRX being better.
Yeah.
In every facet, in every metric, just dipping them. I mean, the snappy reactions that we were seeing from them, I mean, a lot of times, like, Talon were just not getting an opportunity to fire back, and everybody's aim was just so on point here.
Pure rushdown.
This was... I mean, I think it is probably the most gorgeous map of Valorant that we have ever witnessed from one side, obviously. You know, this isn't the back and forth brawl where like, oh, that's really good gameplay. But as far as like just having a read, having a game plan and an understanding of how your opponent's going to operate and then just hitting everything, this was about as perfect as I've ever seen.
I had a little bit of a note here that was like, ooh, PRX could potentially, this might be their weakest point because they're realigning. I'm just gonna delete that.
The whole line.
The whole thing.
I see it. Okay,
yeah,
she's doing
pretty much just deleting all of that. But because, like, you know, this is basically just PRX doing everything right in the sense of Valorant, we're just gonna go to two people who apparently can't get anything right at all over here on our guess and game. We do have another question for you gentlemen. Which team will take more post timeout rounds in map number 2? Judging on, like, basing everything on what we saw earlier.
So who's gonna like call a timeout and then win the follow-up round? Am I
not
correct?
even
Am I correct
do
in
we
that?
even really need to ask
that's
this
my
at
thing.
this point?
Because I think Talon, after what we saw, Talon's going to call timeouts. I don't necessarily think that they're going to win them.
I'm not.
And I think that PRX
going
might
for it.
not have to time out at all.
We'll just go for it.
So I'm just going to say a tie, I think.
He's going for a tie. I'm just PRX all
Again,
over.
like, I mean, I can't go any lower, so I'll just X2. I might as well 2X it.
Are you not curious what happens? You go all the way back up to Radiant. The world is round.
In that case, I hope I'm wrong. An over-the-top straight. Oh, a poker player's favorite.
But yes, apparently everybody thinks the same way, PRX as well. But I mean, is there any other reason not to at this point? I don't even think it's just that because like Frost, sure, he might have, you know, he might have the power to rally his players together, but it's just that PRX are just better in every sense of the word.
They were truly anticipating every turn, every step, every move that Talon were about to make.
They were. And I'm going to asterisk this before we really move on. I'm saying a tie because I think that Talon are going to call 2 timeouts. PRX are basically going to call it 0, and then that nullifies it because Talon don't have any
Right, they
wins.
cancel
and then
each other.
Technically, because PRX haven't called timeouts,
They haven't
also
won.
have 0.
Yeah,
So it's
yeah.
a tie.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
okay.
why I'm going with
That's the condition. That's the condition
Sure.
under which you call
Yes.
the tie. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I do think that, you know, Alex might call a timeout sometimes, but it would probably be like just him laughing, just like, just chill, guys. But right now,
How's it going,
we are
guys?
going
What's the weather
into,
like?
Yeah, what's the weather like? How's it going there? You know. But right now we are heading into Bind, which is going to be PRX's map.
Yeah. That's it. It's PRX's map.
All right, look, for Talon, here's the copium. The copium is that you put a lot more time prepping your opponent's map. Pick one of the ones that you expected to go to, so you're going to have a solid understanding about how they like to pile this map. They're going to have pretty much similar compositions. Obviously, you got the Harper and the Brim on PRX's side compared to the Viper there for Talon Esports. So very different post-plan setups. You know, you get something you can do a little bit differently there. The other copium is that we've heard it time and time again. You get smashed in an opening map. It's way easier to step away. However, a 13-0, I think, is a little bit different compared to getting, you know, 13-3, 13-4, that kind of scoreline. This is a lot more, frankly, humiliation for the side of Talon. Are they going to be able to roll with the punches and have the bounce back? Can they use that to their strengths? We'll have to see.
They need to. It's knockouts. They have to come up with a map win. Otherwise, that's pretty much it. And that's the thing, you know, this is a PRX that while they got a 13-0, there's also a slight chance for them to maybe overheat. So I'd like to see, you know, Governor, Talon, the whole of them to just kind of hang back a little.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I'm ready for more Valorant. So let's get to it. William and Valdez, over to you guys.
Thank you, analysts, for that awesome breakdown of the 13-0 that PRX did just pull off against Talon on Talon's map pick. Now we're moving on to Binds.
Yeah.
Which is PRX's map pick.
I mean, this is the first map, right? I mean, the match hasn't started yet. I mean, it's
the
only
first
been
one
so
was
long.
just an exhibition match. Yeah.
Okay, so obviously Jess talked about the comps a little bit. I think the Brim versus the Viper, it brings a pretty actually big difference in that PRX, they're going to play a lot, they can play a lot more reach as well, a lot more aggro, push forward, keep up the fast tempo. Whereas Talon are going to try to control the map with the Viper. So far, it's not so bad, right? The Snake Bite gives you B main advantage. You still have a short advantage. You can still contest for showers. It's a good setup, and we've seen this Harbor Wall before, so you got to expect a potential push out of Hookah as well.
And that is what's coming out of PRX. They're moving as a team. Down will go for Sinkin on A. That is a free TP over to A. And should be a free plant here. Surf expecting the rotation to come out from Hookah around through A short, and he's going to spot them. He gets contact. PRX are spotted.
Yeah, and they have showers control, so Surf is just playing safe. He can still hold on to backside. That's a good back out from Surf. They still have site advantage in terms of overall control.
Well, PRX just kind of run onto the site, and so spamming through Ban and Surf pick up one apiece. Jip Boys, excellent timing to push out here, and that is a very dominant first round here from Talon. So already infinitely more rounds than they had in the first map, and they are on the board.
They are. They also are tied for the number of first kills that they had in the first map. So overall, a great start. But a great play on the map, right? I mean, it's a very classic setup with the long-range snake bite, things like that. But I love it, and I love the push in from Surf. It gets him hard info, right? Even if he had died there, you know that it was just the one guy. You could probably TP, things like that, where you would have the numbers advantage.
Well, they're going to push out here, Governor. Just going to get dizzied, but he does push them back with his own paint shells.
And a four-man buy from Talon, so only Surf with the Ghost. And usually you see the Ghost on the lurk, but this time, Talon, they don't want to spend too much time controlling the map. They want to push through.
Yeah, that they do. I think it's a pretty good idea. Just trying to push on to A, see what they can see. Surf is going to pick up that kill on a Forsaken as, okay, a couple of nice classic shots from something. Gets another dink, actually, but eventually, with the classic, you're going to run out of power. And they do get that plant down.
Yeah, no, you don't have full showers control, but you definitely don't want to go into lamps either with the long-range weapons. You kind of want to just let them sneak in there and just have an exit. So peeking into it, I think, is fine from Jit Boys, but being trapped in there, okay, he has the Spectre, that's why. It's not a rifle at the very least.
Freak spotted. Easy peek around here from Jit Boys, who is just going to look for, unfortunate timing on that, as Jing at least is going to be spotted, throws down a nice little cat.
Yeah, not what he was looking for, quite frankly. He wanted to go for the jump peek with the knife and just gets blasted to oblivion.
Satchel out.
And somehow through all of this, Jing dying to the spike still has 5 points or something like that on his ult. So it's not like PRX is absolutely flustered in terms of overall resources. But I will say, Surf definitely took that first map personally because he is firing right now.
Yeah, I mean that's the way to bounce back after that first map, right? Sometimes you can feel like you got humiliated, you can feel really bad, really demoralized, but maybe that can also just be used as motivation to try to come in and really shut them down even harder on the next map.
Judge by for Governor as well. So looking for a potential fast push into lamps, but I like that they're still trying to control showers at the same time. That way they still have options around the safe site. Oh, I mean, it's a nice attempt on the double swing.
And he gets the orb at the end of it.
Wow.
Well, they know where he is. Surely that's... Wait, no, it's not. Jing is going to pick up the third kill. And, yeah, I mean, it's a bonus.
It is a bonus.
That is not going very well.
Yes, I mean, it's unfortunate because they did carry over 3 rifles, right? You bought up a judge to try to equal out the econ. If you can get one more.
Okay. All right.
Oh! I mean, Ban said it in that pre-match interview, that he fires back even in the scrims. He's trying to prove it again here in Bind. And yeah, it goes from a, well, okay, it's a bonus, whatever, to, all right, fine, both teams are okay with the ending of it. While PRX, sure, they drop 3 rifles, they lose some more armor. At the very least, the plant didn't happen. So in terms of relative economy, PRX is feeling okay about it as well. The next round then becomes the ever so crucial buy round from both.
Yeah. See, Forsaken does have a Bulldog.
Yeah, we're going to have one kind of off rifle on both sides, but there is that showstopper in the hands of Jing, and that's why Talon, once again, they were waiting for the push out. Governor, a good pick that allows for the crossfire trade.
Yeah, excellently done. Just shutting down that push out from the side of PRX. And now, I mean, you've got Mind Freak, he stays alive, but it's on 12 health.
Yeah,
so.
Now you still have a minute left. You've still got that Viper that can lurk and put pressure onto A short. You know that 2 members died and they backed out of A short. So you're expecting the potential of this rotate. Talon, they're working off of that assumption, and Surf will now start to creep in. I think he's a little bit ahead of his teammates, but he'll even win the duel, so it's not going to matter too much.
Yeah, spoken out by himself. Wins a 1v1. That's something they couldn't do a lot of times on the first map, so it's a nice way to build up your confidence now. Divide here.
Last player standing.
Immediately going to be taken out very quickly by Ban. Mind Freak's just gone for a save.
Yeah, has to. I mean, just 12 HP as well. Obviously, no creds left for him. You know, he'll see if maybe he can catch a cheeky little lurk, something like that, trying to get into the most unpredictable position. You imagine that attacker spawn will be cleared out by Talon. And look at this. They're early on the hunt because they know they're safe, right? It's just one person. You can still wrap around, so they have the time to eventually reach his position.
Sub-Ban's face. In real life, he is very focused. He very much wants to get that kill. Not sure if it's going to happen, though. Let's see. Surf might be the first person to get contact. Down he goes.
Can't lose too many members if you're Talon.
Here comes Ban, and he will take him out. So that's a very good trade for Talon. 1v1, they hold on to 4 rifles, and they hold on to the lead.
Yeah, you get Seekers up for Ban as well. Currently topping the charts with 6 kills. I mean, this is also a very different ideal scoreboard here where you've got a couple people fragging out and the Gecko just sitting there with assists, doesn't even need to get frags. Just helping the team get onto the site.
Nice! Let's go.
Okay, yeah, you get the energy up for Talon, try to make
excited.
it competitive, yeah. You'll love to see that from Surf. I mean, he had an absolute excellent debut back in the Xerxia days, and now he's returned to that top-tier stage.
Yeah. And that was after he got taken out. You know, he got the information, his teammate cleans it up, they win the round in a big way. So a lot to be excited about, even though he did go down. Here comes Talon. Lots of walls. There's the Seekers as well, as they look to push onto the A site.
Yeah, it's just one on the site. They know that thanks to the Seekers, so it's just going to be a push through. You know you have the better weaponry. Governor trying to make sure he doesn't give an easy headshot away. I love the cautiousness from Talon on these anti-ecos. And now you have Shower's control. You staggered them here. You have a shorty and lamps. So far, every round, Talon's been playing very clean.
Uh-oh. Don't want to go into that bubble. Divide will get 1 kill, but I have a feeling that might be the only kill. Oh, maybe not. Something with the second one.
Yeah, the scope-ins aren't really, the zoom-ins aren't doing great here for Talon. We're looking for the 1-taps.
Yeah. There's another one. It's not a lot of time here on the spike, but they're certainly taking a lot of blood with them. Something gets another kill, and they'll just take the TP out. So they take 4 rifles out, and nope, make it 5. Something with the 3K as Cruz tries to follow there and does not get the kill.
But you do have to consider this, right? Talon's fine for the next round, but kills give not much, but some extra creds as well. Obviously, ult points, things like that. And that's not a round that should have ended that way. So, yeah, I get them peeking out and things like that early. I mean, yeah, for you got to keep the energy up. But this could be the difference maker down the road. Now PRX, I mean, Achilleo said he thinks PRX is going to have to call a timeout, but they definitely need one at this point.
We'll see who takes the round afterwards.
Yeah, that's the big question.
Our guessing gainers who are looking to gain with their unfortunate guesses. You do see that both coaches actually pretty animated, but obviously at this point, Alex a bit more. Not looking too angry just yet. I think it's hard to be angry after the way today has gone so far.
Yes.
But certainly a lot of things to fix still after the beginning of this map.
Yeah, and I think probably what Alex has seen is if you're going to go for things like the 4-1, you got to be able to push out, right? You got to be able to take a little bit more control of things like B main or Ace Showers. You know, just focusing on maybe holding onto hookah, maybe holding onto lamps, that's not going to get you much. And you realize that Talon, what they've been doing is the first read they get, they immediately pinch into both lanes on the other side of the map. So you really want to try to sell that a bit more. If you're not confident in pushing out right now, given how the first couple rounds have gone, maybe give them a little info, then you also try to over-rotate onto the other side.
Yeah, and it's still early on. I think it's a nice place to take a timeout where the team's feeling okay. Yes, they lost the round, but you pick up a bunch of kills. You know, something's beginning to get back into the server after his 383 of the first map. And let's see how this after timeout round is going to go. As Governor has a, not going to fire it in there.
Yeah, just wants to gain even more information. He knows it's too far of a distance. I like that. Tries to guarantee the kill. They're looking to push out as well. They know the Thrash is there. They know the retakes are there, but Mind Freak!
Uh-oh, and look at that. Also, detained was Governor. He gets taken out. This is nearly going to be a... No, it is going to be a flawless. PRX, they take one timeout, and they're right back in the driver's seat.
And that's just with the two ultimates, right? The Thrash and the Seekers. So Talon wants to push out because they know that this can be a very quick retake here. Obviously, already used one, so that's just going to be gone to the ether anyway. So they're trying to push out off of the Showstopper. So you know that they've used the Cascade. You know the Harbor's nearby somewhere. You want to try to catch that timing right before the Thrash is used to punish it. What is that?
What? That's just not fair.
Oh my gosh, he just does that sometimes, man.
Yeah.
And again, I mean, listen, the previous round, dropping all those weapons, now you're right back to a broken eco here for Talon.
Yeah, so you get into the spot where, you know, PRX kind of a slow start, but now you're feeling not too great if you are Talon about this current position. They spot the push coming in. A lot of util already as they try to push through. As, Showstopper coming in from Jing, but it's a couple of frenzy kills for the side of Talon.
Do they know about Devi, though? I don't think they really expect it.
Well, you've got that from the skies, and now Devi, as you mentioned, they do not know he is here. And Mind Freak trying to come on in. He is not going to land those shots. As here comes Talon trying to pick up this Thrifty, as there it is, the one quick snipe with the Sheriff, and that is a thrifty win for Talon.
Yeah, I'd love to see the replay from Talon's perspective, because Governor being planted in early was great. The thing is I'm pretty sure something saw that frenzy, maybe in the heat of the moment, doesn't quite catch it. Yeah, he goes for the wraparound, but Governor's just quicker, and the instant flood as soon as the mosh ends. It's a great call from Talon. You don't want to leave that Raze stranded, especially on an eco. Capitalize on the fact that you've got better run and gun weapons. They're back in the game, but now the operator. This is a big round for both sides.
Yeah, we'll see if something can hold on to it in this round, or if Talon is going to continue to come on strong in this second map. As they've been pretty aggressive. Here we go once again, the Trailblazer into Hookah. And this time it is going to be a one trade back, but once again, it is going to be a plant coming in. Forsaken does get that headshot through the teleporter. This plant is coming down from the side of Talon.
Yeah, but the post plant's not great. Talon doesn't feel stable. Do you hear the Trailblazer? You do. Cruz knows he has a timing. Oh, he can't win it, the swing out.
Oh, and he knew it too. You could see his face right after that. That's rough. That's not gonna feel good for Cruz.
Oh.
And PRX will take this round. As Jing and the rest of PRX have been having a bit of fun, regardless.
That's PRX, right? Even if they're losing, Some of the other ex-pros have stated that one of the scariest things is you face a team that's just having fun. How do you beat that? Because the pressure's not going to get to them. Unless for PRX they're in a grand finals with a map advantage, the map draft advantage. Yeah. The pressure gets to them then, when they have the winner bracket advantage. But now the timeout coming out. So Talon, I do like that they tried to shift. Once PRX call the timeout, they start to go for just, don't go for contact and then rotate. You immediately just start going in. Obviously one of those was an eco round, but you try to replicate that and you're able to get onto the site. But obviously the post plant and the quick reactions to the TP wasn't quite expected. So I imagine off of this timeout, you're going to go back to a bit of a slower default, see if the pushouts happen again. Not too much to lose to go back to your own style that you had in the beginning of the map.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see what Talon come back with. See, Frost has got a lot to say this time around. Alex, once again, having a lot to say. A lot of animation, a lot of arm movements between these two coaches. It's exactly what we expected. Exactly what we enjoy, these two coaches.
Yeah, when I saw the bracket for this matchup, I did think it would be very fun to just sit backstage in between the two coach rooms. And they are a little far apart, but see if you can hear them right in the middle of the stage or something like that.
I would say you probably can.
Yeah, I imagine.
Something, of course, holds on to his operator. And that was something I wanted to watch for coming into this next round. Picked up a couple of kills, I think, on that last one, and now he's going to look to hold on to Showers. Gets a nice little bird through the TP to help him clear this out.
Okay, so now you know that Showers has been taken over, right? That guiding light is meant to plant someone in Showers so they can keep a vision of it and have that priority. So Talon, correctly reacting to at least hold on to B main control. So you've got some semblance of map control, but it doesn't feel stable yet. Oh, the timing!
You could tell that PRX were not expecting that swing.
And the audio cut into B. I like this, right? The only contact you've had is on A short, and because you've been slow, no information given, by the way. Guiding light didn't tag anyone, nothing. Surf is still getting kills. You're waiting to hear movement on B site. You're still hearing nothing, so Talon just says, okay, just keep cutting audio. They have no idea where we are. Worst case, maybe we go A, maybe we plant B. Hold defender spawn, you've got all the options.
You got a lot of time as well, still 40 seconds. And he's not going to spot Surf. So Surf, he gets that wall up once again. He's going to get into lamps.
But this is all to make sure that they can clear this backside. Something has fallen right into the trap, and he has no idea. That lurk. This is a lurker's lurk from Surf.
Last player standing.
Yeah, just hanging out forever. The rest of the team coming out, and they don't know exactly where Devi is, but I don't think Devi is going to go anywhere near them. Talent, just a beautiful round to take here, so definitely feeling very nice for them, 6-3, and also feeling pretty good for Achilleos, currently tied in rounds one after
you were keeping track,
in terms of timeouts. So PRX got one, Talon got one. Still two more timeouts, though.
It would be funny if Achilleos was the only one who got it correct despite misunderstanding the question.
Sometimes you just got to send it. And Devi picks up one, but the wrap is coming in here from Talon, and Governor will pick up that kill. So 6-3, and they take out Devi.
Yeah, and Governor gets closer to another showstopper. All things said and done, Talon feeling good about their position so far. I mean, this peek out, Surf. And he sticks it despite the boombot. That's good too. But the best thing is them putting up the toxic screen again. So now whoever's on the site has to back out into backside because you don't know about lamps. And because you haven't seen the op yet, because it wasn't B main, you're imagining that's in Showers. Like, this was all very well read from Talon.
Yeah. Well, they totally controlled that entire round and got into the heads of PRX, perhaps. As here comes something once again, but he's going to drop the shot. We haven't seen a lot of that today. But it is going to happen this time. And Talon, they see a couple of guys out there. And they're just kind of back away. We do have a pretty big presence over by Showers for them.
So Talon, a bit of a curveball now. Before, the first couple rounds, it's contact, immediately rotate on a pinch. But now because of the op, they're wondering if it's a rotate. At the very least, they know it's not. The op's still on the B side.
Got some spam going through the wall there. And something did get that pick off. near the fountain.
You have the Thrash. Yeah, I wouldn't mind this to push the op out, right? Even if he TPs out, that makes B site very weak because your entire force was spotted in showers. So if you can get onto this site and just make that op go away. Oh, the Seekers are going to get so much information. That Trailblazer fake is not working out on the A site.
Oh yeah! Yeah, definitely is not. Here comes the Thrash. Vi is going to spot it, eating a bunch of damage from the snake bite, as now on the back of this one, Governor not going to hit anyone. Vi in a bit of trouble, but he's able to survive and get into the globe, but now he does go down. Here comes the rest of Paper X. Surf up top here. He is going to take out a bunch of them, two alongside a Cruz.
And you heard the TP. You know he's back. I mean, something's going to try to go for the wraparound, but you know he has an op. If you can stick together and just not give a collat. Oh, caught sight of him.
Yep. Well, oh, the timing. Something.
As long as you just don't double up, yeah.
Yeah, he tried to get out. Nicely done from Talon. 7-3, a much different looking map this time around.
Yeah, and again, this is impressive from Talon to bounce back on your opponent's pick. I mean, sure, I'm sure you prepped it. You gotta imagine that this pick was coming in, unless you banned it.
Nice! Let's go.
And we get a third timeout, the second one from Paper X.
This is when you know that Paper X has been challenged, right? When both timeouts are used in the first half. It only happens when Coach Alex really feels the need to course correct. Doesn't look too angry, which I would agree. I don't think it's necessarily that the reads were completely off, things like that, but it's just a couple of timings where you could have had a better advantage, right? You didn't need to necessarily go for certain duels, things like that.
He looks very stern, though.
He does look stern.
There's some pretty large arm movements right at the end as well. I don't know. He's getting a little frustrated for sure. And maybe this is the moment, as Achilles was talking about before, you know, maybe you just turn off your brains, go for some aggressive rotations, and try to get on them. We've seen a lot of buying from Paper X, and it looked a bit more aggressive than what we're seeing so far, even from the defense. So maybe just trying to say to his team, okay, it's time to up the tempo here.
Yeah, it does feel like he also wanted to talk a lot about rotations just based on hand movements. Obviously, we can't read all their lips, but
yeah.
So I do wonder if he wants him to be a bit more fluid, right? Push out, rotate, kind of rinse, repeat. And for now, it is going to be a push out onto showers. Obviously, a bit of a broken buy this time around for Paper X. Well, that gives him the orbital strike.
Yeah. So they got that, and it's very similar to what we saw earlier on, where Jing was the one hitting the orb, and they were able to win like a 2v2 over there. So maybe trying to go back to a certain kind of maneuver strategy that worked out for them in a round in the past. This time around, though, you see that Talon, after the timeout, they're just playing it very passively. Just, you know, looking for some contact over by the TP, but other than that, just slowly playing this one.
Yeah, I mean, with that broken buy again, so Surf trying to hope that he can get another timing, but he is drawing out all these smokes, so you know that Brim is near somewhere on A. He's wary of his flank, and that means Talon, they're ready to strike on to B. You've got double smokes on the side. He even wins one fight. That's great news. Numbers now dwindle down. B side has to be weaker. They're waiting for that harbor wall to die down.
Devi not going to take any shots here. He's going to spot them running out into the teleporter.
Man, he's detained. They're trying to chase him. Oh.
Well, here they come in onto the A site. Forsaken here as well. Plan's coming down, and Forsaken's holding on to him, but he doesn't have any ammo. And that's going to be rough for him. Something able to upgrade here.
She's going again. They stopped her.
And goes for the peek.
10 seconds left.
Trying to run away. Here's Ban, and Ban is going to pick it up. Excellently done. Even Seeker's committed to just to find out where Devi is. They want this round, and they will have it. 3 kills for Jit Boys, and it's 8-3 for Talon.
And I love the Seekers at the end because you didn't see him in showers, but the Reckoning didn't hit either because Devi waited. So you're like, well, is he short? Is he, you know, is he backside? But at the end of the day, if you can get to 8, you're already feeling comfy for the first half. So it's a good call, in my opinion, to just send the Seekers, lock in the round. And overall, I mean, Surf on the lurk has been so valuable lets Talon just get hard reads onto PRX's setup.
Yeah, it has been kind of insane what he's able to do on this map here. Van also putting up some big numbers. Trailblazer now going to come out of short. Get some information. A couple of walls come up as Talon are running at them.
Yeah, now it's going to be the far wraparound all the way. Jitboys even beats out the judge. So now you imagine, you didn't hear TP, you're not seeing the backside, you're ready for the flank. Absolutely, Ben gets 2.
Pretty huge stuff. I mean, he gets early contact, he takes out 2 of them, and now PRX, they kind of just have to force it. And that's not going to look good for them, as meanwhile, Cruz has an amazing flank on both of them, as the Governor will take him down. That's 9-3 at the half in favor of Talon, looking very different from our first map.
Yeah, Talon looks very confident in their reads. They look comfortable. And it seems that whatever they prepped about the tendencies of PRX, it's been good. I mean, obviously it helps to have a blazing start yourselves, right? I mean, we're starting to see some whiffs from PRX. That magic that we saw in Lotus, it's not getting replicated win or lose the round. So props to Talon on bouncing back. See if they can keep it up on the defensive half, though. Obviously, PRX, attack-sided specialist, so to speak. Although I guess the stats they do have the highest defense side rate so far coming into the playoffs.
Nice little drawing there.
Whoa, someone got overly excited after map 1
okay.
the wrong way. Yeah, you might want to save that. It's not over just yet.
Yeah, you can put it back together. I think we have some tape.
Yeah, we should put some tape out there just in case.
Yeah. That's interesting. I love you, Jing, with a bunch of hearts sitting next to what looked to be her partner.
That middle fan said he's actually a TRX fan, so PRX tried to steal my heart. Well, map 1, I think they were on the way, but map 2 looking a little rough.
Well, it's a new half. It's a new day here on Bind. We saw T1 earlier on. They went down. It was 9-3, right? Or was it 8-4? I think it was 9-3.
Yeah.
The first half of Sunset. Yeah, it was 9-3.
The curse
and then
struck.
T1 came back. So, PRX, you've got an opportunity, but Talon looking very strong on this one.
Oh, I like the switch to the Frenzy from Cruz. You got to expect that it's going to be a flood. So, again, that's kind of the big difference, right? Without the Viper, you're not going for hard lurks, but you just have the extra smokes that you can keep inching forward, keep pushing forward, get that extra reach. Got double Frenzies on the side of PRX as well.
Oh, that grenade getting a lot of value, but here comes Jing just running straight at them, and through they come on in as everybody tries to go on the teleporter, and they just get annihilated.
Absolutely the hardest of reads here, where they just all wait. Jing just solo charging through the site while everyone waits for the trap.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, the toxic screen a little bit telling, but still, great read from PRX.
Yeah, really good stuff, and you know, you talked about win rates, but certainly PRX they look pretty comfortable, you could say, and now we're just kind of jumping at the enemy just for fun. And PRX are back on the board, so 9-4. They take the pistol rounds. Potential 9-5 on the cards.
Yeah, it's definitely looking very likely. I mean, this is just knowing that the Frenzy, also the running and control very good, but then everyone just holds. I mean, Jing's just still walking into the site if you look at the minimap.
Yeah.
Everyone just says, all right, Jing, go get the site ready for us, warm up the seat.
They're just spamming through the talk screen like, okay, we know that they have all come through, and it's easy pickings for them. As here come PRX once again. Very fast, not getting any time for Talon to set up anything, as the Dizzy going to get some value, but already 2 kills here for the side of PRX. As now Jing trying to get in their face, and that they will. Devi going to pick up the kill, and it's 5 against 2. Make that 5 against 1.
Oh man, you did not want this to go into a flawless, but Governor will say 40 seconds on the clock, 40 seconds for everyone to buy the Talon capsule. And that's about all he can do. He does have to die. And I think he's debating probably jumping into the TP to get in range, except that Forsaken is waiting on the other side. So is something.
And everybody else is clearing out the other angles.
Yeah, they have made sure that he cannot possibly die to the spike.
Yeah. Well, he's probably going to try anyway.
Do his best.
You would imagine. Let's see the timing of this one.
Oh, it's right there. Okay,
Yeah.
right by the door.
Just gonna get on in there. Nicely done by Governor. And there's nothing that Divide can do, of course. So PRX 2 rounds in a row as they get on the board here in the second half. Once again, coming at them pretty strong. Outside of the teleporter.
You saw the Spectres, right? So that's what they carry over. You gotta expect another flood execute.
Let's go.
It doesn't have to be a rush, but it has to be a flood. So Talon, how do they prepare for it? Yeah, you can try to match them, but dude, with Jing's Blast Pass, I don't know about matching them on showers. They are gonna wait.
Yeah, here comes Jing once again, as this time around the headshots ring true for the side of Cruz. Ban is there as well, as Mindfreak will pick up a kill with the Bulldog of his own. They also get the orb, so that is something, but still looking pretty good for the side of Talon. That is
rifle's picked up.
Yeah. Gives them a chance.
I mean, Governor has to go huge here. He has to get so much information, and he only has a judge, so he can't get too greedy. Yeah, just has to hold here for info.
Yeah. Well, there's the info.
Yeah, I wonder if PRX gets the read, right? Like, okay, why aren't you challenging us with a gun out? So it feels like they are a little wary of it, that it has to be a close-range gun. You can look at the econ, you can kind of get a good inkling of it.
Yeah, in which case you probably don't want to run towards it. And they're just going to put up a harbor wall and try to sneak in through lamps here, it looks like. But
jump peak not quite getting it, as that high tide, of course, matches the elevation of the ground.
yeah, they're just pushing all the way through. Sir, very quick on that one. Mindfreak does trade it back, but he is alone, and down he goes. Nice shot here from Jitboys to put an end to that. So no bonus for the side of PRX, and Talon are at 10.
Yeah, I mean, a desperate recovery on that round, because it was a good start, and I mean, you don't blame ban. There we go. That's a tongue twister.
You don't bland.
Yeah, you don't blame ban a bind. Oh, wow, okay. We got a lot of people out here. Looks like a Talon watch party. But yeah, for ban swinging out, it's just that Mindfreak, swings back in. That catches him off guard a little bit on his movement. But you can still match rifle for rifle. Governor able to pick up another one, a triple stack on A. And B is just meant to delay with the toxic screen.
They are very much expecting someone to be there, but as we know, everybody on the side of PRX over towards B.
Man thinks he has an opening. But yeah, I like the back out, because he tried to get past the cascade after not being tagged by the guiding light, but the Trailblazer pushes him back. Divide. Oh! Oh! That high tide really messed things up, and now he's just stuck in this duel forever.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the rest of the team trying to push on in. Jing is going to open things up. It's Mindfreak and Jing, the only two alive. Talon, meanwhile, the other couple of guys that were alive still on the rotation, as the spike will be planted.
They're going for 1v1s. They will win one.
30 HP on Governor. Jing has to pull off a masterclass of a 1v2.
Cleared all the other options. The showstopper, Governor!
Oh, he hits him! Just clips him, Governor, on 30 health. And that is barely enough to clutch it out. Jing just barely holds on to that round for PRX.
Oh, man. What a necessary clutch. And, in my head, I was thinking, like, why didn't they just let Mindfreak plant? He would have had the orbital strike. But position-wise, he was already in place, and it all works out. You can get the showstopper. Gets him the guarantee. I mean, Governor tries to fake him out by going above. That's the best shot Governor had. That's the elevation.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it nearly worked. As now, once again, PRX say, okay, well, this has been working for us. Some pressure in through B. And Jing is kind of just running at them. There's 4 people over there, as Talon have read this. Gotta be careful.
Yeah, now you saw how many people there were. It's an eco round for your opponents. No reason to pressure it. I mean, Talon, they were trying to make sure they could still secure an orb at the very least. He hears everybody. Yeah. They're ready for it, though.
mean, he's going to get the information, but he has a classic, and Mindfreak is going to check it. Takes him down. Gets healed.
Spike planted.
Noise cut out of range, but obviously quite well suspected. Maybe not the stinger, though.
There we go again. I mean, this guy is he's pretty good at hitting those, and now Governor trying to get in. Picks him off. Something here as well, though, to clean it up.
One enemy remaining.
Surf goes down as well. Ban sneaking his way in.
Yeah, but now you imagine, right? He's not there for the trades. He has to be coming from the other side. Jing's ready for it. Jing doing his best right now to keep PRX in the fight, and that they are. Only 3 rounds away. It's kind of a similar situation as that first match we had.
Yeah.
Where Talon is, they're not that close to map point just yet.
No, it's definitely a bit away. Some decent looks here from the side of Talon in this round, but obviously not able to get much done with Classics and Sheriffs. You can see something. He's not celebrating just yet.
Yeah, they got a ways to go. Thrash on both sides. You've got Seekers and an Orbital Strike for PRX as well. Again, they'll be happy to use the Orbital Strike to get into the site, to deny it, rather than just using it for post-plant. Obviously, they'll be happy to do so if it's easy. But the early Thrash. Now you even have a Lurk and Lamps. You've still got control of B as well.
Yeah, they're just going to TP on over towards B. Governor on the back of the site here. He's not able to hit any shots. And they're not going to commit to it, actually. As they rotate out once again. That Lurk you mentioned before, Forsaken just sticking in Lamps, making things interesting.
But JetBoys does suspect it, right? That's why he's still holding on to triple, because the rotation's there in time. They have to clear out Lamps, and that's exactly what they'll do. Forsaken spotted, Lamps retaken. Thrash is chasing him around.
Uh-oh, Serve huge in Lamps, and he will stay alive after picking up those 2 kills. Now he's just trying to get out with his life, and he will. He survives. Yes, the plant does come down. That's a nice shot through the box here from something. Mindfreak trying to hold down the showers as well, but Van expects it doesn't matter. Mindfreak able to get the kill. And now he's looking for more. He picks up 2. Meanwhile, some spam through from something. It's a 2-on-2 as in comes Divine.
Surf.
And it's up to something 1v2. It's not going to happen. Surf picks up the 4K.
A massive round from the youngster on Talon. He said he's back to help represent Thailand here in VCT Pacific, and he is doing a bang-up job putting them on the map. I mean, he did everything. He reclaimed control of Lamps, he held on to it, he swings for the trade, gets the flank. I mean, absolutely beautiful play from Serve. I love his energy, man.
Yeah.
It's just so raw. You love to see it.
Oh, yeah, he's having a great time. Governor here, he does not have enough money for any armor.
Yeah, glass cannon. I mean, yeah, it's an op. 1 shot, 1 kill.
Yeah.
Well, he gets the showstopper as well. They use the Cove, it appears, to get the showstopper.
Here we go.
He senses it.
Yeah, he's going to go in onto that B site. Governor on the back here. Well, that glass cannon didn't quite work at close range operator.
Doesn't know the wraparound.
Uh-oh. JetBoy's still able to get the kill. And for some reason, he is still alive. That's another kill going the way of JetBoys. He picks up 3, and PRX kind of dropped the ball there. Talent excellently done.
What in the world, JetBoys? It looked like he was going to be late for the swing around in Devi, but then when he's doing that, you'd think the wraparound's coming from Tube, but it doesn't, because it has a judge, so they're going into Tube, and he is just swiveling on a pivot. PRX, obviously no more timeouts left either.
Yeah, they had to use both in the first half. And, I mean, Talon, they tried to bring out Lotus, maybe something they were comfortable with, but it really feels like they have prepped a lot for Bind, as this has been the one where they have dominated PRX. Somewhat surprisingly, but it looks very nice.
Oh, and the push out.
Oh, boy.
Dude, the control and the tempo is just perfect from Talon. You already have map point. You're feeling comfy. The opponents are in an eco, so you try to throw the curveball by pushing out yourselves. It's an important kill, too. No Gecko. That means on the spike plant, they're going to be down in numbers. And Governor, he's just holding on to heaven. He just wants to make sure they don't get all the way into defender spawn. You're even going to send the TP, but Cruz is meant to just draw attention. The real force is still going to be the flank all the way around through A short.
Spike planted.
Well, he's cleared out showers mostly. Still have Mind Freak over here. Cruz, he's like, all right, you know, maybe I'll take a little bit of time, wait for my team to actually push in before I go for this. Just gonna pick it up, and there's the kill. Quick headshot going his way. Divide, though, he is clean and short. Picks up 2, maybe 3, but not quite enough. And now it's all up to Forsaken. Divine gave him a chance. Can he put the lid on it and bring them back? No, he will not. Talon will take the second map in a huge way, 13-7.
Absolutely. The score isn't as one-sided, but overall the momentum in that first half absolutely felt like it, and the recovery was solid on the defense. Talon, good reads and amazing aims. The lurks just perfect from Surf, but we'll send it over to the desk to break it down a little bit further.
And suddenly we feel like balance is restored somewhat to Pacific. It was leaning heavily in favor of one earlier, but now it seems like, okay, this was a little bit better, but this was PRX's map pick, so this confuses me too.
And, well, this is something that I kind of touched on when I was going through my copium segment of, as far as, you know, what Talon could look forward to. And clearly, a lot of preparation did go into this bind, but also seemingly, for the side of PRX, just not enough blood back to the brains a little bit there. There was too much of a head rush after that 13-0.
Yeah.
It felt like they couldn't really recollect themselves. They couldn't bring themselves down off that high because right off the rip, we saw, you know, just whiff shots from nailing absolutely every single shot they were going for on Lotus. A ton of whiffage was happening here early on bind.
Totally whiffage. I mean, there are these moments where, yeah, exactly what Achilles is saying. You're holding an off angle. You know you're supposed to get that kill. You can't miss that shot, but, you know, like cortisol, adrenaline or something, and you start to shake, and sometimes those whiffs come through. And, I mean, credit to Talon, truly, because I was confused about, like, why they left bind open. This is, like, PRX's undefeated map pick, like 3-0. And then they intentionally left it open. You see that timeout, I think it was, like, round 9 from Coach Frost, and they pull off that, like, stealth strat of just
rotating all the way around.
Oh
they
my
went
God.
all around the world.
Right, and it's all the way around. Like, they got B. You think they're going to stop there? No. We're just going to wrap all the way back around, sneak and infiltrate behind your site, and PRX is none the wiser. Like, that is incredible, incredibly impressive stuff from Talon. But on the other hand, I mean, Surf, what was that, like, quadruple? It should have been an ace.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, those last few rounds, Surf was looking alive and well. It was an incredible performance from him on that Viper. But I mean, pretty much everybody. I mean, Cruz again. He sat back. He's doing the calling. He's putting out his util and finding an immense amount of value from the get-go. Don't need him to be fragging out of control when you have the rest of the team that are putting up solid figures. Ban as well, continuing to look just great overall. You know, the 13-0, a blip. We can just go ahead and move past that now. It no longer matters. All that matters is this next map. And if PRX are going to have another soft start like they had here on Bind, we could be saying goodbye to this team. And again, this is a squad that has not missed out on qualification for an international event since 2021. It's been 931 days since they lost that faded game to Damwon in the 2021 LCQ. It would be absolutely insane for it to happen here today.
Well,
I mean, after a 13-0.
Quack and I were like,
yeah, and after starting things off with a 13-0 victory in the series, that would be such a testament to Talon. I mean, already coming back in and looking dominant here on Bind is already such a strong testament to their ability to be able to recuperate after that devastating loss. But can they close it? That's the question. Because now it's PRX. They have to be the ones to bounce back.
So I kind of miss like that Cypher cam, the spy cam that we had from last year. You know, I can't imagine what's going on in the back of PRX's, you know, ready rooms right now, because they have to be discussing something. They definitely overheated on this map. There were, you know, not just moments where there's like whiffage going through. There were these moments where they started to go in for these individual peaks, ego peaks. They wanted to get those kills so bad. They believed that they could do it against Talon, but it was not meant to be. Talon was just a lot steadier on this map pick. So Sunset then is like the question, right? Because Talon has only played that once.
My smile is like this right now because I'm like, uh-oh, this could potentially mean, you know, a really, really big upset, especially since PRX, I mean, after the 13-0, as we were saying, you know, which was like perfect Valorant, suddenly, you know, you're looking at Talon, and they're looking like a team that's gone through the worst and prepared to come back. And I think that is incredibly scary, especially for PRX right now that are coming off of, like, you know, scratching their heads and maybe acknowledging that they're not exactly, you know, on the same page right now.
Yeah, I mean, things were very much disconnected. I mean, achieving perfection is already so difficult. They managed to do that, but it's completely unsustainable. I think that they got maybe a little bit too heated up, a little bit too cocky, perhaps, going into that bind, because, like you're saying, I mean, there's so many moments where it's just like, okay, I'm just going to swing through this harbor wall, unassisted, no flash or anything really to try to go for it, and I'm just going to, I'm just going to diff them. And then they were just getting knocked down time and time again. There's so many just odd decision-making moments here from the side of PRX where it was paying off for them every single time back over on Lotus. This time around, it wasn't going their way at all, but we continue to see those efforts still be made. So it was really good capitalization from the side of Talon. And, you know, it's another map. They've only played Sunset once themselves, but they have gotten to see multiple different looks, multiple iterations from PRX that they can and will have studied. So have they done enough? Do they have a solid enough understanding on that map to be able to break this down, much like they did on Bind?
I'm just like listening to Kayla's. I'm actually a little bit nervous right now for PRX because of everything they're saying. Yeah,
you're like literally squirming right now.
Actually, like the PRX fan in me is like, oh my god, please, 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 because again, like, Talon is such an incredible team. Coach Frost is pretty incredible as well, and they've had like what 4 days since Monday against that match against Team Secret. Have they had enough time to really prepare that much? Because Bind, clearly they prepared. Sunset, was that something that they anticipated? And PRX's Sunset is not something that you want to scoff at either. Then you think about the pressure of this being a knockout match as well. Is that going to cause PRX to shake even more?
Well, I guess, like, you know, talking to Coach Frost is a good thing because Talon got 2 wins after their timeout compared to PRX getting 1 win, which
I was this close. I was this close to actually being able to get the tie prediction.
Yeah.
If PRX if they converted a bonus, they get a timeout from Frost immediately. They'd be going in with an eco. It gets tied up. I look like a genius. I completely misunderstood the rules of the game when I went for this.
Well,
but I also probably still would have been wrong because I would have gone with everybody else and said PRX.
I'm just going to go down proudly.
Everybody's going down. If it helps everybody, it's
Join
like, you know, what happens here? Production. What happens? What is life after Iron?
We just
what do
stay there.
we do? You just stay here?
Yeah.
Like, okay, somebody whose birthday it is today, by the way, suggested that we probably should put like a trash can here.
Okay.
But yes, we will rank down. Come with me, viewers. Let's go on a journey back to Platinum over here. Meanwhile, question mark?
Question
mark at the moment, but
that's fine.
Yeah.
One day, you will all be joining me. It's gonna happen. Everyone's just gonna slip down. You will sulk with me and quack in our pit of despair.
For now, though, take pride, Iron Man. You will stay there a little bit further, and perhaps even for the rest of the week. But we'll see. Getting back into this, though, again, if you're not already nervous about your Iron there, I'm pretty much sweating for what might happen. PRX and Sunset, yes, looking really good. However, I would say Talon right now, the momentum is in their favor. So, like you, Quack, I'm a little bit nervous. My hands are actually shaking, if you can see that. You can't see that. It's too small. But yes, my hands are shaking.
I mean, momentum can only go so far. Clearly, you can overdo momentum. I think that Talon, the main thing for Frost is just getting them off stage and immediately cooling them off. Just like, don't ride the high of getting that 13-7. You just be like,
don't commit.
What are you talking? Why are you guys? Why are you guys excited? We still have a game to play. Wipe everything else from your memory. We didn't get 13-0'd. We did not just win on Bind. We're playing a best of 1 on Sunset versus PRX. That's kind of has to be the focus, and it's very similar for PRX's camp.
It's a total reset. It's a really helpful mentality as well, especially when you're doing such intense competitions like this, right? Right now, we are about to check out Agent Select into Sunset. Are we expecting anything right now, especially since the circumstances, Quack, are so dire?
I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's going to be anything too insane or different. I feel like when it comes down to this, you know, dire situations, you just have to go with what's tried and true. Everything that you've practiced before in scrims, try to pull out the performance as best as possible. We've seen that something promising get-go before. We saw it on Bind. A little bit shaky, mixed performances. You know, the last time PRX played this, it was against Team Secret. They didn't do too well either. So there is, you know, that slight nerves coming through. Meanwhile, for Talon, they've only played this once, but they've had a little bit of time to study and prepare for this.
Ooh, and we've got a substitution coming on in. It's gonna be
Oh
Lenny
my
out.
God, okay.
Whoa.
Okay.
Wait, what was that? What was that?
No one saw anything. You didn't see Jack.
It was not.
All right,
Okay,
here we go.
okay, there it is. Okay. Thoughts on this, gentlemen?
First of all, Forsaken Breach, I mean, maybe they're trying to, you know, pick up some ideas from, like, Team Secret, for example. You know, again, how you want to control that A elbow. Jing on that stage. No, excuse me, it's like Divide on that stage, yeah. And then that's always going to work out great. And, you know, you've got some interesting ways that you can use that wall. But, of course, the biggest elephant in the room right now is Governor on his Neon.
Yeah, I mean, they're bringing out the Neon. It's another adjustment here. Seen it from them now on Breeze, on Lotus, and here on Sunset. The Sage does play against this Neon quite well. The slow orbs, the walls, etc. All of that helping you to really slow down that pacey attack that you're going to, you know, want to see from Governor's side if you're cheering for Talon. But of course, Lenny coming in, he's just going to be playing that Sova, somebody that, you know, continues to just kind of be the main guy to play that. No one else really has that flexibility. But Lenny, how warmed up is he going to be? He's been sat back, he's been watching, he watches him get devastated on Lotus, he watches them win on Bind. Is he in form off the rip?
Big questions, and we're going to get the answers as we pass it on over to William and to Valdez.
Thank you so much, Analyst Desk, for breaking down that Talon win. Our guests and gainers just keep on going down. Everybody, including the viewers.
Yeah, where's the gain and the guess and gain, you know?
It's just guess and lose today, man. I don't know. But it's big wins for Talon, right? And I think that nobody really expected that, especially after the 13-0. That's part of why nobody won, the guess and gain. So here we go. Talon by themselves, a third map. And PRX, you heard them talking about how you got to cool down Talon after that first one, but I can't imagine. You know, Alex had a couple of timeouts. Ooh, had a lot to say, but still PRX weren't able to win on Bind.
All right, draws out the Paranoia as well. I mean, that's a lot of value because you saw the stack in mid, and you saw the Paranoia in B. So you know that A has to be a free site. The only thing is how do you combat the retake? You know the cooldowns are still there for the Breach. The Paranoia no longer, but you've got to have an answer to kind of push back in. And this counter recon set up for a timing. They hear the flank.
Yeah.
Tripwire destroyed.
It's going to be up to Lenny potentially, Ben, and the rest of them checking in there. Everybody trying to push on in. And they are going to be cut down. Lenny getting that first kill.
This regroup is good towards the back of sight. It's a good clear.
Yeah. Clear that out. Lenny is going to be taken out now. This Talon just trying to sit in the smoke, trying to wait on this one. They try to clear it out. Forsaken will be able to. And Jip Boys, he's got to try to spam through, but it's not quite enough. But they do stop the defuse. But there should be enough time with the second half. Easily done. PRX, though, that was not an easily done round. Certainly a lot of fireworks going back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't easy for PRX, but it just shouldn't have ever been PRX's to begin with. The read to push back. I mean, Lenny losing that duel, fine. You know, you could consider it's a bit of 50-50, but Ban losing on that duel in the smoke, that is rough. You were meant to just get one more guy, just buy enough time. That is a rough one. The surprises continue from PRX. The setup overall was so good from Talon. I mean, even this comp coming out, you know, taking it from Team Heretics, a page out of their book. Obviously, Frost has talked about Governor's Neon and how good it is before, so maybe PRX suspected it a bit. Just a slide by.
Yeah. Just slid in to say hello. And now, getting up the walls, getting up into the corner. Bit by bit, Talon trying to make their presence felt on this map, but they're just lining up for Mind Freak, who has 4, and he's looking for the ace. He will not get it, though, as Cruz wins with a classic, and then Forsaken has to end it.
Yeah, a little bit of a hard deny there on the ace. Cruz knew that it was coming. Silver lining there is obviously your eco, but also, at least it's the omen, right? At least all you're giving up is from the shadows. Yeah, he can ult and close doors now, but it's not the scariest ult in the world.
Spike.
He knows what he did. Device shaking his head a little bit too with a grin.
Yeah.
Early null command for Cruz. So Talon still keeping up on the resources quite well. The early 4 kills helps a lot.
That definitely does, and they're coming in quick, but that is a judge to the face. Something is going to be spotted. They are throwing everything in the kitchen sink at him off the wall, but Jing is still here, and they have not cleared this out. As, you know, he's going to be taken out at the end, but certainly a bit iffy there. As now trying to move on in, trying to swing, and Cruz with 3 health is going to win that trade.
Yeah, but they're so low. 3 health, like you said, 43 for Lenny. This is their buy round. I mean, the run and gun could be absolutely brutal here. Divide. Oh, he hears Yorp. He waits until the channel finishes.
One enemy.
Oh, and that's the full health member gone.
Oh, man.
Sees one.
Oh. Not going to happen. Mind Freak takes down a bunch, and PRX pick up a bonus round here, 3-0. And that one, I mean, this was getting pretty hectic. You know, it feels like both teams are really upping the tempo. But PRX are winning out in these big trades when it matters most.
Yeah, and they just know exactly what they need to do to counteract the Neon, right? Set play be damned. The judges will shut it down because they will close the gap for you. Obviously, the bonus round, it's an easier decision to make.
One enemy remaining.
But this is something that Talon are going to have to start to watch out for. I mean, they're obviously relying on Neon buying a lot of space. Now, Governor, whenever he plays a Neon, he doesn't have to get the kills. You can just create space. The rest of your team trades out, but it's not the same as things like Lotus. It's a lot tight quarters, so he does have to stay alive for just a bit longer.
Yeah, so we do have a bit of a tech pause here. Sorry about the delay. We'll try to get this solved as soon as possible. Looks like potentially a monitor.
Yeah, looks like Mind Freak's monitor.
Gear issue.
Yeah, gear issue. They're tweaking it a bit, it looks like. Maybe Mind Freak spent the past round trying to figure out why he didn't get the ace in the round before that, and he's like, you know what? Maybe it was the monitor.
Yeah, that's what I always say. Maybe it looked a little loose or something. I don't know. It looked fine, but you know, we can only see one side of the monitor.
Yeah. Obviously, they always kind of double check these things before the pause is respected. But I was wondering, because I wouldn't have been surprised, depending on how the comms are going for Talon, that maybe a timeout comes out here, right? Because if the comms are also getting a little hectic, a little overheated, you know, maybe that could have been something. Oh, I'm delayed on the nicknames here for Pulchan.
Please take swimming lessons.
Yeah. Is that something that his viewers have been talking about, is swimming? But I know a lot of people excited to see the outcome for this, and obviously a lot of the co-streamers joining us all around the world. And lots of fans for PRX, but got Talon fans sprinkled throughout as well.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Surf right below, by the way. He's just hanging out. He's chilling. He's already done his job. Brought him back into contention. Now it's up to Lenny. I did want to say, since we're in a tech pause, I think this is good context. This is it's a very meaningful game for Lenny, because he's been in this spot before. Last year, when he was on Team Secret, they're about to have a chance to take down TRX once again, get subbed in on map 3. You know, he had to warm up backstage, and it did not go well. It didn't go well. And I'm curious, can he shake that off again against another Titan in PRX today? It's always tough if you have to sub in. That's one of the things a lot of people, you know, talk about with the 6-man roster. It's very tough to get in the same state that everyone else has been on stage, right? Sure, you can warm up your aim, things like that, but the adrenaline, the mood, the audio, everything, you still got to readjust a little bit.
Well, you know, you talked about Surf being kind of a younger player, and maybe...
Wait, what did that say?
Not safe for broadcast.
Oh, okay.
At least he put a star in there. Thank you. But yeah, he had a really huge map on Bind, did Surf, and maybe he was really heating up to the point of potentially overheating, and then it's a really good time to just say, okay, you did your job. Let's bring in Lenny, see how that goes. And so far, they don't have a round win, but it's still very early on. Obviously, we're still here in the tech pause, just trying to figure out the monitor issue. We think it's a monitor issue.
Yeah,
it's a gear issue.
That's what we assume here.
They're fiddling with the monitor.
Definitely on Mindfreak's side. Obviously, this being a knockout match, it's really up to all the players to really keep their form throughout this tech pause. You know, it does stink when it happens, but you gotta be able to get through it as well. Obviously, you never know when it's gonna strike.
You want to play? Let's play.
They are playing.
Yeah.
They are playing the game.
Now they are, as it looks like we get our nice little rotation from the magic camera in the sky.
There's a crow in Sunset?
Yeah.
Oh, there's 2 crows. Sorry.
Crow buddies.
Yeah, I've never seen them before, actually.
Yep. When there's more than one crow, they become crews. I don't know. That doesn't make any sense.
It was still funny. I still liked it.
It is something like a terror of crows, isn't it?
Yes,
like a group
actually.
Of crows. It's something fun like that. English is fun. So is Valorant, and looks like Talon now. Obviously, this is not a buy round for them, but let's see if they can make their mark on this round.
And the Outlaws strike again. Forsaken has some great memories with this weapon on this map ever since it's been introduced. Used to be with that KO, now on that Breach. Obviously, PRX, they made some adjustments ever since their loss to Team Secret. It's still not a traditional Sentinel in the Sage, but something still gets killed.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Forsaken being pressured here, and he's still able to get the shot down, but he is not very long for this world. So, trade it back, and that, I suppose, is a win for Talon. Here comes Jang looking to pressure onto that spike carrier. He does get traded out as Crew's going to hit that headshot with the Sheriff.
30 seconds left.
Flash is going to get him out. Divine not necessarily hitting those shots, but at the end of the day, they will, and everybody gets 1 kill. PRX pick up 4.
So overall, obviously that round, you're back on Eco. You didn't even invest in the armor. It seems like they straight expected the Outlaw as well. Don't want to let it snowball into consecutive rounds. Holy! Glad we saw that on replay.
Yep. That's something.
Enemy remaining. Team A.
Overall good backup for Mindfreak. But the previous 3 rounds, okay, so here comes the timeout. Because I was wondering, because I don't think necessarily the start to each round was necessarily bad. I also think the attempt at recovery wasn't too bad from Talon. It definitely wasn't similar to Lotus, where they were just getting absolutely just bulldozed all the way through. But the problem is that the adjustments on the defaults, the expectations of PRX's next moves haven't quite been there. And now, curious to see. For the first couple rounds, you've really just been kind of sending it, going for the obvious route with a Neon. Go for early pressure with the movement, try to create space, try to get that first kill. All right, that's been stopped. You recognize that PRX now have multiple tools, like the slow orbs, like the fault lines. So how do you bait that out and then go for your next strike? I don't even think you have to cook too much for like over-rotates, things like that if you're Talon. Not yet. You still haven't tested enough of the waters.
Not yet.
I mean, you might need to. Maybe PRX is still better prepared, but you know, I think there's still a couple extra mini steps that they can take in their adjustments. Just baiting out some early utility. Now the ops online. Divide continuing to be that primary opper. That's been a change as well. Something oftentimes even on the get-go picks up that op.
Yeah. It was a bit of both, I guess, on Lotus, right? Where
yes.
I saw Device start off with it, but then something generally getting onto that on the Jet when he was playing that.
So there's that adjustment. The pop flash to force out the fault line. Now you've got 40 seconds to take your pick of the map. They'll try to pressure mid. The door closed does thwart some of their ideas.
Yeah, and it's going to leave Jitboys here, it looks like. Flash comes on through from Forsaken. And that's another pick from something on the ban. That just keeps happening. This time it was an even fight. Jitboy's going to find Devi, who just puts up a wall. And immediately snipes it down. Devi with the click, the quick click, and now Governor trying to get in there, but he's not able to hit the shots. Only Cruz gets the 1. Cruz gets the 2. Now the drone coming out here, a chance, but pretty low health. 36 and 14 health for the 2 members of Talon.
Yeah, combined just 50. Footsteps will be heard right at the edge, it seems, so you know the rotates are coming. I mean, yeah, Talon, it's a coin flip at this point, right? You heard from the shadows, you're just hoping you're faster, but here is something.
Oh, he hears it. He's gonna wait for the plant.
They don't suspect it.
Yeah, they just think they can waltz on into the site. It's not gonna work out that way as the crash even. Not gonna hit him. Lenny very low on health and just gets distracted. Something picking up the 3K, and that's now 5-0 for the side of PRX.
Overall, it's not bad, but here's the thing. Talon so far does seem to overly rely on Ban staying alive on the lurk. They really seem to rely on the lurks. It was the same thing on Bind. Surf going in. Now, him winning a lot of the duels made it easy. But what happens when Ban can't? Wow, that's incredible. I mean, Jitboy's even first suspects the pop-up, then he's trying to break the wall. Like, he's trying to do his best. But what happens when Ban can't win the fight? I mean, this is nothing against Ban. It's something you're up against. You're not going to win 100% of those duels.
Yeah. All right. Trying to come in quick with Jing. Pushing out, does get traded back. His wall's coming up. Governor getting in there, expecting this flank, but something's still going to win the trade. He has been crispy today. As Mind Freak also pushing out, picks up 2 kills. That leaves Cruz alone, and Cruz is dead. 6-0.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see that second timeout come from Talon. Coach Frost has not shied away from also using 2 timeouts and a half. And here's the thing, PRX, they now definitely have a read on all the options that Talon has prepared so far. You know exactly how that Neon's going to be used. You know that it's always going to be used to create space. You know you can punish it in a 1v1. They're always cutting off the potential for the lurk. You know, mid was taken over last round, so now they go out for the tiles push. And Talon, they're not covering their backs. They're a little bit too focused. They're tunnel vision into their own comp. Timeout doesn't come out just yet, but it is going to be a half buy here.
Yeah. See Governor once again trying to get aggressive. Forsaken not to be able to hit that. As they do push on in, Forsaken will be pushed all the way to the back of the site, but getting some time now for the rotation to come in. Governor trying to take away that time as he will get onto the site.
Sick lineup from something there all the way from mid to help try to delay.
All right, decent start as Cruz gets the 1 kill. Ban expecting this, but still not able to win against the Vandal. And now everybody's just flashed up, and that's going to be an easy retake here for the side of PRX. Only Mind Freak going down.
Yeah, the retake absolutely well prepared with the Rolling Thunder. Governor does his best. He's close. I believe he wasn't hit by the Rolling Thunder, but it's just a stinger. And it's 2 people. The bullets spread out, it seems, and he can't get the spray down on one and instantly transfer to the second. PRX just still having fun. And again, it's tough to beat someone who's having fun on their job right now. Oh, he catches sight, too. The Rolling Thunder is absolutely perfect.
Yeah, it actually caught everybody. Jing's not overreacting. Still having fun. You know, we've seen 13-0s before.
now we have, yes.
We haven't seen 2 in the same series.
That's true. I mean, we've never seen 2 in 1 year since, you know, Pacific Americas, you know, all these divisions came through for the international leagues.
Yeah. Wow.
That's nothing against EME and China. I just didn't want to list all 4.
They took it personally. Here comes Zip Boys. Okay, he's going to pick up 2.
Spike down.
Making things interesting, but still advantage PRX.
Spike dropped as well.
Last player standing.
Forsaken's ready for it. I mean, the backup is just so fast for this team. How are they faster than a Neon comp? That's the most ridiculous part. I mean, they just instantly react. And the thing is PRX, they have felt that they don't need to hard commit onto a site, right? They don't hard commit onto A main. They're not pushing out with the one-way because they know Talon's going to approach. There's no reason for a default for PRX. They just have to be ready for backup.
Yeah. Wasn't even necessarily clean from something that time around, but it's still going to be enough to pretty much sweep the entire round. As now 8-0, that's the second timeout called here by Frost and by the side of Talon. And
if they can stabilize here, it's not over, but I think they need a 4-8 at the very least, because here's the thing.
Yeah.
Going to defense with a Neon, you're still going to have to push out. It's still pretty plainly written what advantage you have. But hopefully that's something that Frost is talking to the team about right now, Coach Frost, about how the pattern's been the same. Okay, the Neon, it's a death ball through. The first contact, he's still going through it. Ban's still on the lurk. There just hasn't been a separate setup right now for Talon and PRX. It has made their job on the read very, very simple.
Yeah. You saw Frost there wasn't anger. It was more so just maybe a bit of frustration, disappointment mixed. It's rough because you looked so good on Bind, and it feels pretty obvious now that they prepared a lot for Bind, especially when you're going up against PRX and you're not going to ban it. I think it makes sense. But the other 2 maps so far they've looked nothing like Bind. It's been the total opposite. So it's definitely been rough for Talon. Here's hoping for their sake they can pull it back. PRX certainly looking a bit better here on this 3rd map compared to the 2nd one.
All right, you know that the Neon ult is up, and that's what Mind Freak is for. He's there to shut it down, and it's perfect. It's hard to check that close corner on the slide in.
They just read everything.
Yeah, I mean, the reads are super strong. And here's the thing, Talon this time, yeah, it's a slight variation. Oh, the aim shaky as well. It's trapped.
Ooh.
Nowhere to go on this one.
Yeah. Well, eventually they make it not very fair. Nice look away here from Lenny. He's going to win that 1v1.
Right there.
Right now, looking for something, but the double swing comes out. The ban picks up both.
Huge double swing out from Talon. Lenny having the read on the positions. The neural theft. You know it's an op. With the arrow?
Last player standing.
What?
Okay. Just don't fire. There's too many people. Very nicely done for Ban, by the way. He is able to clutch that round for the team. He gets the first round here for the side of Talon. And that gives them a shot.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely needed. So the start of this round, what's the difference that Talon makes after the timeout? They delay their initial util, wait for the push out, and it's a long-range lineup for the 0 point. It's on the other side. They're trying to start to mix things up. It's not a 4-1. It's not a death ball. But is that enough? Because here's the thing. When Talon played against Secret, they eventually lost this map, but they had some great conditioning with their util. So I would hope the remaining rounds they're able to rekindle that just a little bit. Don't tunnel vision onto the Neon themselves. Uh-oh, the timing.
Oh, Jing trying to go back on that one, but now the blind's coming out. Talon, they're on the site here, 3 of them, but the spike is all the way back at the base. Still advantage to them, 5v3.
And something's just going to hide out right here. Man, finally some revenge after having a terrible time in that duel over by the B site.
Yep. Device still holding on to this operator, and he is going to pick up 1 kill. Doesn't get hit by the second guy, and now is looking to get a bit aggressive as he's not able to stop that bolt. Puts up a wall, though. He's going to try to swing onto them. He's got a little bit of help here from Mind Freak as well. That's a second kill, and everybody else is in elbow.
And the res!
And the res! Oh, but that's a nice kill from Jim Boys, and that's going to be another from Ban. Make it 2. Picks up the 3K here on the round. So Talon, 2 rounds in a row. All it took was 2 timeouts.
There you go. 2 timeouts, 2 rounds. They don't have any more timeouts, though, so they're going to have to start to try to chain him. But Ban coming up huge when they needed it most. I mean, yeah, he was designated to just be solo lurk, so I don't know if you can really blame him for having a rough start to the map overall. But now he's getting on the board. He's starting to climb up. Governor's still 0 kills, but here's the thing. If he can create space, if he can buy time, it's not the end of the day for a Neon, right? I don't know if you can focus on it too much. Obviously, yeah, you should probably win a duel here and there. But for now, you can't focus on that score if you're Governor. Your role is the bait. You're creating space. You're drawing out crosshairs. You're keeping them tied up on A site.
Mind Freak spots him, gets contact into mid. I throw out a paranoia just in case they were looking to push. Throws up a smoke as well. Says, you shall not pass through this angle. And Talon will respect that. They're going to back away and maybe look for A.
Okay, but now Dizzy, not recoverable. Paranoia also out. Fault line, the cooldown's going to return shortly. But A site's not bad because the retake has been weakened. You know they still have the op as well. Oh.
Unfortunate from Ban on the lurk.
Yeah, but now you know it's a hit, right? Because it's back to the same default. And here's the Jones.
Oh, what? Amazing read from Talon. Isn't going to matter, though, as the detain comes in. Well, they're not going to try to push onto that just yet.
Wingman's down.
Still 40 seconds. There's still that threat for a rotate. They've been in this position before. The two callers on
30
Talon.
seconds left. One enemy.
Oh my! That's Mind Freak for you.
Hey, he just has those big rounds sometimes, and that is another one. Picks up a couple of kills there right at the end, and he's on top of the scoreboard for PRX. Not something you see all the time, but he gets this win against Ban. He gets the information. It was a nice read here. During the relay build, they try to bait out the showstopper, didn't get any value. And that allows PRX, well, it allows Talon a chance to win that round, but PRX do pick it up at the end.
All right, you got ults, Talon. If they want a chance, they gotta make it at the very least a 9-3. Oh. No command. It's gonna be a little late, and it's gonna be masked. The Hunter Tree actually masked Jing. It works against them.
Now the spam is gonna take out the KO on the ground. Oh,
he's
that's a
spotted.
barrel. Something wasn't looking there right away, but still gonna get the kill, and that is going to put an end to that push out of Talon. So it's not 13-0, but it is an extremely strong half from the side of PRX, 10-2.
Yeah, I mean, yes, we've seen crazy things, but this is, again, 10-2 is that scoreline when it is absolutely up to the pistol. And Talon will have to have cooked up something crazy because, I mean, they were close to winning that first pistol here on the attacking side, and that's where everything went wrong. See if they've got a better plan to secure another round on the board on the defense. Now, the obvious take again with that Neon, it's going to be the push out. It's going to be the easy control of A main, things like that. It does seem like they're not letting it get to him too much, but that's the best you can try right now.
Yeah. Well, still happy. I mean, they know PRX is a very strong opponent, and the map isn't done just yet, so try to keep your cool until the very end, and we'll see. PRX, best team in the world. We'll see about that. We'll see if they can make it into Masters first and foremost. They gotta make it through Talon first.
Yeah, they gotta make it through Talon, and if they do, yes, they get a couple more chances, but all the opponents are looking pretty strong on the other side. Obviously, DRX next. Whoever wins this, the loser, of course, eliminated here from stage 1. They'll have to wait until stage 2. Do have the armor on for Governor. You got double relay both. So you've got options to push out. You've got options for a retake. But 3 ghosts at the end of the day.
Still, the fans cheering for the hope of a potential comeback here for Talon. We'll see if it happens. It's got to start here, as you mentioned. You got to get this pistol. PRX with a Sage. We'll see just how fast they want to go here from the attacker's side.
This is a very fast rotate over from Talon. That recon has absolutely cleared A main. And they're even going to rotate the Neon over as well because they're expecting PRX not going to go for the rotates.
Well, they're getting in here. The plant is going to come on in. Paranoia as well on the swing from Tip Boys. He only gets 1. Grade 1 for 1. Cruz in the back of the site here trying to line them up, and he picks up 3! Double headshot with the Collat. Mind Freak alone, 20 health, and he is dead. Talon will pick up the pistol.
Huge pistol win here for Talon, and a little messy, but it's always going to be because it's been a while since we've seen a lot of the attacking with the Sage from PRX. Back in the off season when they used, of course, the no duelist coming out, or not off season, but at kickoff. But the biggest thing is that Sage Wall suddenly makes B-Site an absolute pain to go for the retakes, right? It makes it very easy to just focus in on one side. Once you get the rifles, it's even better for the spray downs. So you have to go for the fast rotates. The retakes are going to be absolute hell for Talon. So the pistol, they're on the right track.
Yeah. See a couple of half armors from the side of PRX as they will commit just a little bit. A couple of sheriffs too. But let's see what kind of angle they do want to take here on this eco. Just picking up some orbs. We're going to get that one. And just hoping that someone on the side of Talon gets out of position or they get a lucky pick through the smoke here in mid.
It's going to be a pinch through market. We can see the lineup here for the fault line all the way through. No one should get hit by it.
Uh-oh. And they're trying to stop this one, and that they will. Mindfreak gets the 1 kill, but Governor as well with the judge. Gonna take down 2, and now it's only Jing who was able to pick up a gun, but not going to matter. Talon picks up the anti-go. 10-4.
They're on for it for now. Obviously, this bonus is going to be a big test because they're not going to have the best of the weapons to carry over. The Neon fine with the judge, though. So we saw it come to some decent value here. A little bit of payback against PRX. Their own medicine on the defense. But Talon, you can see they're zoned in. They know it's a long road ahead. Half armors, a naked shorty for Jip Boys. So it's a little rough, so they're just going to go for the stack on A.
See if that works out for them. We do have Ban holding down the B site by himself. Very fitting. Another orb going to be picked up here by Jing, who is 3 away from his showstopper.
And Talon, I mean, they were hoping that it's going to be a different setup this time after they get pushed away by the recon, but it's still just going to be that B side hit. Can they do any damage?
Well, they get the plant down. That shock dart was
a little bit off.
Yeah, not going to hit anyone. Jing here in this corner. Ooh, not the cleanest, and Ban got 2 headshots, and now Governor's in with the judge.
It hits.
Yeah, the relay bolt's coming out as well, and Jip Boy's trying to get in there. He's trying to pick off someone. It's only Mindfreak on the back, Governor! And they will take him down. Talon, they pick up the bonus.
Holy, Jet Boy started this with no armor and a shorty. How do they win this round? I mean, first of all, the paranoia, then the relay bolt.
Starts with Ban.
Well, it starts with Ban. 2 incredible shots. And Governor, I mean, they broke the wall earlier, so he can just go right in for the flank, and the Neon really helps once you break that wall. Yeah, that you are.
He's back, baby. He was 0 and 12
yes.
on the first half, so he is certainly back.
Yeah, absolutely. He needed that for sure. That draws out the timeout, and something they'll have to consider is that fast pinch in. Even with the wall, it's easy to get in, but it's not necessarily easy to hold. Also, I just want to say in that 2v2, I mean, Jit Boy sacrificing the life, no armor, jumps up onto that little wall, creates a high-low. The threat, absolutely massive.
Yeah. Saw a little bit of anger out of Alex, but then a lot of OKs and a lot of, trying to calm things down.
One of my favorite clips is in the recent clips that VCT Pacific has released where something asks Alex why he has a headache, and he tells him it's okay to admit that he has a lot of stress. I was like, no, I just have a headache. He's like, no, it's okay. It's okay to say you have a lot of stress. Oh,
It
man.
is. It's okay. And I'm sure he does.
Oh, I
It's
mean,
a stressful job.
yeah, being a coach, I can't imagine. And now all Stinger is trying to pick up the speed. You've got Thrash. I gotta imagine it might even just be used by PRX. They don't shy away from those.
Yeah.
This is a nice spot.
Great trap wire. That's a hard one to read. Still should get cleared out pretty easily with a paint shell, though.
Well, they're going to wait for now. Not pushing right off the rip.
Yeah, but look at this push out on B main. Absolutely cleared. You could leave the Neon, you could not. It doesn't matter. They're going to have to re-clear it anyway. So the rotates are going to come through. You've still got a trap in mid. The only real place is market, and that's where they'll stay. They'll even send the drone out. Talon wants to commit to an over-rotate.
Governor going back. And now, I mean, they've got 3 guys on A with Vandals and 1 Odin, actually. So you like Talon's chances here.
Right, there's the 0 point off of the Aftershock, but everything's still activated.
He's got 2 health and a Vandal and a Dream down. We'll go Divine. That is the detain, though. Jing's still alive here.
Timing. Governor.
Ooh. Huge couple of kills.
Oh,
Something! But the vision through the box, and now it's a one-on-one. Forsaken has 4 health. It's another meaning to his name, and now he's just going to rotate over to B.
30 seconds left.
See if Forsaken can do it. I mean, he's got a Rolling Thunder if he gets the plant. This is not a guaranteed win for Lenny, no matter the health.
Yeah. Well, you see a blind coming out, and Lenny could be feeling like he's been read on this rotation, trying to run.
Forsaken's going to play for the spike tap.
Yeah.
And he's going to have an internal timer, surely, on this read. Oh, the recon's going to give it away.
Yeah.
He hides from it.
He does, and there it is! Forsaken! Picks it up, hits the headshot, 3K, and that's the Thrifty. The play works out for PRX.
Not like this if you're Talon. I mean, you do everything to try to hold. Do they get a little bit antsy with the flood? Maybe, right? Sure, it's a eco or a half buy on the other side, but that flick, that's where it all goes wrong. The Sheriff flick and Forsaken, the confidence oozing out.
Yeah. I mean, like you said, like the momentum was just getting started for Talon. They got that bonus. They were beginning to get things going here on the second half. And just like that, an incredibly close round. I mean, Forsaken on 4 health, winning it, just barely picking up a Thrifty. It's going to give a lot of momentum over the side of PRX, although now Jing just going to run on in. Divide, just trade it back.
Lenny's stuck, though. Raze was just the beginning. Jing was just the bait. I mean, Talon thought they had the read, and they did. Onto the Raze. But it's much more than that.
Oh, Cruz. Not quite able to hit that first hit shot, and now they should be able to get this free plant onto A. The rest of Talon just trying to rotate around towards lobby.
Yeah, he'll even get the res, and again, that Sage wall starts to become that pain. Talon, are they just going to go for the save? I mean, it seemed like they were. So it seems like Governor had the read that the res was coming, and he wanted to punish it, then maybe get out. But the Dizzy lands right on his head.
Yeah.
Because otherwise they were calling for the save. I mean, this is Talon's making the tough decision to give match point.
I mean, at this point, pretty difficult, especially after the res, obviously, and the kill. And that means that Jing, he gets res, he picks up his own gun, and he's going to be ready to go right for the match point, as you mentioned. 12-5 will be the scoreline here for PRX. And it's been a bumpy ride from 13-0, and then Bind lost by PRX, Talon with a big comeback, and now PRX on match point on Sunset.
They got to pull out all the heroics because you still got that Rolling Thunder Forsaken got during that clutch round. He's been able to save it up. They've got full buys. You got no timeouts. Sure, you have Hunter's Fury, but it's not the best collection of weapons here for Talon. Cruz could get his no command. And they're going to try to go for a mid push out. It's a shrouded step. It will get heard.
Oh, off your feet! Spotted. There's a Rolling Thunder. It is going to catch Lenny.
Oh, what a setup by PRX. It was never about bottom mid.
Oh, okay. Cruz with a bit of a comeback. The back to 4th trades in mid. Actually, at the end of the day, going the way of Talon.
And PRX is thinking far ahead, right? It's a 2v3. If we lose, whatever, not a big deal. They're already on match point, but they'll start to rack up those oath orbs, see if they can get a second one just in case it's needed. And now they're just relying on 1v1s. Trying to break apart the group up of Talon. Talon, they have to stick together as much as possible. Okay.
Oh, they're about to get a surprise. It's not going to matter. Governor does hit the shot.
Get him, buddy. Shot my wingman.
Down goes Wingman. Something surely soon to follow with the double peak about to happen. Maybe a triple, actually. He does get one, but it's still a round win over the side of Talon. Keeping themselves alive, 12-6.
That's the best way to put it. Alive, but oh so barely. Because look at their econ. The full buys aren't going to come out, not with the full armor at the very least. I mean, Cruz very quick on the backup, because otherwise that was an amazing setup by PRX. You know, the Rolling Thunder makes it look like it's going to be a pinch through mid, but it's always been about tiles and Mind Freak. Now, they're going to try to go maybe for another push out onto B main. Clear that out nice and early. Worried about the early blast packs?
Somebody's here, but the relay bolt's gonna catch him.
Oh, that's huge.
Ting is just dead. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The rest of the team over by A, but they're not gonna rush things just yet.
Okay, so starting to turn into some more trap plays here from Talon. It's a good adjustment, but maybe it's just a bit too late. The wide swing. What a classic. Just something things.
Uh-oh, Governor. Oh, looks away at the exact wrong time. Very unfortunate for him. And that's going to be a big pickup for Devi. And this A site, they do have a couple of guys over here. I mean, something's going to clear at the back of the site, though, with this Thrash.
Just clear all the insides.
Yeah.
Paranoia will hit, though.
Well, still able to try to get this one down, but now the Hunter's Fury looking for a pickoff, and he will get Mind Freak a chance now.
3v3.
Spike planted.
The wall's been spotted, but you do have the flank. You know that they don't have any trips.
She's still gunning for you.
He gets the tag, too. That's huge.
Yep, null command. And now a big chance here for the side of Talon on this retake. Something is on the site. We've got trying to play elbow. Here's Forsaken. And that is going to do it. Jip Boys does get a couple of headshots. And he will be able to get the retake 12-7 now.
Oh, didn't quite finish the res there, Lenny. A little bit too excited to go and finish the defuse. But the retake happens fast enough, so they'll be able to try to stack on the Hunter's Fury once again. Talon, they'll need everything, every bit of help. But this, first of all, a great adjustment to go for trap plays over on B made, but PRX also answer back. They read that it's going to be meant to be a fast rotate, right? It's a push out on one side with the Neon. You expect the fast rotate, you cut off the backup. But at the end of the day, the double hold from Jip Boys and Lenny, heroic stuff for Talon. And once again, just meant to be a delay over by the A site. You've got a trip there. They're leaving mid empty. PRX hasn't quite figured that part out. I think they have an inkling of it, but they haven't really abused it just yet.
Well, let's see what they do this time around. For now, just hanging out at A lobby and thinking about a push on in there. But as you mentioned, you know, if they wanted to get a little bit frisky in mid, they absolutely could. For now, it's just Forsaken looking in that direction, and they're not going to commit to it. Another push out here from the side of Governor. He's going to get some information over outside of B. And they're going to check mid as PRX are pushing towards A.
Yeah, so what Talon does throughout this is make PRX feel like they had all the control, right? They put up a flash drive for mid, they send the recon in B, and then they make PRX cower in fear, and now they've taken full control. The retake is already set up. All Talon needs to do is wait to spring the trap.
Nice try there from Ban, but it's not quite going to land. And now that should be a denial on the plant. Nicely done from the side of Ban. Now they have to set up the wall here to make sure this happens. No break on the wall, actually, from Ban. And now Forsaken with a double Guardian kill. Bit of a flank coming in from the side of Governor. He's got his ult. He picks up a second. Trying to get on there really quick. The relay bolt should net a third, and yeah, it does. Now he's getting on top of Mind Freak, but Mind Freak is going to win that trade.
Time. They got to play for time.
10 seconds.
It's Mind Freak.
Oh! And they wait for the peak. 2v1. Talon, a third round in a row, and a chance.
I feel like we're in like round 40 of an overtime because we're just going into heroic mode from both sides. I mean, Governor, this relay bolt, the triple Lutz, and then the jump in with the zap. Absolutely crucial. And that's the thing about the Neon. I mean, these are the adjustments you're probably wishing, if you're a Talon fan, that you saw both
All right,
sides.
here we go.
It's really hard to see who called the timeout if you just look at the cams here. But Frost, I mean, I think for Frost, Coach Frost, he can feel it, right? It's possible. It's still really tough because you can't ever make a mistake, but you're starting to see the cracks.
He's got his hands up now, and now it's Alex who's slapping his own hand.
It almost looks like they're talking to each other.
Yeah,
You know?
I love the camera setup there.
Oh man!
But there's obviously a lot of emotions because PRX, they're on the brink of just okay. You finally got through Talon. Talon eventually put up a great fight, but then Talon won't go out easily, and it's really rough. And now Talon can feel like they're mounting a comeback, and so Frost is getting animated. He's getting excited.
PRX, they haven't had to deal with this kind of pressure in a long time. You know, getting knocked out early in a regional tournament. I mean, obviously Pacific, it's an international league, but, you know, it's starting to really feel like your region, right? This is where you're stationed. They've never been pushed out early.
Well, Talon still need to pick up 4 rounds to force an overtime, and then, maybe then, pick up a win. But let's see. Is, well, he's going to be taken out.
I mean, both teams had the exact same read about A short. Trying to compete for that. Oh, Governor!
Governor gets out there, a couple of headshots, very nice spray.
But look at Ban, he's already here. The flank's covered, no reason to fight this. Cruz even wins it.
Yeah, something just looking for the peak, and now thinking about it, but it's gonna be Ban. On the rotation, he picks up another kill and another round for Talon. It's 12-9.
Momentum definitely on the side of Talon at this point. The fact that you both get the read for a fast round and you're able to win it out in duels. I mean, Talon, they make ever such micro adjustments to just not overheat, and they're able to win it, right? They bait Jing to dive in just a bit further. The counter paranoia comes out, and that's enough to keep their own teammates alive. Now half armor is on the side of PRX. They're getting desperate. They want to try to get as many rifle rounds as possible in the remaining possible 3 before overtime.
One suppressed.
And PRX is going to play for the orb here.
Yeah,
Something.
this is big.
He picks up his Thrash.
Yeah, Thrash and Showstopper. It's a lot to work with. The Thrash could be used as bait over by B-side as well. But with the setup from Talon right now, they've got full mid control. Defense never really gets mid control on Sunset, so this is massive. The drone even gonna check for 2.
Meanwhile, the peek out from Cruz. He gets the headshot. There's the paranoia. Jing desperately trying to hold on by himself, but now he's got to back out. That spike in a very awkward spot.
Yeah, now this isn't a great spot to hold for Talon either, because there's too many angles! And they're letting themselves get picked apart. They were trying to retreat. They understood that it was a risk. But now it's up to Cruz. They have to play for 1v1s. You're down to a 2v3. You know the spike is down. The rotate has to happen.
Oh, this is getting really tense. Cruz, no, he's going to go down. And the showstopper just to open up any potential corner. And he's going to have Divide lead the charge as they do push in towards A as a team, 3v1.
I mean, Chip Boys, all you can do is wait and hope, but it's never going to come.
10 seconds left.
They'll even use the Thrash, and now they know it has to be the far wraparound.
Yeah. Chip Boys just has to run over and pull off one of the biggest clutches of his life.
They can just all stay stacked on the side as well, and now they hear him coming around.
Yep. He has to go fast. I mean, it's not a lot of time, but Chip Boys has to get it done, but the triple stack gets it done instead. PRX will move on to the next round of playoffs.
What a heartbreaking way for it to be the last round for Talon. The read to take over mid. They took down the spike, and they made the right call. It's a dangerous spot to hold. But PRX Divide. It's always Divide. When PRX gets pushed to the edge, the carries might be the other names, but Divide will rescue them and send them on to the next round. And Talon, they got very far, but this will be the end of the road for now.
For now, as you mentioned, for this year, we'll see them later on, but PRX will move on to the next round. We'll see just how far they are going to go. Props to Talon for making it as close as they did, which is kind of funny, all things considered. We still had a 13-0 in the series.
Yes.
Which did go the way of PRX, yet it still felt like a very close series, and that's because Talon were able to pull back on Bind and then even make this last map a Sunset very close and down to the wire.
I mean, the fact that you made it seem possible after a 13-0, like you said, Valdez, I think that is the applause that Talon deserves, but for now, they will have to exit the stage, and PRX will continue to vie for center stage, the spotlight of VCT Pacific.
Well, we are done here on the caster desk. Let's go over to the analyst desk to break down the series.
PRX making everybody sweat just a little bit, especially with that amazing comeback from Talon, but all is well or all is in balance so far in Pacific. PRX still continue. Quack, there's no need to squirm anymore. But for Talon, this was, I say like they were totally redeeming themselves from that 13-0 earlier. This is a good comeback.
Yeah, I mean, they were redeeming themselves from that. I mean, I think they already did that with Vine. They were really just redeeming themselves from another, opening rough half. I mean, there was a little bit when we were sat back in the green room going, surely they can't get 13-0'd again, like twice in the same series. Like, that just seems so impossible. And it was. They finally were able to get some rounds on board, but that first half, it took so much out of them to be able to even get the few rounds that they did have. I mean, it was a solid start there on the pistol to come out swinging, get those wins, but having to burn those 2 timeouts earlier on, and then not really being able to pump the brakes and reassess things in the second half for the longest time, I feel like that really did hurt them. It was a solid effort to run it back, to make it as close as it was. PRX, it looked like they were going to choke away just, 5 match points in a row had they not been able to close out that last one. They were finally able to get it done, but I said solid perseverance from Talon overall.
Very, I mean, just like they were so persevering. They had that endurance to run through this whole gauntlet. And you have to admire how much they are, coming into this game. It's a daunting task, but it's one that has to be faced, Like, you're playing in Pacific. At some point, you are going to have to face against one of these, like, titans or these giants, right? PRX, DRX.
One of the X, teams.
One of them. I mean, then also PRX versus DRX coming up. But then, yeah, that's the whole thing. And it's a little bit of a punishing, schedule or something, or the format. But it has to be done. They are the gatekeepers. And at some point, you can feel Talon really is knocking on that door. They have a chance of possibly knocking down one of these gigantic teams at some point. Because although they suffered, maybe the 13-0, the first half, they definitely came back on that second half. Once they were on defense, those trap plays on the B side, Governor, Jit Boys, they were diving in with such confidence. And yeah, those timeouts that they started to call, PRX called them, but you could see Coach Frost was the one telling Talon, you guys can actually do this. Just listen to what I have to say and make it happen.
It was a very good effort there. The players are proving like they have that ability. They absolutely can contend with these squads that have been to all of the international events, that have had these amazing accolades behind them. They can push them. They can absolutely push them to the limit, and they were working on doing just that. But ultimately, they need to be able to get activated and be more consistent earlier on in the game. The first map, that aside, that doesn't really matter too much. They were able to run it back, get themselves into a position where they could close out this series with a 2-1 victory. But having things like Governor go killless for the longest time, you need him to be having that impact on the Neon from the outset. Need to see those hard hits coming through on that attacker's half. And as they continue to work towards that, Talon is just going to keep getting better and better. There's still an entire stage to be played. They've gotten some championship points under their belt so far here in Stage 1. Yes, this is the end of their playoff run, unfortunately, but I think there's a lot of hope for the future for this team if they continue on this trajectory.
Yeah, tiny commiserations to them. But then, at the end of it, still, it's classic PRX stuff. I think Will has a really good point, because while we have the MVPs, the great, big names, something definitely up there, Forsaken as well, Devi is the rock of the team. That final round, Devi was the one who brought them over that hurdle.
When you need somebody to come online, you can just always rely on Devi, right? He's just always there, right place, right time. Just when you think all hope is lost, Devi is there, right? But I feel like we were seeing 2 very different Talon esports, versions here. You had the Lotus Talon, and then you had the Bind Talon, and both versions were present on Sunset.
No, they were.
Yeah, they were there, and
they
let's
merged.
let's get it straight. The Bind Talon did have PRX figured out. They got them. They had them, and they could have won this, except that, as you mentioned, it just took a little too long.
Yeah, they had some good reads. I mean, just being able to shut down that early aggression coming out of Jing. I mean, you saw he's just trying to blast pack around to get himself over on A. He's just paranoid, slowed, and just getting absolutely bullied. Governor with that punish over in B main, also on the Jing, just relay bolts around the corner, gets the daze, swings the corner, takes him down. Early advantage there for the side of Talon. They did have some really good reads, but the Pacific New Age El Clasico, it's back again.
It's these 4 teams.
And this was our grand final last year. It could be a preview of a grand final, depending on how everything else shakes out. But yeah, it's going to be DRX versus PRX tomorrow.
And you have Gen G and T1 as well. So it appears as though we have the final 4 teams. And as every day goes on here at the playoffs, it just gets even more difficult, especially since like now these teams, they gotta prepare overnight for what could be, their biggest match here for this stage. And Quack, I'm looking at these matches over here, and again, just getting a little bit more uneasy because it just doesn't seem like these teams, they really have to be on top form. Otherwise, you slip up just once, your opponent's going to take advantage of that.
Exactly. All right, we're taking a look at, the difference between upper and lower bracket. Even though we've made it past that knockout, it's still so scary, honestly. I mean, the other thing is just you just played, 2 or 3 games today. Gen G and DRX could have been studying everything.
Yeah, I mean, they will have been. I think for DRX and Gen G's sake, probably when they were watching the games earlier, they might not have had a decent idea of who their opponent was actually going to be, because some of these were very swingy, especially this series here. But I mean, yes, you're in that comfort zone. You have that little, that blanket beneath you to catch you if you do fall down. You're not eliminated immediately, but the biggest thing that's going to be adding pressure is that if you do just get this win tomorrow, you're going to Shanghai. You will have made the top 3. If you could just get that victory, you are in the clear. You will be going over to international competition pretty much no matter what. So being able to just get that locked in, then have a chance at getting the Stage 1 trophy, then have a chance at getting that additional 3 championship points by being the kings of the stage, that will all come secondary. But getting that ticket over to Shanghai, that's going to be the #1 thing on these teams' minds, I would think.
Yeah, it just puts everything into perspective as to how important these next matches are going to be, especially the ones tomorrow. We have room for some final thoughts here. Quack, Kilios, what did you think of our matches today?
Oh my god, I mean, just a complete roller coaster of emotions. This was one of these matches. My heart is still pumping. Yeah, like you actually get so immersed in what's happening right now, and then you're actually like rooting for all the teams. I mean, not just PRX Talon, but also that Team Secret T1 game.
Yeah, Kilios?
I mean, just very exciting gameplay. I wish that we had gotten to see that Breeze in the first series, because I think that seeing Easy play that Yoru would have been absolutely sick. But I'd say well played to all of the teams here today. For Secret and Talon to see them fall out, it does suck. But we have higher expectations of them going into Stage 2, and hopefully they'll be able to deliver on those.
Well, that's it from us here on the desk. We'll send it to Jen, who is on stage with an interview.
Hey, welcome back to the stage, guys. I'm standing here with PRX's Something. Now, massive congrats, Something. You guys advanced the next round of playoffs. You get that one chance, I guess, to lose. It's a double elimination, but, a little bit of room to perform however you like with this win. But talk to me about how today went, because it was very hot and cold for Talon fans and PRX fans.
Yeah. I mean, it was good match versus Talon. We did like 13-0. It's like first time for me I did to some team like this on official match. But after this match, we still need to play second and third map. So we are not like say like, oh, it's gonna be easy and some stuff. So we still need to play, and yeah.
Now, the reason why I talked about having that room for double elimination, you get that one more chance, even if you lose, was because you guys were never in this position where you had to play the first round of playoffs. Did it feel like extra pressure for you guys?
Not really. We talk about this like few hours before the bus, before we leave from office, and we all agree it's not really like, it's not our last chance to play in Valorant, so we are okay. I mean, it is a bit pressure. If you lose, you go home, but we are okay. Like, yeah.
All right. Now let's talk about having no mercy. 13-0 on Lotus. We don't see that every day. So what were the guys' reactions, and did you feel like 13-0 was possible when you were playing that game?
No, we didn't. We didn't understand with like 13-0 until we finished this game. But like, they also played well. We just like hitting a lot of nice shots, and nothing they can do if we destroy everyone and double gaming like this, I guess. So hard.
Now, Sunset was a little bit of different story. We're going to forget about Bind. But Talon came up with this new comp, but you guys already saw that in Masters Madrid when you guys faced Team Heretics. Did it make it easier for you to kind of read them, or was it as confusing as the first time you saw that comp?
Yeah, before before the game we prepared to another comp. It's not like to Neon Sova comp.
Yeah.
We thought they're gonna play with another agents, but since you noticed it, we play versus this comp in Madrid versus Heretics, and yes, that's why we are okay. I guess it's not really tough to play versus.
Next up is DRX. So anything you'd like to say to them?
Stacks, I'm coming to you.
Oh, Stacks. Beware, right? Thank you, Something, for the interview. Congratulations once again. We'll see you tomorrow. And that was Something with the post-match interview, everybody. And that's all we have for today. But tune in tomorrow, same time, same place, because we have Genji taking on T1 and PRX facing DRX. We'll see you tomorrow.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
Face your fear!
One enemy remaining. Twisty.